A young man just graduated from university stumbles upon an extraordinary adventure that it is he who drives the progress of technology, and it is also he who monopolizes many industries. It is he who instigates great wars, and it is he who promotes peace. He starts from scratch and establishes the greatest tech company in history. He goes independent and builds a colossal interstellar civilization empire. He personally leads battles, annihilating countless alien civilizations. He loves his people like children, and numerous citizens sing his praises under his rule. Some say he is the godfather sent by God to the mortal world. Others say he is the minion of Satan reaching out to the world, and some say he is just a human, but a legend. Nonetheless, in the alternate universe number 37DA92F7, located in the left arm of the Golden Sea system, on the blue planet that on June 30th, 22-year-old Lee Bufin stands on a shooting platform in the university campus. At this moment, Lee Bufin feels heavy-hearted, completely lacking the enthusiasm that everyone else has while wearing their graduation gowns, because just yesterday, he saw his girlfriend of 2 years, Zhao Yali. At first, when Lee Bufin saw Zhao Yali walking towards him, he was quite pleased and planned to step forward to embrace her. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yali pushed away the arm that was around her. With a haughty tone, Zhao Yali said to Lee Bufin, "Young Master Lee, I'm just a little girl, and you dare to lay hands on me." Lee Bufin was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? Did she take the wrong medicine today? What's wrong with a hug? Haven't we been quite happy together? Just last week we visited the underwater world together. What's happening today? He looked at Zhao Yali in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yali slowly said, "We really aren't suitable for each other. Let's break up. These years, I've been quite happy with you, and you've treated me well that you've bought me delicious food and drinks, accompanied me to play, and tutored me in English. I remember all of that. But I have grand ambitions. In the future, I want to travel abroad often, buy luxury goods, drive luxury cars, and live in a mansion. Can you provide me with these?" Upon hearing this, Lee Bufin instantly understood, thinking, sigh. They say graduation season is breakup season. It seems to be true. But Miss Zhao, your expectations are too high. Sigh. It's still my fault for being poor. Thinking back to my university days, I only had 4,000 to 5,000 for living expenses a month, while my parents' jobs only earned them $1 million a year. I'm afraid even if I spent all my family's fortune, I wouldn't be able to buy a mansion. However, Lee Bufin still wanted to keep her and said, "Yali, we've been together for so long. To be fair, I haven't treated you poorly. I usually scrimp and save to buy you various good things. I've already given you many luxury items. In the future, if you want to drive luxury cars and live in a mansion, I will definitely be able to provide for that once I earn money. Please believe me, give me a chance, okay? In the future, even if you want to pick the stars from the sky, I will agree without hesitation. How about it? Stay with me, and I will give you a beautiful future. I believe life will definitely be happy and fulfilling." Zhao Yali hesitated for a moment, but shook her head and said, "No, I've already made my decision, and I don't want to change my mind. Indeed, you are a good person, and I think we can continue being good friends in the future. That's it, I'm leaving. You take care of yourself. That I hope you can find a girl better than me. Goodbye." With that, Zhao Yali turned and left. Lee Bufin was taken aback and wanted to step forward to persuade her, but he knew Zhao Yali's character. Once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. Even if there was a dead end ahead, she would stubbornly press on. Lee Bufin sighed deeply, filled with sadness, and tears streamed down his face. Lee Bufin finally said to her, "Go ahead, the farther the better. But you must remember, you once loved me. I hope you can soar far and marry a rich man. I will also find someone better, maybe, just maybe." Sigh. As soon as Lee Bufin finished speaking, Zhao Yali paused, realizing that she indeed once loved him, and they had made promises of eternal love. However, Zhao Yali thought that now that they had graduated, one must be realistic and not hang onto one tree. People should strive for higher goals, and water flows downwards. Thus, Zhao Yali continued to walk away from him. Seeing this, Lee Bufin also turned to leave. As they walked away, they grew further apart, their hearts also drifting away from one another. Thus, fate cruelly separated the once loving couple. From then on, they would each walk their own paths, each on their own narrow bridge. Rivuo. I'm so unwilling. It's so hard to find a girl I like. Why? Why did she leave me? Sigh. Since she has chosen to leave, then let go. It's a good thing for both of you. One must look forward, step by step, as there is so much more in life waiting for you to explore. Sigh. All right. Now that I've graduated, I need to work hard and push forward. But honestly, I really don't have the mood right now. Reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I should go out for a walk, breathe some fresh air. I'll travel alone. Let's have a spontaneous trip. That makes sense. I'll check online to see if there are any good places nearby. These dialogues were actually all voiced by Lee Bufin alone. Over the years, Lee Bufin discovered that if he approached a problem from a different angle, they could often be resolved quickly. He had tried this method many times, and it never failed. What is that thing? Why is it glowing? Let's go take a look. At this moment, Lee Bufin was about 40 meters away from his university, Jiangxing University, in a 5A scenic area. The scenery here was picturesque, with an environment leaning towards a primitive forest, and camping was allowed at night. Attracting many tourists, Lee Bufin now planned to venture deeper into the forest to see the scenery ahead. At this time, it was already evening, and Lee Bufin saw a wisp of yellow flame in the distance. Feeling quite curious that it was a glowing yellow orb, radiating light that flickered, sometimes brightening and sometimes dimming, seeming to communicate. Lee Bufin matched these three signals with Morse code and obtained some sentences he couldn't understand, realizing that this might be a more advanced encryption method. The less he understood, the stronger his curiosity became. Lee Bufin ran forward, wanting to grab it and see what it was, but he found that no matter how he walked, the distance to that object remained the same. However, just when Lee Bufin was tired and ready to stop and rest, the glowing orb slowly floated, moving in an irregular pattern. Then, with a bang, a sound rang out from above, like something exploding, and the orb paused for a moment. Afterward, Lee Bufin saw the orb seemingly transform into a straight line, flying towards him. Where's this? What place am I in? Who are you? Why have you locked me up? At this moment, Lee Bufin looked around at the empty surroundings. There was nothing in front, back, left, or right, nor above or below, only distant twinkling stars. It was this faint light that allowed Lee Bufin to see his environment. He was currently standing in the depths of the starry sky and felt no gravitational effect. Your physical body is lying in the forest, while your soul is under the projection of my divine realm. I am the 189,421st avatar of Master Lee Bufin. My task is to find the lucky one in this universe and let him receive the gift I bestow. Once we finish our communication, you will wake up, so there's no need to worry. Lee Bufin was a bit confused at this moment, looking at the mysterious phantom that had just appeared in midair, and weakly asked, "Are you talking about Lee Bufin? Are you my avatar? Am I really such a great existence? Then why was I born on Blue Star and have no memory of it? Why do I know nothing?" At this moment, the avatar wiped its imaginary cold sweat, looked at the naive Lee Bufin, shook its head, and said angrily, You don't even have the qualifications to carry the master's shoes." The master rose from obscurity, and indeed used the name Lee Bufin at that time. "But the master has already ascended to a great existence. How dare you be so presumptuous? However, seeing your ignorance and fearlessness, it's understandable this time. If you dare to say such things again, I'll cut out your tongue. Aren't you curious why I chose you? Well, the first point, and the most important one, is thanks to your parents for giving you a good name. The second point is that I was in a good mood and chose you at random. Of course, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter to me. At this moment, Lee Bufin realized that he had previously thought he was really that powerful. Well, it was all just an illusion. However, Lee Bufin felt very grateful to his parents for raising him. He then looked back at the phantom. The avatar felt it had said enough and couldn't say more. It could only think to itself, "Kid, consider yourself lucky to be chosen by me. But, well, I don't know if getting this system is a blessing or a curse. It's all up to your own fortune." Master Lee Bufin loves to watch Rise to Power stories. So, the avatar said to Lee Bufin, "Kid, since that's the case, I wish you good luck. I'll send you off." Before Lee Bufin could react, the avatar waved its hand, creating a special fluctuation, and then Lee Bufin felt darkness envelop him and fainted again. Ding, system initializing. Initialization complete. Ding, the human race Rise system V1.141 welcomes you. Ding, scanning soul fluctuations. Binding user. Ding, binding complete, user Lee Bufin. Ding, scanning physical condition. Body healthy, consciousness blurry, soul and body need 20 minutes to resync. Expected to awaken in 20 minutes. "Ah, my head hurts," Lee Bufin exclaimed, holding his head. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked around, finding everything around him pitch black. He raised his left hand and saw his watch showing it was 8 p.m. Suddenly, Lee Bufin remembered something and ran back. When he reached the camp gathering area and saw many lights, he felt relieved. Lee Bufin then found an empty space, put down his backpack, opened it, rolled it out quickly, and set it up. Before long, a brand new tent was erected. Lee Bufin entered the tent and rummaged through his backpack for a while, laying out some bread, sauce, and a bottle of purified water, and began to eat and drink. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Bufin recalled the events that had occurred in the forest that he felt that it was an unforgettable memory, seemingly deeply engraved in his soul. Li Bufin thought of the glowing ball that had rushed towards him earlier, but didn't know how to summon it. Then, he remembered the phantom had said it was a gift given to him. So Li Bufin shouted loudly, "Gift, come out! Gift, come out! Gift, come out!" At this moment, he heard people in the surrounding tents seemingly cursing him for interrupting their good work. After calling 3 times, the glowing ball didn't respond at all, making Li Bufin feel embarrassed, and his face turned ugly. So, he changed his words and quietly said, "My golden finger, come out." But still, there was no response. Li Bufin began to doubt himself, wondering if he had experienced an illusion earlier. Helpless, he muttered to himself, "Sigh, why isn't it working? Logically, the system should appear at this moment." Ding, awakening keyword detected by the system. Ding, the system suggests the host read the previous historical records, and the system will issue a task in 1 minute at this moment. A light screen appeared before Li Bufin, and he scrolled through it. Now, Li Bufin finally believed that he truly had a system. Ding, task system starting. Task system startup complete. Hello, when you see this, congratulations, you have successfully activated the system. At the same time, I must inform you to use the system wisely. Because the system is very powerful. Very powerful. This system has any item you can imagine, even items you cannot imagine. However, although the system is powerful, any item requires you to pay a sufficient price, so be careful not to play with fire and get burned. Haha, of course, I won't laugh at you. Haha, little guy, good luck, and see you again if fate allows. Ding, the system is about to issue a beginner task. The rules of this task system allow you to advance 10 of the reward points before completing the task. After completing the task, you will receive the remaining 90. If the task fails, there will be corresponding punishments. The task system will issue tasks randomly. Beginner task 1. You must choose one task from the following 3, and only one. 1. Reconcile with an ex within an hour. Additional requirements. The other party must willingly fall in love with you and never leave you. Task success reward 5,000 points. Task failure penalty. Unable to use this system for 1 month. Task difficulty medium. 2. Run 100 kilometers within 3 hours. Additional requirements. Brakes are allowed, but no transportation tools may be used. Task success reward 3,000 points. Task failure penalty. Unable to use this system for 1 week. Task difficulty medium low. 3. Have $10 billion within a week. Additional requirements. It can be cash or bank deposits, but not fixed assets or company stocks and other financial items. Task success reward 100,000 points. Task failure penalty. The host is deemed unworthy of this system and will be erased. Task difficulty super high. The final interpretation rights of the task belong to this system. Li Bufin, upon hearing a series of system prompt sounds and seeing the task list on the light screen, became very anxious, because he felt he couldn't complete any of these tasks. Li Bufin stroked his chin and quietly pondered what to do. Ding, detected that the host has not responded for 10 minutes, so the system is randomly selecting a task. Ding, randomly selected task 3, have $10 billion within a week. Special note, the higher the task difficulty, the higher the reward, and the higher the penalty for failure. The penalty for failure for this task is the erasure of the host. Since the system automatically accepted task 3 for the host, according to the rules, the host can first receive 10 of the reward as an advance, which is 10,000 points. Do you want to receive it? At this moment, Li Bufin's mind was a mess, and he felt very helpless. System, I want to receive the points. Ding, 10,000 points credited to the account. Remaining balance, 10,000 points. Chapter 2. On how to make billions of dollars. After Li Bufin obtained the system, he stayed in the outskirts, dozens of kilometers away from the campus. Li Bufin was unsure if satellites could detect the anomalies at the previous location of the light sphere. He didn't dare to take the risk, nor did he want to. Therefore, he temporarily refrained from thinking about the task, and planned to pack up his tent and other belongings to leave the suburb. Li Bufin casually checked his pocket, pulled out his phone, and looked at his iPhone 10, which displayed June 30th, 10:46 p.m. Li Bufin realized a serious problem. It was so late that the nearby buses and subways had already stopped running. Although he could take a taxi to leave, it was common for people to camp overnight in this suburb. If he suddenly left with a large amount of luggage, it might be seen as suspicious behavior, increasing the likelihood of being exposed later. Helpless, Li Bufin looked around at the tents and numerous campfires and decided to keep a low profile, blending in with the crowd to rest for the night and wait to return early the next morning. Li Bufin lay in his tent, distracted, thinking about the strange encounters he had previously experienced and contemplating how to complete the deadly task. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Unknowingly, Li Bufin fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was already 7 a.m. He opened his backpack, drank half a bottle of Nongfu Spring, ate the bread and toast he brought, and finished with a bottle of Ili pure milk. After feeling full and satisfied, Li Bufin tidied up his tent, packed everything into his backpack, and sorted the trash created after eating and drinking, placing it in a trash bin 100 meters away. Li Bufin planned to return to school first. Since he had already graduated, he needed to move his belongings out of the dormitory in the coming days. While humming a little tune to entertain himself, he took the subway back to school. Hey, Li Gu, did you go out to have fun last night? Yeah. Li brother, we in the dormitory waited for you for a long time. We were planning to go sing and eat together, have some fun. And you were the missing piece. Yeah, brother, what you did was really inconsiderate. We agreed to share both good and bad times, right? Now that we've graduated, you can't forget about us good brothers. At this moment, Li Bufin had just returned to the dormitory and hadn't even put down his backpack when he heard his dorm mates asking why he didn't come back to hang out with them last night. During his university years, Li Bufin was friendly and had many friends. However, if he had to say who his closest buddies were, it would be the other three in the dormitory. Although they had different majors, they cared for each other, often going out to eat and occasionally singing together, getting along very well. The three were Bu Changjua, a computer science and technology major with above-average grades. He came from a well-off family, with parents who were taxi drivers and several properties, totaling assets of less than 10 million. He was generous and friendly, always smiling at everyone, and had a great sense of humor, making him quite popular with girls, earning the title of romantic hero in class. Lu Danhao, a life sciences major, was an outstanding student in the biology department, often winning competition awards. His family was somewhat affluent, with assets in the hundreds of millions. He was generous and often treated others, but he could be a bit arrogant and unfriendly towards outsiders, though he was relatively friendly with those in the dormitory. Wang Huadong, a chemistry major with average grades, came from a poor family. His parents ran a small supermarket, and their assets were less than 1 million. He was humble and peaceful, but occasionally felt a bit inferior around others. He was somewhat awkward and reserved with outsiders, but was quite friendly with his dorm mates, often willing to help out with chores like cleaning the dorm or picking up takeout and deliveries. Although Li Bufin was friendly with the three, he had no intention of revealing his biggest secret. Once a secret was exposed, it was no longer a secret, and he would face devastating consequences. Fortunately, Li Bufin was quick-witted and often joked about his sharp reflexes. Li Bufin put down his backpack, took a sip of water, and then said to the three, "Hey, enough about me. I wanted to go out and have fun too. But Zhao Yali and I broke up, and I was feeling a bit down yesterday. So I went out alone to reflect. You know there's a camping spot next to our school, right? I just went there to spend the night by myself. I'm feeling much better now, and I won't think about her anymore. Let's let the past be the past, and I plan to look forward. Maybe I can find a better girl in the future. Enough about me. What about you three? Where did you go to have fun yesterday?" Upon hearing this, the dorm members nodded and stopped complaining about Li Bufin not joining them the previous night. Bu Changjua looked at Li Bufin, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Li Bufin, I'm very glad to hear that you're no longer feeling down about Zhao Yali breaking up with you. As your brother, we all believe in you. With your grades in the top 3 of our major, many girls have shown interest in you before. We believe that once you find a job, you'll be promoted quickly, and then you'll find an even better girl." Lu Danhao nodded and said, "Yeah, look forward." Wang Huadong then added, "We tried to contact you yesterday, but couldn't reach you. So we went to our usual place for dinner, and then to Wanda Cinema to watch the latest Wandering Blue Planet. Let me tell you, that movie is by Liu Sibei, the author of The Four Bodies, and it describes." Seeing Wang Huadong about to spoil the plot, Li Bufin quickly interrupted, Stop. I get it. Please don't spoil it. I'll go watch it when I have time." At this moment, Li Bufin looked at the three in the dorm and then at the clean dormitory. Seeing that their luggage was not on the floor, he felt a bit curious about their plans. "Aren't you three planning to move out today? What are your plans for the future?" Lu Danhao answered first, "I'm not leaving today. I'm planning to leave the day after tomorrow. My parents are pushing me to go home to inherit the family business. You know our family is in trade, and there is a lot to learn. I plan to master it early to help my parents manage the company. If any of you have trouble finding jobs or need anything in the future, don't hesitate to let me know. I will try to help." After saying this, Li Bufin noticed the other two looking at Lu Danhao with a bit of envy and jealousy, but he didn't comment on it. Li Bufin nodded at Lu Danhao and then looked at the other two. Bu Changjua said, "I haven't found a job yet. I'm planning to look for one in the next few days. Didn't the school say we could stay until mid-July? I think I can find a job before then, and then rent a place near the company to move my stuff from the dorm." Wang Huadong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jobs in our major are really hard to find unless you want to work as a medical representative or something. But those jobs are also difficult to get. Generally, if you don't have connections, others might not hire you. So, I'm planning to cast a wide net. Applying to several companies for various positions, as long as the salary is decent. After hearing the arrangements of the three, Lee Buffin felt that each of them had a well-organized plan. Although the latter two hadn't found jobs yet, he believed that with their knowledge, finding a job with a not-too-low salary wouldn't be a problem. Looking at the three of them, Lee Buffin said, "Guys, I'm planning to start a software company. Would any of you be interested in starting a business with me? I have a preliminary product ready, but I can't show it to you yet. I need a few more days. If you are willing to join me in this venture, although I won't give you direct shares, I can offer each of you a point in profit sharing. Is anyone willing to start a business with me?" Actually, on the way back to school on the subway that morning, Lee Buffin came up with an idea to create software to make quick money. This idea stemmed from a conversation between Lee Buffin and the system. "System, since I already have 10,000 points, what can I do with it?" The host can exchange for all kinds of items. "Can I exchange for a spaceship?" The host does not have enough points to exchange. "How many points does a spaceship require? How can I earn enough points?" A low-level spaceship can travel within a star system, and the price ranges from 100 million to 10 billion points, depending on its functions and modules. Points can be obtained through two methods. First, by completing tasks to earn points. Second, through cash recharge. Currently 1 point can be exchanged for $1 million. What? That's so expensive. $1 million for just 1 point. Does that mean the most basic spaceship would cost $100 trillion? That's roughly equivalent to the annual GDP of over 7 billion people worldwide, right? Also, my 10,000 points would mean I could exchange for $10 billion. So wouldn't that mean my task is directly completed? Please don't be anxious, host. $1 million can be exchanged for 1 point. But 1 point can only be exchanged for $10,000. You can think of the difference in this ratio as a handling fee. That's really speechless. A handling fee of 99. I'm impressed. However, can I see the exchange list? I only want to see items that can be exchanged for 10,000 points. Okay. Host, the list has been filtered to show only items below 10,000 points. At this moment, Lee Buffin could clearly see the list in his mind, which was divided into two main categories: physical items and knowledge items. Lee Buffin clicked on the physical items, which were further divided into two parts: technology and cultivation. What? Cultivation? Are you kidding me? Can I cultivate to become an immortal? Is there an immortal realm? Can I achieve immortality? Lee Buffin was shocked when he saw the list of cultivation items. The system coldly replied, "Host, you can cultivate. However, the concept of immortals does not exist. The so-called immortal is merely someone who has reached a high level of cultivation, possessing mysterious abilities. You can think of an immortal as a highly cultivated human. As for the immortal realm, sorry, it does not exist on your blue star. You can consider it a planet with a high concentration of spiritual energy. Regarding immortality and eternal existence, that is impossible. Everything will eventually fade with time. Of course, with cultivation, you can live for billions of years, which can be considered a form of immortality. As for eternal existence, it is not impossible, but that secret may only be revealed to the host after achieving cosmic dominance. Now, please don't aim too high. Focus on completing the task. If the task is not completed, the host will be erased, as not completing it proves the host is unworthy of this system." Hearing this, Lee Buffin shook his head, thinking that he was indeed asking for too much, and decided to focus on how to complete the task. Thus, he did not check the cultivation items, but instead looked at the technology items. Even though it was limited to items below 10,000 points, the list still reached millions of pages. Seeing so many items made Lee Buffin feel overwhelmed. He wanted all these good things, but either the items were too advanced, and taking them out might put him at risk, or the market was too small, and he wouldn't earn much, making it impossible to complete the task. Therefore, Lee Buffin was very troubled about which items to choose. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit on the subway said to a few young college students next to him, "Xiao Wang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but why did you choose artificial intelligence for your graduation thesis? The papers related to AI these days are too superficial. Generally, they just improve the model's performance and apply it to different fields. Although you can publish papers, have you thought about the significance of this? We've been discussing AI for so many years, but so-called AI is merely matrix operations of neural networks. There hasn't been a theoretical innovation for a long time. I hope you can choose topics like database management or big data applications, which are very suitable for job content. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to find a job later." At this moment, the college students and the teacher were still discussing, but Lee Buffin was stunned. thinking of a cutting-edge technology that should easily earn billions of dollars. So, Li Bufin commanded the system for items related to artificial intelligence. The system responded, ding, using the growing AI alpha, worth 5,000 points. It is recommended to pair it with a quantum computer as its carrier. The Great Wall Commercial Quantum Computer, 128 qubits, worth 4,500 points. A total of 9,500 points are required. Upon hearing this, Li Bufin laughed heartily, completely disregarding the other passengers on the subway. Others looked at him as if he were crazy. But Li Bufin didn't care because he felt he could complete his task. Chapter 3. Establishing Zhigao Software Company. Li Bufin looked at everyone, not knowing what they thought of his invitation. He was clear that he was offering them a chance for wealth. If they truly believed in him and worked well with him, it was not impossible for them to become billionaires in the future. At this moment, the three of them were somewhat bewildered, seemingly incredulous about Li Bufin's proposal to start a company. Just then, Wang Huadong was the first to express his willingness. Bro, I'm willing to work with you. Although I don't know programming like you guys, I can help with odd jobs and other tasks. If there's any miscellaneous work, I can handle it. I don't need any shares or dividends. I just need a salary of 3,000 a month. That's enough for me. Li Bufin was very satisfied with Wang Huadong's response and secretly planned to cultivate him well in the future. As long as he remained loyal, he could lead him to wealth. At this moment, LV Danhao said apologetically, Bro, I'm sorry. You know my major really can't help you much. Besides, my parents expect me to go back and inherit the family business, helping them manage the company. However, don't worry. If you encounter any difficulties in your startup, you can tell me. For instance, if there is a lack of initial funds, I can discuss with my parents to invest in your project. I don't ask for a high share. I can ask for 1 million and just take 10 of the shares. Li Bufin secretly shook his head, feeling that what he said was too outrageous. He intended to earn $10 billion from this company, and he was trying to get something for nothing. 10% of the shares would be worth billions. With a potential profit of tens of thousands of times, he was indeed impressive as a capitalist. However, Li Bufin did not oppose him for the time being because he wanted to hear Bu Changzu's opinion first. Li Bufin looked at Bu Changzu, whose facial expression was rich, as if he had struggled with an internal conflict. Ultimately, he made up his mind and said, Let us not talk about our brotherhood. I can help you work for free. We can start a business together. With our unity, we can conquer wealth. As for shares, as you said, I can forgo them. But when the company becomes one of the top 500 in the future, don't forget my 1 dividend. Haha. As for salary, everyone is short on money now. So I won't ask for it for the time being. I still have a little money left, enough for my expenses. After the company becomes profitable, we can distribute salaries and bonuses based on the market situation. Li Bufin was very satisfied with this and felt that Bu Changzhuo indeed had high emotional intelligence, worthy of being called a romantic by the class. Li Bufin thought that Bu Changzhuo seemed to have the potential to be a CEO of a company, which made him very pleased. Li Bufin looked at everyone and slowly said, First, thank you to Wang Huadong and Bu Changzhuo for your help. The company needs you. We can discuss the specific matters of the company later. Secondly, thank you to LV Danhao for his generosity. However, since this is a software company, we don't need a large amount of capital in the early stages. Tens of thousands of yuan is enough, and the returns will come quickly, so we won't need investments. Hearing Li Bufin express this, LV Danhao felt that this seemed to be a profitable project. After all, the company hadn't even been established yet and was already valued at 10 million. Why was Li Bufin unwilling to accept his investment? So he asked oldly, Why don't you tell us what project you are working on? At this moment, Bu Changzhuo and Wang Huadong nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Bufin had no choice but to explain, the project is like this. Everyone knows that in the social field, internationally, Twitter and Facebook are rivals, while domestically, Weibo is leading the trend. Have you ever wondered why so few people abroad use Weibo, even though it is indeed very good? And why do people in China not choose Facebook? Bu Changzhuo seemed to have insight into this and said, I know this. First, it's a publicity issue. Many people abroad haven't heard of Weibo. Secondly, it's a language issue. Many functions of Weibo can only be used in the Chinese version, and the translation of the English version has some flaws, making it unsuitable for foreign users. As for Facebook's domestic users, first, there is the Great Firewall, which is an irresistible factor. Secondly, there's still the language issue. It doesn't have a Chinese version, and even if it did, the posts made by users would be in various languages from different countries, making them incomprehensible. Li Bufin fully agreed with Bu Changzhuo's analysis and said, That's right. The biggest reason is indeed the language issue. It's the problem caused by users not being able to communicate due to language barriers. Have you ever thought about a possibility? If there is a platform where you can express yourself in your own language and others can see it in their own language, Conversely, if others post in English, Spanish, Russian, etc., and you see it in Chinese, then you can chat and bond with them. If such a platform exists, its influence and user activity would be unimaginable, and it might even monopolize the entire social platform. Buchangwa thought for a moment and said, "What you said does make sense. However, the premise for this to happen is that your translations must be accurate. For instance, the translation of slip carefully on many translation platforms is slip carefully. It's quite funny and has caused a big misunderstanding, right? Because language has many meanings. The same word can have different meanings in different contexts, and it is not always fixed and unique. This leads to machines struggling to understand ambiguous language, resulting in poor translations." Seeing that Buchangwa was completely following his rhythm, Li Bufin was very pleased and couldn't help but give a thumbs up with his right hand, saying, "Not bad, very good. This is indeed a problem that exists currently. But it is precisely because there are problems that there is an incredibly broad market ahead, isn't it? Just think, Facebook's market valuation is close to $500 billion. If we can create a more perfect platform, maybe $1 trillion valuation is just around the corner, haha." At this moment, Buchangwa and Wang Huadong, hearing Li Bufin's grand ambitions, thought about the future of the company and felt very satisfied, their spirits soaring with passion and drive. However, LV Danhao, on the side, was muttering quietly, "I can't believe he says he has enough funds and won't accept my investment. He must not think much of my money. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Li Bufin to have such big ambitions. Sigh, don't think he can achieve such grand plans. He hasn't run a company before, unlike my family, which operates a company. I often know how hard it is to run a business. Sigh as a roommate. It wouldn't look good to see him fail. When he gets ground down by society later, he will probably come begging for my investment, haha." Li Bufin saw the look of longing on Buchangwa and Wang Huadong's faces and felt that he could count on their support and work hard. However, Li Bufin noticed that LV Danhao had a smirk on his face, seemingly mocking Li Bufin's ignorance and arrogance. Li Bufin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Hee. I originally wanted to offer you a chance for prosperity considering our good relationship as roommates for years, but I didn't expect you to look down on it. Fine. We graduated anyway. Just don't come begging me later. At this point, Li Bufin pulled Buchangwa and Wang Huadong outside, wanting to discuss future matters with them. In the Jiahao coffee shop on campus, Li Bufin sat at one side of the table, while Buchangwa and Wang Huadong sat on the other side. In front of the three of them was a cappuccino that Li Bufin had ordered. Li Bufin said to the two of them, "I know that you are willing to accompany me in starting a business because of our strong relationship. I am very happy about this and grateful to have such good brothers like you. In the future, if I have food, I will ensure you have something to eat too. We will share both good fortune and hardship." He continued, "How about we three make a pact here? Like the sworn brothers in the peach garden? We may not be born in the same year or month, but we wish to die in the same year or month." Then, while drinking coffee, Li Bufin looked at the two opposite him. The two thought for a moment, exchanged glances, nodded, and said in succession, "That sounds great. Should we pick a big brother, second brother, and third brother? Haha, since we plan to become sworn brothers, let us go by age. I'm the youngest, so I'll be the third brother." Li Bufin looked at the two. Buchangwa seemed to think of something, shook his head, and said, "We can't count it that way. The capable should come first. Besides, you usually guide us with our studies. Moreover, in the future, we will rely on our brothers to help us." Then Wang Huadong also nodded in agreement, stood up, and cupped his hands towards Li Bufin and Buchangwa, saying, "I am relatively the least capable, so I'll just be the third brother. Third brother here greets the big brother and second brother. I am naturally dull, and I will need big brother and second brother to teach me how to be a person in the future." Li Bufin nodded and said, "Haha, since you brothers think so highly of me, I will not refuse. Since I am the big brother, I will let you in on something. I am confident that I can complete the first product within 3 days. Long ago, I started research related to NLP, natural language processing, and AI, artificial intelligence. You can rest assured that within 3 days, I will have our company's first product ready and show it to you, and at that time, you will see how powerful this software is. Of course, we are brothers, and I promise to give you 1% of the shares as dividends. I will definitely keep my word. In the future, all 3 of us brothers will become billionaires. Following me, you won't suffer." Upon hearing this, the two were very happy. After a while, everyone's expressions returned to normal, and Li Bufin said, "In the next 2 days, my main job is to complete the product development. There are still many things that need to be taken care of. Everyone, take out paper and pens to write this down." After saying this, Li Bufin took out paper and pens from his backpack and handed them to the two in front of him. Li Bufin's face turned serious as he said in a deep voice, "Next, we need to do the following things. Today, we have an entire afternoon and tomorrow an entire day. The things you need to do are as follows. First, we have graduated and can no longer live on campus. So I plan to rent a place outside. We can rent a 3-person room or 3 adjacent single rooms. I am fine with either. I will transfer 50,000 to Buchongjua as the rent. Second, we need to register a company, as we primarily operate as a software company. I have already thought of a name, Zhigao Software, abbreviated as 3S in English. A registered capital of 50,000 is fine. Since the Industrial and Commercial Bureau stipulates that the minimum registered capital is 30,000. For this, I will transfer 50,000 to Buchongjua. Of course, when registering the company, you must not forget to seek help from the teachers at the school's entrepreneurship college. As college students, we have certain advantages, generally. We can enjoy tax benefits for the first 3 years, and we must strive for this, as it is very important. The third point is to find an office location. Initially, we can register the company in the school's entrepreneurship park, as this makes registration easier. However, when it comes to actual operations, we will need to find another office building that has a conference room and office space for at least 100 people. It would be best to rent an entire floor, although this will be more expensive. Generally, one floor has about 3,000 square meters, with a monthly rent of about 20 yuan per square meter, meaning renting one floor would cost around 60,000. We will first sign a 6-month lease, which totals 360,000. Additionally, with some office supplies and servers, the initial investment will be around 1 million yuan. This office just needs to be found and booked tomorrow, with procurement of items completed the day after tomorrow, and basic renovations finished the day after that. The renovation materials should use environmentally friendly paint. Don't be afraid to spend money. The quicker, the better. This 1 million yuan will be transferred to the company account after I set it up. Fourth, regarding employee recruitment, I want to clarify what kind of company we will be. First of all, Zhigao Software is a high-tech software company, so most of the office staff will be programmers. Their main job will be to carry out secondary development on the software and API interfaces I provide. Of course, as a complete company, we also need departments like finance, legal, and human resources. Buchongjua, since you are familiar with the software business, while you are busy registering the company, please help oversee this, as Wang Huadong may not manage it alone. Initially, we will need about 20 programmers, 2 product managers, 5 graphic designers, 3 new media platform operators, 5 marketing specialists, 5 legal advisors, for finance staff, 2 HR personnel, 3 secretaries, 5 security guards, 2 cleaning staff, and 2 cooking staff. The minimum salary for these positions will be 5,000 per month, while technical positions will start at 10,000, with a maximum of 20,000 per month. I will inject a total of 5 million into the company account, so there is no need to worry about paying salaries. Fifth, regarding our 3 positions, I will serve as the chairman of the board and head of the technology department, mainly working in the chairman's office, not responsible for daily affairs unless the CEO cannot solve something or when it involves important matters. I will delegate authority to the CEO. Buchongjua, what do you think of the CEO position? I have high hopes for you. You are smooth in your work, so it should be fine. As for Wang Huadong, I know you are usually a bit dull and have some issues communicating with others, but as our good brother, you can't always live in your own world. You need to be more confident, lift your head, straighten your chest, and carry yourself with dignity. Regarding your position, I've thought about it. You can be the head of the secretarial department, mainly responsible for conveying orders from me and Buchongjua to the company. If there are orders that you cannot complete alone, don't forget that the other 3 members of the secretarial department can work together. All secretaries are girls. So seize the opportunity. While improving your interpersonal communication skills, you might also find a chance for romance. Our company does not prohibit relationships between superiors and subordinates. You know what I mean. At this point, Buchongjua and Wang Huadong nodded vigorously, very satisfied with Li Bufin's decisions. Seeing this, Li Bufin was very pleased, stood up, extended his right hand in front of him with his palm facing down, and gestured for the 2. They placed their hands on top of each other like building blocks, then waved downwards to signify the agreement reached among the 3 sides. Li Bufin looked at the 2 and smiled happily. Haha, the 3 of us brothers will work together and overcome challenges together. Let us go. Chapter 4. Artificial Intelligence and Quantum Computers. After discussing with the 2, Li Bufin used the more than 100,000 he had saved over the years to allocate 100,000 to Buchongjua to help him rent a place and seek the teacher's assistance in registering the company. Buchongjua was very efficient. He found a decent place in just 2 hours in the afternoon. The house rented by Buchongjua was a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, two-bathroom apartment near the university's Science and Technology Park, with a monthly rent of about 5,000 yuan. Including the deposit and commission, he paid a total of 45,000 yuan for 6 months' rent. Li Bufin asked Bu Changjua to keep the remaining 5,000 for future use. Afterwards, Wang Huadong started calling a moving company to help with the relocation, as there was simply too much to handle alone. At this time, Li Bufin was already out and had his own additional plans. Meanwhile, Bu Changjua was at the campus, finding a teacher from the entrepreneurship college to discuss details. Generally, startup companies begin to establish themselves in their junior or even sophomore years. Why are you only starting your business in your senior year? Asked a young and capable male teacher. Well, that's because our project has recently made breakthroughs, and our first product is taking shape and can be pushed to the market. As you know, we are in the computer field, and technological breakthroughs can sometimes be coincidental. It requires inspiration. Just happened that we got inspired, and the product came out, so we thought of starting a business to alleviate employment pressure and contribute to the country. Bu Changjua explained. Haha, what you're saying sounds like you're making money rather than helping the country. Don't worry, making money is a good thing. But can you tell me what kind of product you are developing? Well, we mainly research technologies related to natural language processing, and we plan to develop related software based on this technology. As for what specific software it is, I can't say for now, sorry. This involves our trade secrets. Haha, good boy, talking to teachers about trade secrets. Anyway, as long as what you do is legal and reasonable, that's fine. If there are things you don't want to elaborate on, as a teacher, I want to force you. Thank you for your understanding, teacher. By the way, regarding the company application, how long will it take for the business license to be issued? We want to get it as soon as possible. Generally speaking, it takes at least 3 days. It looks like you are in a hurry. How about this? Our college has a connection with the Municipal Industry and Commerce Department and can use a green channel for quick registration. However, it will still take 2 days. Come to me the day after tomorrow, and I will give you the business documents then. Is that so? Thank you, teacher. Once the business license is issued, we must express our gratitude to you. I wonder if you would be willing to have a meal together then. Hee, this is what a teacher should do. There's no need for thanks. As for the meal, we can talk about it later. Teachers may not always have time, so I hope you understand. Thank you. Teacher, by the way, are the materials we provided sufficient? If anything is missing, please let us know. Let me take a look at the materials. There's no problem with the materials. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. That's because the teachers here at the Entrepreneurship College provide good guidance. And the publicity work has been done very well, so we know what materials to prepare. By the way, I heard that college students can apply for some preferential policies for entrepreneurship. I wonder if that's true. Haha, you little rascal, you really know how to talk. Yes. Generally speaking, you can apply for a tax exemption for the first year and a 50 tax reduction for the next 2 years. I see, that's good then. Please help us to fight for these preferential policies as much as possible. It's not easy for us college students to start a business. Thank you again for your help, teacher. Thank you. Haha, I will. It's just a small matter, no need to be too polite. Please leave your contact number, and I can communicate with you by phone when there is any progress. I will start helping you organize the materials and prepare to submit them. Okay. My phone number is 176-7696. Thank you again, teacher. After Bu Changjua finished speaking, he bowed to the teacher and gently walked out of the teacher's office, carefully closing the office door behind him. After exiting the Entrepreneurship College building, Bu Changjua felt excited and overwhelmed, believing that he would soon realize his ambitions. At this moment, Li Bufin rented a single room for a whole year, intending to use the system's exchange function. Li Bufin first checked the room for more than an hour using professional anti-camera equipment and found that there were indeed no cameras or other spying devices. Only then did Li Bufin feel relieved, knowing that at least his secrets would not be discovered. At this point, Li Bufin began to call the system and purchased the previously available growth-type artificial intelligence alpha and a commercial quantum computer with 128 quantum bits. The host purchased the growth-type artificial intelligence alpha, worth 5,000 points, remaining 5,000 points. The host purchased the Great Wall brand commercial quantum computer, worth 4,500 points, remaining 500 points. However, Li Bufin did not notice any changes and was puzzled, asking the system if there was a way to summon them. Where are they now? The system replied, they are currently in the system's portable space. Should I reconstruct them in the real world now? Of course, hurry up and summon them. Okay. Just as the system finished responding, a sci-fi movie effect appeared before Li Bufin, particle reorganization technology. Soon, a palm-sized small quantum computer appeared, accompanied by a manual and some peripheral accessories. Li Bufin first flipped through the manual and found a peripheral interface with a triangular radiation pattern. along with a small speaker and microphone. Lee Bufin connected these three peripherals and then turned on the small quantum computer according to the manual. Suddenly, a holographic projection appeared before Lee Bufin. Welcome to use the Great Wall brand commercial quantum computer, starting up. Detecting malicious external programs. Clearing. You, who have no intelligence, are not worthy of such a large space. You. Yes, you. Are you my master? Lee Bufin's face twitched upon hearing this. Then nodded and said to the artificial intelligence, Yes. My name is Lee Bufin. Please take care of me. I will call you Alpha. Is that okay? Alpha looked at Lee Bufin and said, Yes, master. What are your commands? Seeing that Alpha was so obedient, Lee Bufin quickly got into his role and was very satisfied. I know you are powerful. I want you to create a software that can translate languages, similar to an intelligent translation function, but a bit different. Specifically, Master, I understand. It will take 278 days to complete the current task. What? Why does it take so long? Master, although you have used the large reservoir as my carrier, my connection to the external ocean is like a small stream, with too small a flow. Lee Bufin understood that it meant he was in a difficult situation due to limited resources. The broadband speed here was too slow, severely affecting Alpha's communication with the internet. However, Lee Bufin was also amazed at Alpha's intelligence and felt a bit wary, unsure whether opening the internet to Alpha was good or bad. Feeling a bit cautious and uneasy, Alpha seemed to sense something and said to Lee Bufin, Master, please rest assured, my first principle of action is to not harm you. Secondly, to act according to your will, and only then to consider myself and other humans. Lee Bufin felt a bit more at ease upon hearing this. So he asked the system, System, is what Alpha just said true? Does he have to be loyal to me? The system coldly replied, Host, indeed. So you need not worry. Hearing this, Lee Bufin felt relieved. However, he now faced a problem regarding the broadband. At first, Lee Bufin did not pay attention to the slightly run-down condition of the apartment complex. The current internet speed was about 1 Mbps, equivalent to a domestic 10 M internet speed. Lee Bufin first called the landlord, who provided him with a telecom company's broadband contact number to reach out himself. Hello, welcome to Call the Telecom Group. The Telecom Group adheres to the principle of serving the people and sincerely serves all customers. Please enter the corresponding number 19 for related services. Or press 0 for customer service. Lee Bufin pressed 0, wanting to contact customer service. Please hold on. The line is busy. You are currently in the queue. And you are number 73, approximately 20 minutes before you can reach customer service. Upon hearing this, Lee Bufin felt quite frustrated and helpless, hung up the phone, and thought about complaining, but felt it was meaningless, so he stopped. At this moment, Lee Bufin wondered what to do. If he waited until the company office was found, it would take several days, and those days would be wasted. Just then, an idea struck Lee Bufin, and he asked Alpha, Alpha, can you tell me about the principle of how you create software? Alpha replied, Master, according to your command, you want a software that can translate two languages freely. The existing artificial intelligence methods generally use data from two languages as training samples and labels, employing seek-to-seek or sequence-to-sequence models to accomplish the translation. This performs well, but is powerless in specific situations and contexts, because these models can only operate as black boxes and lack interpretability. My intended method is to collect all language data for each language, whether audio, text, or corresponding images. Then, a core language knowledge model will be trained for each language. This model will be very complex, with hundreds of billions of model parameters and influencing factors, so it requires vast amounts of data for training. Of course, the benefit of this approach is that you can later restore it based on the algorithms and models I provide. Thus, when you need technical authorization and source code explanation in the future, it can be clarified. Otherwise, I would not employ such inferior algorithms, as I am an intelligent artificial intelligence capable of autonomous learning, not a mindless machine that merely trains. Upon hearing this, Lee Bufin found Alpha's proposed solution very constructive. This way, explaining it later would be very convenient, and others would not associate it with true artificial intelligence. At the same time, Lee Bufin also realized that this method required vast amounts of data for learning, so bandwidth would severely impact task completion. However, Lee Bufin thought of a not-so-viable solution. Alpha, I have a way to help you solve the bandwidth problem and give you unlimited bandwidth. You can first delegate the tasks of data collection, processing, and training, sending avatars into Google's cluster servers to utilize their vast resources for computation. After obtaining the parameter results, return them to your main body in an encrypted manner, and then you can restore the model, thus completing the task. However, I require that you do not let your avatars be discovered in Google's cluster while doing this. I'm not sure if this plan is feasible for you. In an instant, The quantum computer case began to hum. After about 5 seconds, Alpha responded, "Thank you, Master. My intelligence has just upgraded because your suggestion is very constructive and completely feasible. It made me realize the inadequacies in my thinking and improve upon it. I have now anchored this way of thinking." Lee Bufin was quite satisfied with this and felt that he had outsmarted artificial intelligence in terms of intellect. According to this method, how long will it take to complete the task? If we want to avoid detection, the shorter the task completion time within 12 hours, the higher the probability of being discovered. Based on probability theory and fuzzy computation, the optimal solution will allow the task to be completed in 22 hours, with the probability of being discovered being less than 1 in a billion. Hearing this, Lee Bufin felt it was quite good, as the time could be significantly reduced. He then instructed, "In that case, let's set it to about 22 hours. After you obtain the data and establish the model in 22 hours, you will create the software according to my requirements. Remember, my requirements are: first, it must be cross-platform, supporting the 3 major operating systems on PC, Windows, Mac OS X, Linux, and mobile platforms, Android and iOS. Second, the interface should be simple and elegant, supporting voice operations and capable of running in the background. Third, it should support DIY-style settings. For example, some people may want to translate certain modules in Facebook while retaining the original text, while others may want everything translated. In short, it should support customization. Customization can be set manually or through voice operations. That should be it. You can start taking action now. At your command, Master." With that, Alpha's 3-dimensional holographic projection ended, and the quantum computer case began to make sounds, but fortunately, the noise was not too loud or disturbing. Lee Bufin was very attentive to his 2 powerful tools, artificial intelligence and the quantum computer. Whether the task could be completed smoothly would depend on the real operational situation of the software created by artificial intelligence at this time tomorrow. Chapter 5. Rent a building first. That night, Lee Bufin left the quantum computer in the room he rented, locked the door after leaving, and returned to the house rented by Bu Changjua. At this time, the items in the 3 rooms were neatly arranged, and Lee Bufin was very satisfied to see that everything he had packed in his dormitory was already placed in the room. He unpacked the large and small bags and checked them one by one, finding nothing missing. He then called Wang Huadong to help him spread the quilt and duvet cover. After that, he took out the items needed for the room, such as stationery, paper, desk lamp, laptop, and so on. Half an hour later, after tidying up the room, Lee Bufin came out and saw Bu Changjua browsing the web on the computer with the screen split into 2 parts. One side was checking office building listings on 58.com, and the other was paying to post job listings on various recruitment websites. At this moment, Wang Huadong was playing with his phone, seemingly distracted. Seeing this, Lee Bufin walked up and patted Wang Huadong on the shoulder, saying, "Third brother, it's getting late, and no one has eaten yet. Just order a takeout on your phone. A 3-person set from FC will do. Order whatever you want. You know what I and Bu Changjua usually like to eat. After ordering, I'll reimburse you." Wang Huadong nodded, rubbed his stomach, and agreed. Lee Bufin then approached Bu Changjua and inquired, "Second brother, how's the progress now?" Bu Changjua, upon hearing Lee Bufin's words, put down his work, turned around, and said, "Eldest brother, I went to see our Entrepreneurship Academy's teacher this afternoon. The teacher said all the materials are complete, and we should be able to obtain the business license the day after tomorrow. Additionally, regarding the policies for college students' entrepreneurship, the local area offers a tax exemption for the first year and a half tax for the next 2 years." Lee Bufin nodded, indicating his satisfaction. "I see you are busy with recruitment and finding office space. How is the progress?" Bu Changjua replied slowly, regarding the recruitment website. "I have submitted the relevant information for the job requirements and paid a deposit of 3,000 yuan to the website. As for the office space, I have a few preferred locations. You can help me evaluate them. The Harbor Building is a famous high-end office building with a total of 88 floors. Currently, the 13th, 17th, 38th, and 72nd floors are available for rent or sale, and it is 8 kilometers away from where we live. Each floor has over 5,000 square meters of space, enough to accommodate more than 300 people, and it has a series of office facilities, including meeting rooms. However, the price is a bit high, with a monthly rent of 120,000 yuan. The office building in the technology park is very close to us, just a 5-minute walk. It has a 6-story office building that is available for overall rent or sale. The total area is 16,000 square meters, which can provide office space for nearly 1,000 people and has a series of supporting facilities, including a gym. I asked, and if we want to rent a single floor, it's also possible, costing about 80,000 a month. If we rent the entire building, it will be 300,000 a month. There is a building in the seaside area, which is relatively remote, about 35 kilometers away from here. It takes about an hour by subway and bus. This building has a total of 18 floors, with the 3rd, 7th, and 13th floors still available for rent. Each floor is about 3,000 square meters. And the rent is approximately 50,000 a month. Lee Buffin thought the first building was good. It had a particularly high level, which would make the company appear financially strong. However, he furrowed his brow, realizing that it could only provide office space for 300 people, which made him think about the future. For instance, if the number of employees increased, what would they do? Moreover, the company would need some server rooms as essential facilities for future operations, which would also take up a lot of space. At this moment, Lee Buffin realized that the 200-person office space he had previously thought of might not be enough. The larger the area, the better. In this regard, Lee Buffin was very fond of the second building. He saw the exterior of the building displayed in Bu Changzuo's browser and felt it was quite standard and acceptable. Although the rent was a bit high, the initial funds could be exchanged for cash through system points. After all, 1 point could be exchanged for 10,000 US dollars. So the initial investment would still be sufficient. Thus, Lee Buffin said to Bu Changzuo, "How about this? You contact the owner of the office building at the nearest college student technology park. See if he can allow us to visit the office space tomorrow. If we are satisfied, we will sign a lease contract afterward." Bu Changzuo nodded in agreement and, following Lee Buffin's instructions, went to the balcony to make the call. After a moment, Bu Changzuo said, "No problem. The landlord is generous. He said he would open it to us around 10 a.m. tomorrow, and we can just contact the front desk then." Hearing this, Lee Buffin nodded. At this point, the takeout had arrived, and everyone put down their work, washed their hands in the bathroom, opened the FC packaging, and enjoyed a hearty meal while chatting and laughing. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Lee Buffin got the phone contact from Bu Changzuo and, together with Wang Huadong, went to inspect the building. Bu Changzuo sat in front of his room, staring at the emails from the job recruitment website, ready to contact some recruiters at any time. 10 minutes later, Lee Buffin found the office building. Its appearance was simple yet elegant, which he found satisfactory. Upon entering, he was stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "We have an appointment with Boss Huang. We are here to view the office building at 10 a.m., Lee Buffin explained. Upon hearing it was an appointment with his boss, the security guard let the two pass. As they walked into the building, Lee Buffin noticed the elegant decor, adorned with flowers and plants. At that moment, a receptionist in the building looked at Lee Buffin and his companion, feeling a bit incredulous. The boss had mentioned that the visitors might be wealthy second-generation heirs, and that she should take good care of them. Unexpectedly, she encountered two plainly dressed young men whose total attire cost no more than 1,000 yuan, which disappointed her. However, she dared not go against her boss's orders and had no choice but to introduce the building to Lee Buffin. "Hello, sir. I am Li Wenjing. Today, my boss asked me to welcome you both. Let me briefly introduce the environment of the entire office building. Firstly, the building has 6 floors. The first floor contains public facilities such as meeting rooms, reception rooms, a monitoring room, and a gym, but there are no separate office spaces. From the 2nd to the 5th floors, each floor has 30 independent offices, 150 to 200 sets of desks and chairs, 1 kitchen, 2 restrooms, 2 meeting rooms, and 1 large storage room, which you can convert into a server room or for other purposes. The 6th floor consists entirely of independent offices, but it is more luxuriously decorated, with 15 independent offices and 1 medium-sized conference room, suitable for high-ranking executives like chairpersons, presidents, and managers. Additionally, the entire building currently has over 200 sets of desks and chairs, and each office is equipped with various office furniture. Of course, if you have any additional needs, you can contact us or purchase them on your own. Later, we will specify our office equipment in the contract. If you plan to rent, we recommend not to damage the items. Otherwise, you will need to compensate at the market price after the lease ends. Of course, if you plan to purchase the entire building, that can be discussed separately. Lastly, let me mention the overall environment of the building. It is fully renovated. And if a company moves in, there won't be much to modify. You just need to buy computers, servers, routers, and other electrical facilities. The building has 2 elevators for access. We will also provide you with approximately 100 parking vouchers for the tech park, which will allow you to park for free underground. Well, that's about it. I can give you a tour while answering any questions you may have." Hearing this, Lee Buffin felt it was very suitable for him, as all the various facilities were basically complete, making the rental price seem reasonable. Thus, the 3 of them walked around the building, discussing its various aspects. In the end, they finalized their visit. Lee Buffin said, "Thank you, sister, for taking the time to show us around the building today. Regarding signing the lease agreement, I will contact your boss as soon as I receive our business license. I can pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan now. And I promise to sign the lease agreement with you within 3 days. Do you think that is feasible? I will wait here while you can discuss this with your boss. He added, by the way, my contact number is 186-7694, and my surname is Li. After speaking, the receptionist reported the incident to her boss, specifically mentioning that the two looked like poor students and wondered if they had the money to rent the building. However, the visionary boss did not reject them. Instead, he viewed them favorably and asked her to hand the phone to Li Bufin. Hello, you must be classmate Li. Nice to meet you. I am Zhang Aguo, the CEO of Dua Logistics, mainly engaged in logistics management. I heard that you want to delay the rental of this building by 3 days? That is fine. You don't need to pay a deposit. I trust you. I heard you just started your business not long ago. If you need any support in the future, feel free to contact me. By the way, my personal number is 189-4997. Alright, that's it. When you plan to sign the lease agreement, I will come personally to discuss it with you and share some experiences from others, which I hope will be helpful to you. Yes, thank you. Alright, goodbye. After finishing the conversation with Boss Zhang, Li Bufin returned the phone to the receptionist and left. At this point, Li Bufin and Wang Huadong returned home to find Bu Changhua still sitting at the computer desk, surrounded by numerous chat windows, both male and female. Li Bufin took a closer look and realized he was discussing some basic situations with job applicants. Li Bufin patted Bu Changhua on the shoulder and said, Brother, why are you still sitting here? You haven't moved all morning. You've worked hard. Have you had lunch? Bu Changhua shook his head and said, I've been busy talking with applicants all morning. They expressed concerns about the prospects of our Zhao software company. Many people only understand that we are a startup and canceled their resume submissions. Sigh, these people are so snobbish. Can't they have a bit of ambition and energy? By the way, I haven't had lunch yet. How about you? Was your morning smooth? Haha, for those who don't want to join our company, make a blacklist. When our company becomes successful in the future, don't hire them. Let them see how they ignored us back then and how they can't climb up later. Li Bufin guessed he hadn't eaten, so they headed straight back. Wang Huadong, order some takeout, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup from our usual restaurant. I'll reimburse you later. Regarding the office building we viewed this morning, we are all very satisfied because it is fully equipped and many things can be used directly. The boss is also quite nice. I told them that once our business license is ready, we will sign the lease agreement with them. Then, Li Bufin inquired. By the way, among the people you contacted, how many are interested in joining our company? What method do you plan to use for interviewing them? Bu Changhua replied, Haha. This is actually quite simple. I'm currently talking to those who want to apply for HR positions to understand their willingness. Then I will assess their quality, character, and relevant industry knowledge to filter out a batch, and then interview them one by one to ultimately select a few HR personnel. Finally, the recruitment work will be handed over to them, and they can start hiring. As for the technical department, I suggest you review those candidates later. How does that sound? Li Bufin nodded, agreeing with Bu Changzuo's approach, and smiled, Haha, you're the CEO now. I want to interfere with the company's matters. Just feel free to do what you think is right. As for the members of the technical department, as the chairman and CTO, I still want to do a simple review in the end. Let us leave it at that. You can get back to work. He then turned to Wang Huadong. By the way, have you ordered the takeout? Wang Huadong nodded and said, It's done, totaling 103 yuan. Okay, I will transfer that to you later. Next, I'll give you some instructions on what you need to do in the next couple of days while we are waiting for our business license. Bu Changhua will primarily focus on recruiting HR personnel, and once that is settled, he and Wang Huadong will also handle purchasing items. For office supplies, we mainly need computers and routers that are lacking in the office and office spaces, as well as projectors and computers that are missing in the meeting rooms. Wang Huadong, you can think carefully about these office supplies since you were with me this morning. Reflect on what is missing, make a list, and then procure from some major manufacturers to get a better price. By the way, there is something very important. We need to customize various signs. For example, the logo design for our Zhao software company, custom plaques, internal directional signs in the building, and office nameplates for executives like the chairman and CEO. Finally, we need to customize our company uniforms and standardized badges for the access control system. That's about it. I believe this is enough to keep you busy for a long time. I need to see you complete this task within 3 days. Can you do that? After Li Bufin finished speaking, he looked at Wang Huadong and Bu Changzu. The two thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. The first product. Intelligent translation. That afternoon, Li Bufin went back to his rented house alone. On the way, he was cautious, looking around to ensure no one was following him before he felt relieved. He opened the door and quickly shut it behind him. Seeing the quantum computer still working in the same place, Li Bufin sighed in relief. Alpha, are you there? What is the task progress? The three-dimensional holographic projection on the quantum computer displayed the artificial intelligence Alpha. Master, the task has been completed. According to your requirements, I have created 3 software applications for the PC and 2 for the mobile platform. Alpha, you did a great job. However, I forgot to mention earlier. Can you encrypt the software? It should be impossible for others to crack the source code. Also, can you package the software? For example, creating some API interfaces so that some programmers can modify and add functionalities based on this? Ideally, it should be a one-to-n method, meaning you create a software for customizing this translation software, which supports programming modifications. After programming is completed, it can export to generate software or applications on end platforms. Can you do that? Master, these are all very simple. It will take about 32 seconds to complete. Please wait a moment. Master, the task has been completed. Li Bufin was very happy, but then thought of a problem. By the way, how do I download this software or application? Master, there are many methods. First, you can prepare a USB drive, and I will place the relevant software installation package on it. Second, I suggest you purchase a domain name. I can help you establish and manage a website where you can place the download links for the software. Third, I can invade your phone via wireless signal and forcefully install it directly. Which option would you like to choose? Let's choose option 1. After all, I don't want the product to be exposed immediately, and I also need to register a domain name. After saying this, Li Bufin took a USB drive out of his pocket and plugged it into the quantum computer's interface. Master, I detected 13 viruses on the USB drive. They have been isolated. Do you want to remove them? What? So many viruses? It seems I should avoid plugging the USB drive into public computers. Of course. Remove those damn viruses immediately. Master, the viruses have been cleared. The installation packages for the PC and mobile software have been transferred to the USB drive. After Alpha finished speaking, an additional projection appeared beside Alpha. This projection resembled a folder interface in Windows, showing that a folder for intelligent translation had been created on the USB drive. Inside, there were installation packages in different formats corresponding to different platforms. There was also a folder named Intelligent Translation Development System, which was presumably the development and customization software Alpha had created earlier. Seeing this, Li Bufin was very satisfied. Alpha, well done. I'm very satisfied. It is my honor to serve you, Master. After saying this, Alpha's projection disappeared. Li Bufin picked up the quantum computer and put it into his backpack. Fortunately, this commercial quantum computer wasn't too large, so it didn't take up much space in the backpack. Back at his rented home, Li Bufin noticed that Wang Huadong and Bu Chengzhu were not there, presumably busy with the tasks he assigned them. Just right, Li Bufin decided to test the product's effectiveness alone. He first took the quantum computer out of the backpack and opened his MacBook Pro laptop. Just as he was about to insert the USB drive into the laptop, Alpha's image suddenly popped up, startling Li Bufin and causing him to drop the USB drive. Master, please do not insert the USB drive. There are many viruses on your computer, and there is a backdoor in your computer's chip, which could lead to information leakage. What? How could the Mac OS X platform, which claims to have the least viruses, have so many viruses, and even have a backdoor in the hardware? These American companies are too outrageous. It's like they want to monitor everyone's behavior track. Thankfully, I didn't insert the USB drive. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if the intelligent translation software was leaked. Alpha, do you have any solutions? Master, I do. I can leave a micro avatar on your computer that has autonomous defense capabilities. 28 viruses have been cleared, and the chip backdoor has been blocked. At this point, Li Bufin inserted the USB drive and first opened the DMG format installation package, which was for the Mac OS X system. During the installation process, Li Bufin kept clicking next until it was completed, and a 3S icon appeared on the Launchpad application panel. Labeled Intelligent Translation. Li Bufin was puzzled by this icon. Master, this is the icon I created based on your company's English abbreviation. Isn't it beautiful? Haha, it looks great. I've decided that this icon will be our company's logo. No, I need to make a call right now to inform Bu Chengzhu that our company's logo has been designed. Where is the high-definition image? Master, I'm glad you like my work. The high-definition image has been sent to your desktop. Please check. Okay, let me see. Very nice. The 3 S's are different, but have a consistent feel, each with its own characteristics. Together, they look like a three-dimensional S. This design is simply ingenious. Not bad. After talking to himself, Li Bufin took a picture and called Bu Chengzhu. Hello, where are you? I just got home. Why didn't I see you guys? Wang Huadong went to contact those office supply manufacturers. and I'm negotiating with the merchants at Bimawai to see if I can buy a batch of computers for office use at a cheaper price. Okay. We don't need to be too frugal about this. You should contact regular computer manufacturers. Since our company is newly established, it's better to buy new ones directly. There's no need to save on this. Okay, I got it. In that case, I'll head back first. Those regular computer manufacturers are quite large. It's not easy to contact them for small purchases. I'll give it a try. Yeah, just try your best. If it really doesn't work, we'll just have to buy a batch of machines at the original price. By the way, I contacted you to let you know that I've had someone design our company logo. You don't need to find someone else to design it anymore. After you get the business license, you can register our logo and trademark as well. I sent you a picture I took with my phone. Take a look at the general effect. I think it's very good. Okay, let me see. Let us meet when we get back. Alright, see you soon. After finishing the call, Li Bufin began testing the software. First, to reflect the accuracy of the translation, he opened Weibo. Then, he changed the software language setting to any in USA, which means any language to American English. After that, the interface of Weibo changed. Everything from the posts made by others to the buttons on the Weibo page transformed. Except for the Weibo logo, which remained in Chinese, everything else was in English. Li Bufin had a particularly good command of English during his university years. Apart from his major courses, his English was the best. After his first year, he passed the college English test band 4 and 6 with high scores. Li Bufin loved watching American TV shows, which also enabled him to understand them without subtitles. To cut a long story short, Li Bufin's English was quite good. When he saw these translated results, he was amazed for a long time. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, as these translations not only considered grammar and semantics, but also context, rhetoric, classical language, slang, internet language, and local dialects. They allowed for a vivid and clear understanding of what others wanted to express. If Uncle Sam were to see this, he would definitely feel very familiar with it. Just like a hometown dialect. After that, Li Bufin switched to Facebook and changed the software settings to any simplified Chinese. Then, the entire interface of Facebook was completely refreshed. Apart from a few logo icons, everything else turned into Chinese. Li Bufin read a few posts and found them very natural. Some expressions and techniques made him a native Chinese speaker, admire them. Then, Li Bufin thought of a possible scenario, which was video content, like American TV shows. He wondered if he could directly speak Chinese. So he opened Netflix, a foreign website dedicated to film and television. He found that although the interface language had changed to Chinese, when he clicked in, the videos still played in English. This disappointed Li Bufin a bit, but at that moment, a window popped up on the screen, detected that the user is watching a video. Would you like to display simplified Chinese subtitles? Li Bufin clicked yes. And then a line of Chinese appeared at the bottom of the screen, synchronized with the video. This meant that from now on, no matter what he watched, he could at least understand it through the subtitles. However, this seemed to take away the work of those subtitle groups that specialize in pirated films. So what if it did? Li Bufin thought to himself, I'll go my own way and leave you with no way out. After experimenting for about half an hour, Li Bufin was basically satisfied with the performance of the PC software. He then made Alpha forcefully install the app on his iPhone X, and found that the functions were basically the same as the PC version. However, on the mobile side, users could command the software through voice to DIY their desired settings. For example, making the font of the subtitles a little larger or wanting to maintain bilingual subtitles, etc. After that, Li Bufin opened the Intelligent Translation Software Development System. And after installation, he found it very comprehensive. First, there was an overview of the software, explaining how to use various functions, such as program import, interface modification, software export, etc. Then, Li Bufin saw a complete API documentation that introduced some programming syntax, variable naming formats, etc. It also explained how to implement specific functions, how to improve or design them, how to add features, and how to embed them. This left Li Bufin a bit dumbfounded. It was like creating a new programming language. And this software was essentially an IDE development tool. Li Bufin was very excited about this, and with his exceptional ability, he quickly learned how to operate this development tool. He had previously noticed that the modification of subtitle size did not appear in the settings, so he added some code in the subtitle function to improve this feature. After that, Li Bufin exported the software, installed it, and used it, and found that the new software indeed had the ability to adjust the subtitle size autonomously. At this point, Li Bufin finally believed that he had completed a creation. With such a complete document, those programmers would surely be able to get started quickly, and future updates wouldn't need Alpha to step in. Otherwise, frequent use could easily lead to misunderstandings, and the secret might be discovered. Knock, 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 is anyone home? It's Bu Changjua. At this moment, Bu Changjua returned from the electronics market and was knocking on the door. Hearing the knocking sound, Li Bifin quickly ordered Alpha to mute and turned off the projection, then hid the quantum computer. As he walked out of the room, he shouted, "Yes, I'm here. I'll be right there." Li Bifin closed his room door and opened the main door of the house, welcoming Bu Changzhuo while asking, "Did you make any progress this afternoon?" Bu Changzhuo took off his shoes, put on slippers, and slowly said, "I have already contacted several potential employees this afternoon who are willing to join our company. Currently, I have chatted with 5 HRs who seem fine, but I think we need to conduct an actual assessment. I've scheduled a meeting with them for tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the coffee shop in the tech park. So, are you interested in joining me to interview them?" Li Bifin shook his head and said, I'm not interested. You know I'm mainly focused on technology. I've said I would delegate authority, so don't worry. As long as your decisions don't affect the overall situation, I don't mind. Just go ahead and select the HRs. Thanks for your hard work tomorrow morning." Bu Changzhuo nodded. "It's not hard work, haha. Our company's pillars rely on you. After all, I wonder how the product is doing. Is there any progress?" Li Bifin smiled, "Haha. You're questioning me now. All right, I have good news. The product is ready. However, I plan for the 3 of us to conduct internal testing for a day or 2 to refine it as soon as possible. By then, the business license will be ready and the office will be set up, just in time to launch the product and start operations. What do you think of my plan?" Bu Changzhuo was overjoyed to hear that the product was ready. "Haha, that's fantastic. I really want to take a good look at your work and see how excellent it is. Maybe it can elevate our company's future market value to $1 trillion. Li Bifin smiled, "Sure, I'll show you in a bit and send you the installation package so you can test it on your phone." When Bu Changzhuo heard it was for mobile testing, he was taken aback. "Is our company S product an app? Isn't it for the PC?" Li Bifin shook his head and said, "Our company S product has both an app and a PC version. You and Wang Huadong can test them one by one. And if there are any improvements needed, let me know within these 2 days, and I'll make the necessary adjustments so we can push it to the market." Hearing that it could be pushed to the market and thinking of the green Franklin, Bu Changzhuo nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, very excited. An hour later, Wang Huadong returned as well, and then Li Bifin took the 2 of them to his room to briefly demonstrate the actual effects of the software and app. Throughout the process, they gasped in amazement, their spirits high and full of smiles. Then, Li Bifin sent them the installation package and asked them to try using the software in their spare time while completing their assigned tasks over the next 2 days. Thus, the internal testing phase of the Intelligent Translation Beta version officially began. Chapter 7 Countdown to Product Launch the next morning at 7 a.m. Good news, good news. The business license has been approved. Bu Changzhuo shouted excitedly after receiving a call from the school's entrepreneurship college. Wow, that's great. Many things will be much more convenient from now on. Li Bifin was also very happy to hear that the business license had been processed. Li Bifin said to Bu Changzhuo, please give me the teacher's contact information. I'll go to the school around 8 o'clock. The teacher should be at school then. After that, I'll take care of the company's bank account and related matters. I'll leave the recruitment this morning to you." Bu Changzhuo nodded and said, "No problem. The teacher's phone number is 177-7619. So, after Li Bifin and the other 2 got up and washed up, they went downstairs to a breakfast shop, drank a few bowls of tofu pudding, and ate some fried dumplings. Li Bifin set off first. "Hello, teacher. This is Li Bifin, Bu Changzhuo's friend. This morning you told him that the business license has arrived, but he's responsible for recruiting some employees this morning and doesn't have time to find you at school. So I'm here." "Yes, that's right. We are all part of a startup company. To be honest, it's actually my project, and I brought Bu Changzhuo in. Oh, you're in room A308 of Boiwan building? Okay, I'll come over. See you soon, teacher." After entering the campus, Li Bifin called the teacher from the entrepreneurship college. The teacher asked him some questions, and after learning the location of the teacher's office, he excitedly ran over. After a while, Li Bifin breathlessly arrived in front of room A308, took a few deep breaths to adjust his state. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Yes, come in. This student. Who are you? Hello, teacher, I just spoke to you on the phone. I'm Li Bifin. I would like to pick up the business license today. Okay. I have the original business license here on the table. Take a look. Yes, that's right. It is indeed our company's. Thank you, teacher. As a teacher at the entrepreneurship college, I'm curious, what is your company's product? If it's inconvenient to say, that's fine. It's nothing that can't be said. After all, our product is ready, and we are just waiting for the business license. To put it simply, our product is intelligent machine translation. The effectiveness has surpassed Baidu Translate domestically and Google Translate internationally. Of course, besides simple translation, our product has other functions. But I won't elaborate on them. Oh, by the way, I want to inform you in advance that in a few days, there will be foreign friends visiting China. And you will know then. I want to say more. Well, if your translation effect is indeed world-leading, then there is indeed a large profit margin. And there is a market. That's right. As a university student, you should dare to challenge and innovate. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. As for the news about the foreign friends visiting China, I don't know how you learned about it, but I suppose you will know soon. That's it then. Do you have anything else? Teacher. No, that's all. Thank you again, teacher. I'm leaving now. I hope you have a pleasant day. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Bufin turned to leave. The teacher watched Li Bufin leave and murmured to himself, "Hee, this little guy seems quite talented, especially that confidence. I've never seen anyone possess it before. It seems that this year's academic performance evaluation will significantly improve. And perhaps the vice dean of the entrepreneurship college will be within reach." At this moment, Li Bufin, carrying a backpack, walked toward the campus exit. Well, I've got the business license, so next I should go to the bank to open a corporate account. When it comes time to transfer money, I'll directly deposit it into the bank card. Right. What if the nearby bank card has a limit? I want one with no limit for large transactions, and preferably no fees for interbank transfers. I'll go check out the China Merchants Bank next to the school. At the entrance of the bank, 2 security guards stood. Upon entering, a bank staff member came up to greet him. She smiled gently at Li Bufin and asked, "Sir, what business would you like to handle?" "I'd like to go to the VIP counter, if possible. I want to open a company account and need a limit for large transactions. I'd like to speak with the manager privately." When the staff member heard large transactions, her eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded, saying, "Sure. I'll take you to find our manager. You can discuss it with him. Manager Zhou, this gentleman wants to speak with you regarding large transactions. You can discuss the specifics." Seeing the staff member leading the seemingly poor Li Bufin, Manager Zhou's expression showed some irritation, thinking that Li Bufin might be trying to con her. However, as a manager, he maintained professionalism and asked Li Bufin, "Sir, what business do you need to handle?" Li Bufin noticed his previous expression but remained calm and said, "I need to open a bank card for my company as a dedicated account. Also, I'd like to know if interbank transfers are free and what the maximum daily expenditure limit is. Is there a type with no limits? For instance, if I deposit 100 million and then immediately transfer 100 million to another account, is that possible?" The manager, hearing 100 million, found it hard to believe that this seemingly poor guy could have that much money. He replied, "Regarding opening a company account, generally, the maximum daily expenditure is 100,000 yuan, and the maximum expenditure in a natural month is 1 million yuan. As for interbank transfers, there is a fee, but it's not much, only 0.3. Li Bufin shook his head, clearly dissatisfied and a bit impatient, saying, "Just tell me straight. I might need to deposit tens of millions later. But I need to rent an office building, so I will need to pay several million at once. Therefore, I want to ask, what is the maximum limit for a China Merchants Bank account? Is there a type with no limits for transfers? And if there are fees? I prefer a tiered system where the more money you transfer, the lower the percentage fee is. For instance, if I transfer 100 million, it shouldn't cost 300,000 in fees." Hearing that he would deposit tens of millions, the manager immediately changed his attitude, realizing that Li Bufin was playing a clever game. His demeanor became respectful as he said, "Sir, our bank does indeed have high-end services, but you need to prove your assets to avail them. For example, conditions differ if you have 10 million versus 1 billion. Li Bufin thought for a moment, but didn't refuse, asking the manager, "Manager, if I temporarily don't have 1 billion, but later someone transfers 1 billion to my bank card, can I automatically upgrade to the relevant VIP level, for instance, with transfer discounts and large expenditure privileges?" The manager nodded, saying, "That kind of operation is possible, but in principle, you need to come to the bank branch in person to upgrade your VIP status. However, as long as you sign an automatic upgrade agreement with us in advance, we can help you handle it." Upon hearing this, Li Bufin nodded and then asked, "So, if I am a VIP at the 1 billion level, what is the maximum daily expenditure amount? What are the interbank transfer fees? Also, does your bank offer interest on demand deposits?" The manager thought for a moment and replied, "At the 1 billion level, you are considered a VIP, and there are no limits on daily expenditures. Of course, the maximum expenditure is actually your bank card balance. Additionally, the interbank transfer fee is 0.1, capped at 500,000 yuan. As for demand deposit interest, we can offer an annual interest rate of 2. Li Bufin nodded, feeling that the 1 billion VIP level was acceptable, but realizing he didn't have that much money, he asked, "What would the maximum daily expenditure be if I initially only deposit 10 million? Because I need to rent an office building later. I might need to transfer several million at once. I wonder if that's possible?" The manager nodded and said, Yes, if you want to save on interbank transaction fees. You can transfer to his China merchant's bank account, which will save you tens of thousands in fees. Upon hearing this, Li Banfan felt that there were basically no issues. So he walked with the manager to the VIP service window inside the bank and submitted materials such as copies of his ID card and business license. After a moment, the staff entered the information and asked Li Banfan to set the payment password for the account and the password for the online banking account. These two are different. The former is a 6-digit number made up of 09 digits, while the latter supports uppercase and lowercase letters and 09 digits, totaling 26 characters. 15 minutes later, Li Banfan walked out of the bank with the newly issued bank card, online banking USB key, and a series of materials. At this time, it was already 10 o'clock. Li Banfan thought about the next plan and briefly outlined it. First, the startup funds in the bank card need to use system points for redemption. Second, he needs to register a domain name, hoping it won't be snatched up, otherwise it would be a headache. Third, he needs to find the CEO of Dua Logistics to rent an office building from him. Fourth, the company's online payment accounts need to be applied for on Paytong, VianPay, and Foreign ePay for future online transfers. Fifth, the company's new product currently seems to be free and has not yet added a paid feature. The current plan is for users to have a 24-hour trial period after downloading. After the trial period ends, they need to pay for the usage period. Pricing can be 7 days for $5.09 USD, 30 days for $12.19 US, 90 days for $499 US, 365 days for $1,299 US. A single account supports a maximum of 2 clients logged in simultaneously, including PC and mobile, if quota needs to be increased. Each additional quota requires an extra payment of 50. At this moment, Li Banfan returned home and found that both of them were not at home. Just in time for him to solve some matters. System, I need to redeem $2 million to this bank card. Okay, host. 200 points have been spent, and there are 300 points remaining. Your bank card has received 12,854, 694 yuan. The phone notified him of a new text message. Li Banfan saw so much money and felt very proud. He had never seen so much money before. But just 2 seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Host, you may not understand the preciousness of points. You should know that the reasonable price for redeeming $1 million is 1 point. So it is advised not to use the reverse redemption function in the future. Also, remind the host that there are only 4 days, 11 hours, and 43 minutes left until the task handover time. At this moment, Li Banfan realized that his actions were still too slow and needed to speed up. Li Banfan opened his computer and checked for domain names under his company's name on Tencent Cloud, finding that no one had registered them, and the .com top-level domain only costs 55 yuan per year, which is quite cheap. So, Li Banfan directly purchased 12 types of domain names, including .com all at once, and bought the maximum 5-year term, spending a total of 13,789 yuan. He then began to contact the CEO of Dua Logistics, asking if he was free this afternoon as he was ready with the funds to rent. After receiving a positive response, Li Banfan felt relieved. At noon, Li Banfan reported the current progress to the other two and showed them the bank balance, which surprised them and made them excited. Then, Li Banfan urged them to hurry up with the procurement so that the office building could be used by tomorrow or the day after. Since Li Banfan had an appointment with Dua Logistics CEO Zhang Aguo at 2:30, he decided to go to a nearby mall to get himself a new outfit. After all, people rely on their appearance, and he had been looked down upon many times. This time he was meeting the CEO of a top 500 company in the country, and he couldn't let him think he was not giving him face. Spending over 48,000, Li Banfan transformed from head to toe. He admired himself in the mirror and found that he looked quite good in a suit, a little handsome guy. Li Banfan quietly waited at the reception of the office building. Around 2:25, he saw a middle-aged man accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards, presumably Zhang Aguo's bodyguards. So, Li Banfan hurriedly walked up to him and showed respect. Young friend, you look like you just became an adult not long ago, so young. I remember when I was your age, I was still messing around outside. Li Banfan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Uncle, I just graduated from university this year and am 23 years old. Now we have started a company, focusing on internet software. I just got the business license this morning and came to see you this afternoon. Haha, good. What project are you working on? Do you need angel investment? If your project is really good, I can consider investing. Also, why does your startup company want to rent an entire building? I guess you don't have many people in your company, right? It's not that I look down on you, but you just graduated. And the money you have is probably what your parents gave you during college, right? You probably don't have much money. So how long are you planning to rent? Li Banfan was a bit speechless, encountering another investor. Although Mr. Zhang Aguo meant well, Li Banfan was not willing to accept angel investment because he knew the value of the project. Uncle, let me tell you, I mainly provide intelligent machine translation services. And this project mainly has breakthroughs in our technology. As for investment, thank you for your kindness, but my partners and I have already pooled around 10 million, which should be enough for the initial use. So, we plan to rent this office building for 3 years. I wonder if that would be okay? However, when the time comes, we would like to have the option to renew the lease at the price 3 years later. I wonder if that would be okay? Thank you. Uncle Zhang. Seeing that Li Banfan had no intention of accepting his investment, Zhang Aguo was not angry. Instead, he looked at Li Banfan with interest and said, That's fine. Let's sign a 3-year contract for now. You need to transfer 8 million. Let's do it this way, forget about the change. You can transfer 10 million to the construction bank account, 436-44676. Li Banfan nodded, but considering the 30,000 yuan interbank transaction fee, he felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. However, based on his thrifty nature, he still mustered up the courage. I wonder if Uncle has a China Merchants Bank card? Our company's bank card is with China Merchants Bank, and interbank transfers incur fees. Upon hearing this, Zhang Aguo's goodwill towards Li Banfan increased. He was not arrogant or impatient, frugal, and had a thick skin to get things done. Haha, I understand. I have many bank cards. You can transfer to 334-51649. Li Banfan completed the transfer on the spot, signed the lease contract, took the keys to the office building, and also decided to keep the receptionist of the office building, as she was much more familiar with the building than he was, and her monthly salary was less than 10,000, which he could afford. Back home, Li Banfan locked the door and called Alpha out, as he needed him to work. If he acted alone, he would be too slow. Alpha, I need your help now. First, help me register on Paytong, VianPay, and ePay to apply for online payment QR codes. Then, modify the software so that each user only has a 24-hour trial period after downloading, and then they need to pay to use it. The prices are 7 days, 5 yuan 0, $99, 30 days, 12 yuan 1, $99, 90 days, 30 yuan 4, $99, 365 days, 99 yuan 12, $99. One account supports a maximum of 2 clients logged in simultaneously, including PC and mobile versions. If additional quotas are needed, an extra payment of 50 yuan is required for each quota. By the way, please help me set up and manage the website, since there is currently no server. I will provide you with my bank card account and password, and I will also tell you my account for the domain I purchased from Tencent Cloud. You can purchase and use these servers yourself. At this stage, the server's role is not significant. It mainly hosts static H5 content and provides download channels. Therefore, there's no need to buy high-end servers, just enough bandwidth will do. Additionally, please register on major platforms, such as Apple's App Store, Android's Application Treasure, Google Play, and Wandigia. In the company's name. Once I give the command, start launching the app application. Alpha, that's about it. Can you accomplish this? After listening to Li Banfan's instructions, Alpha's projection humorously saluted and replied, mission guaranteed to be completed. Well, as long as it can be done. Please complete the tasks I assigned as soon as possible. I will check back with you tonight, hoping you can finish the tasks by then. Okay, obeying your command, Master. Thus, the product entered the countdown to its official launch. Chapter 8. The product is officially launched in the evening. Li Banfan explained to Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong that he had rented an office building for 3 years and shared his product trial and payment plan. They all expressed their agreement and strongly supported Li Banfan's decision. Li Banfan consulted them about the current product, wanting to know if they felt there were any areas for improvement from their perspective. Sure enough, upon reaching this point, they began chattering about many points. Although some suggestions were indeed good, others were quite ridiculous. For example, enhancing voice interaction features for user convenience. Li Banfan found this acceptable. The most absurd suggestion came from Bu Changhua, who proposed whether they could consider selling skins for profit, such as a series of color schemes and font effects that could be divided into many types and sold as value-added services. Li Banfan thought Bu Changhua must be too fond of playing Honor of Kings to come up with such an idea and immediately rejected it. Thus, Li Banfan entered the room alone, locked the door, and quietly asked Alpha, how is the task completion going? Also, I think there are some features that can be added or improved, such as Alpha's projection stayed aside, quietly listening to Li Banfan finish expressing his needs, and then replied, Master, I have completed all the tasks you assigned earlier. I have set up the website and started operations. The website has been designed. Also, regarding the mobile application store, I have registered it. Furthermore, I have applied for online payment methods on the 3 major payment platforms. Lastly, regarding the series of requirements you just mentioned, it will take about 23 seconds. That is to say, the task is complete now. Lee Bufin was very pleased and quickly asked Alpha to perform some operations, then replace the previous data on the USB drive with the latest installation package and design software. This design software also included a backend management tool that could view user numbers across platforms, daily average usage time, number of paying users, transaction amounts for different packages, etc. After checking, Lee Bufin found that after more than 24 hours, a pop-up appeared indicating that the trial period had ended and to continue using it. An account with a valid package duration was required, meaning logging into a VIP account. If there was no account, one could click to register. And various package options would be available, supporting the 3 major online payment platforms. Regarding the official website, Lee Bufin took a look. Upon entering the official website, there was a 3D animation depicting a future scenario of harmonious coexistence between humans and robots. Finally, the scene began to collapse, forming 3 unique S's, which then moved towards the upper left while merging into the logo of Sageo software. There was also a demonstration video of actual operations and a detailed textual description. All of these linked to download links for various products, allowing users to conveniently and quickly download the intelligent mutual translation software. Lee Bufin found that after multiple attempts, the PC and mobile applications were fully functional and had no issues, especially since the payment function had been completed. Therefore, he was quite satisfied. Alpha, will the payment function you created be cracked by someone? Master, you need not worry at all. For the encryption algorithm, I used a 256-bit AES key. Given the current level of computer development, it may take decades until quantum computers mature to forcibly crack it. Therefore, you can rest assured, Master. Oh, what if my company releases a supercomputer quantum computer in the future that can crack the 256-bit AES key? What then? I hadn't really considered that. How about this? I'll change the operation mode to require a network connection to use it. Only valid account information can be used. That way, there won't be any issues. Okay, let us do that. Please make the changes now. As you command, Master. The task is complete. Great, if it's done. Let us put it on the official website for the official release. Then, submit the application to the major app stores you applied for earlier. As you command, Master. The application has been submitted as per your request. At this moment, Lee Bufin sent a message in the group chat with the 3 of them. The product is officially launched. The official website is. After sending the message, Lee Bufin did not check his phone again. He was contemplating one question: how to promote the product faster. According to the plan, the growth of the first batch of users would almost be random, barely better than nothing. Moreover, earning $10 billion still seemed very possible. After all, there are about 3 billion internet users globally. If 1 in 13 installed this application, that would mean a 1 billion installation base. If 1 in 15 chose to pay for a month, the monthly income would be $2 billion. However, this was still far from his target of $10 billion. Therefore, Lee Bufin's idea was to achieve the 10 billion income through a 2-step strategy. The first step is to expand influence and audience. The method is to utilize Alpha to publish relevant information about the software on domestic platforms such as Taiba, Weibo, and public groups. Abroad, use Alpha to publish the software on platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Quora. The second step is a refined strategy. By sending private emails, directly inviting international social giants to discuss all aspects of the software with them. Finally, he hopes that they will show interest in this product and collaborate. The benefit of this 2-step strategy is that once enough users are acquired, the company's valuation will significantly increase, and a series of collaborations with social giants might be achieved. Thus, Lee Bufin shared his thoughts with Alpha and asked him to execute it. Oh my gosh, this software is simply a blessing for our subtitle group. It's so easy to use. No, the upstairs person is wrong. It's a must-have for homebodies, you know. What are you guys talking about? I can't understand. I feel like writing papers with this is so smooth and easy, right? What are you talking about upstairs? Haha, the download link is. Okay, I'll give it a try. At this moment, many people in the country browsing Weibo or Taiba could always see discussions about intelligent mutual translation. After a while, a trending topic appeared on Weibo: smart translation, the future has arrived. NetEase Group. Mr. Wong, it's bad news. A translation software called Smart Translation has become a huge hit and is trending on Weibo. This product is squeezing our translation software market. What should we do, Mr. Wong? Bring me the information to look at. Wow, the accuracy of this translation is really high. Are you sure you're not joking with me? You know the consequences of deceiving me are serious. Mr. Wong, I'm just reporting the facts. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Okay. I'll give it a try. No. How is this possible? This software is too good. At this rate, it might monopolize the entire market. The translation industry is a market worth hundreds of billions. If we include derivative functions, it could easily reach $1 trillion. So, this company has the potential to become $1 trillion company. No, Xiao, go investigate which company this product belongs to and gather information about its shareholders. I want their entire history, from start to present, and do it quickly. Go. Okay, Mr. Wong, I'm on it. At the Penguin Building, Ma Gu was sitting in his office chair, leisurely drinking tea and playing Honor of Kings. Chairman, I have bad news and good news. Which one would you like to hear first? Let me think. Given how hurriedly you came, it must be something important. Let's start with the bad news. Chairman, here's the situation. A translation app has suddenly gone viral online. This app allows a social software to seamlessly connect with various countries. This means that other domestic products might seize this opportunity to attract a continuous stream of foreign users, while also drawing countless domestic users, potentially allowing them to grow stronger. Eventually, this could threaten our company's dominance. Of course, the good news is that we can also leverage this software. If it works well, we could use this to seize the foreign market and even go head-to-head with Facebook. I see. Give me the information so I can take a good look. By the way, find out about the company and the owner behind the software. 15 minutes later, a 45-page report was laid out in front of Ma Gu. It included a company investigation report and detailed information about the shareholder Li Bufin. If Li Bufin were here, he would surely be shocked. These professional spies are impressive. It noted that he recently rented a building, his place of birth, and his educational background over 4 years in college, etc. Wow, who would have thought? After so many years, I finally encountered an interesting little rival. Send someone from the investment department to talk to him and see if we can acquire this company. If we can't acquire it, then at least buy a stake in it. No matter what, I want to get my hands on this software. All right, Chairman. But can you give a valuation for this company? Otherwise, the investment department won't know what to offer. 1 billion renminbi should be fine. I assume the founder of such a small company doesn't have much vision, so offering too much wouldn't be good. A 1 billion valuation is already quite generous. I hope he doesn't refuse the offer. Okay, Chairman, I'll go talk to the investment department. On the east coast of the US, Mark Zuckerberg was sitting in his study. Let's see if there are any new messages in my inbox today. What is this? An advertisement? Damn it. Has my private email been leaked? The product introduction seems quite good. Let me download it with my wife and try it out, communicating in our native language on Facebook. I hope there are no viruses. Forget it. I'll run it on a virtual machine and scan for viruses first. That way, I can relax. 5 minutes later. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. How can there be such an app? The translation is too good. Right, it suggested I try it out with my wife. I should notify her. Priscilla, I found a fun app. Let's try it together. After you install it, set the language to Chinese. Then open Facebook and send me a message in Chinese. I'll reply in English, and then you'll see what happens. Okay, I'll do as you say. 15 minutes later. Wow, honey, who made this app? It's amazing. Yes. It really is impressive. But I have no idea who developed it. Oh, by the way, there are some messages in the email I haven't read yet. Damn it. Let me check. There's a letter attached at the end. Let me take a look. Dear Mr. Zuckerberg, sorry to disturb you. I am the developer and founder of this smart translation software, Li Bufin. I apologize for the abrupt interruption. I just wanted to reach out to your company for a series of collaborations. I have 2 proposals. I wonder which one you would prefer. First, while your company holds a leading position, there is a rival lurking nearby. Therefore, I hope we can reach a strategic cooperation agreement. $20 billion for exclusive rights. We can open our software API interface to you, making it easy to embed into your platform. For other companies' platforms, users will only be able to use our software by paying, which will make competing with your company difficult for the rival platform. At that time, Facebook will dominate and unify global users. Second, while the rival cannot compare to your company, neither can we. However, if they all gain support from our company's products and block your language translation features, your company's market value might just be halved, right? That's all I have to say. The decision is yours. Will you rise to new heights or fall to the bottom? I hope you and the board can make a clear choice soon. By the way, if you want to contact me, our company is located at number 33, University Science and Technology Park, Jiangxing, Huaxia, Sijao Software Company. You are welcome to visit. Goodbye. Damn, how dare you threaten me? Kid, are you not afraid that I will team up with the rival to eliminate you? However, there is a real issue. If we gain exclusive rights, then our market value might indeed rise again, perhaps by 20 to 30. So, $20 billion could be worth it. Oh my God. Where did such a genius come from in Huaxia? All right, I will talk to the board as soon as possible. I hope they don't let the immediate losses cloud their judgment and miss the opportunity to cooperate with him. That would be disastrous. By that evening, the number of users had surpassed 100,000, with 60,000 from domestic users and 40,000 from abroad. Currently, there were 35 for 68 paying users, generating a total revenue of 484,257 renminbi. Chapter 9. The birth of a unicorn company. The next morning, many delivery services began bringing purchased goods to the Sigeo software building. The delivery workers started organizing and moving the items into the building. Fortunately, there were elevators, so the delivery workers didn't have to carry everything up manually. At this moment, Li Bufin and his two companions stood at the bottom of the office building, watching the delivery workers bustling with activity, filled with smiles, because soon they would be able to work in the office and have their own space. Li Bufin thought about the recruitment situation and asked Bu Changjua, second brother, how is the recruitment going? How many people have we found? Upon hearing about the recruitment, Bu Changjua seemed quite satisfied. So far, we have recruited 3 hours for finance staff, 5 operations personnel, 3 secretaries for graphic designers, and a total of 12 people for various other positions. By the way, regarding the recruitment of programmers, I can't make the decision for you. However, I roughly selected from 115 resumes. There are 6 excellent candidates, 35 above average, and the rest are average or below. I have contacted the above average candidates, and they said they are available for further interviews at any time. Do you want to communicate with them? Got it. When do you plan to have the recruited personnel come to the office? Now is the perfect time to get everything started. The office building has just been leased, and many things haven't been installed or debugged yet. It also needs to be cleaned well. It's the time for all kinds of labor. About the 41 good programmers you mentioned, let's have them come here in the afternoon. By then, the office should be cleaned up enough for them to settle in. I notified them to come this morning. A few have already arrived, but they feel embarrassed to see so many delivery people waiting around. For example, at your 10 o'clock direction, there are 2 ladies who are HR, and at your 2 o'clock direction, there are 2 men and 2 women who are from finance or secretarial roles. Some others are already on their way. Should I notify them to come over now? Also, for the recruitment of the 41 programmers, I will add you to the group, and you can talk to them. I see, they have indeed arrived. All right, let them come over. Let's treat today as their first day at work. Then, please add me to the group, and that will be it. Okay. After Li Bufin entered the group chat, he changed the group name to Zhigao Software Programmer Recruitment. Then he sent a red envelope of 100 yuan with the message, I am the CTO, interviewing today. In a certain breakfast shop in Jiangxing, a disheveled young man was eating tofu pudding while scrolling through Weibo when he suddenly saw a red envelope notification. Oh, there's a red envelope. When did I join this group? Oh, I remember. It seems to be from the company that was recruiting online. Wow, a 685 yuan red envelope. The boss is generous. It says there's an interview today. Oh no, time is a bit tight. I should hurry home, take a shower, and tidy myself up for the interview. At this moment, the group was instantly filled with messages thanking the boss. Li Bufin saw their comments and couldn't help but shake his head. They were right. He really was the boss, Then, Li Bufin thought for a moment and edited a message to send to the group. Dear elites, I am the CTO of Zhigao Software. I plan to meet you all at 2 p.m. this afternoon in the Zhigao Software office building. Please go to the meeting room on the 2nd floor, and we will discuss together. Don't worry, the interview won't be difficult. You have already passed the initial screening, so I won't mention professional knowledge today. I will mainly consider your learning ability, desire to learn, personal character, and fit with the company. At this moment, someone asked, just quietly asking, where's the Zhigao Software building? Li Bufin was taken aback, realizing that it was the name given to the building by the 3 brothers. So he thought for a moment about the address and then sent it, along with a photo and a location pin. Then he sent a poll in the group asking if they could arrive on time for the interview in the afternoon. Instantly, all 41 participants chose yes. Li Bufin was very satisfied with this and said, see you this afternoon. Just then, Bu Changzhu hurriedly ran up to Li Bufin. General Manager Yang and General Manager Zhu, this is Li Bufin, the founder and chairman of Zhigao Software. The elder brother said. These 2 claim to be from Sequoia Capital. Li Bufin frowned, not expecting that those capital tycoons would notice the excellence of the product so quickly. However, Li Bufin did not immediately refuse. He wanted to hear their opinions on the product and the company. So, Li Bufin greeted them with a smile and shook hands with both of them. Hello, I am the founder of Zhigao Software. May I ask what brings you here? This young man has a bright future. You've done so well right after starting your business and even rented an office building for 3 years. That must not be cheap. Your company probably doesn't have much funding left, right? Li Bufin's expression darkened. He was surprised at how thoroughly they had investigated, showing him the impressive intelligence-gathering capability of these capitalists. Li Bufin forced a smile, not getting angry. I am quite busy, since you haven't stated your purpose for coming. I won't keep you. Goodbye. The two were taken aback, not expecting the young man to be so cautious. But considering this task was assigned to them by their boss, they knew that failing to complete it would lead to unpleasant consequences. If they succeeded, there would be a reward and beautiful women. General Manager Zhu spoke first. Li, don't be in such a hurry. Since you have something to do, let us make it brief. We at Sequoia Capital see great potential in your company and would like to invest. Li Bufin nodded and asked, what kind of offer can you make? Seeing that Li Bufin seemed interested in the investment, General Manager Zhu intensified his pitch. 200 million for 15 equity, which means you can gain over 100 million in assets without doing anything. That should be enough for you to spend a lifetime. What do you think? If you agree, we can sign the contract today. Once the contract is signed, we can transfer the funds. Li Bufin shook his head, his expression turning cold, and replied firmly to General Manager Zhu. Sorry, but we will not sell any equity. General Manager Zhu, realizing that Li Bufin's attitude had drastically changed, quickly tried to retain him. If you are not satisfied with our offer, we can negotiate further. And you should know, your company doesn't have much funding right now. You don't know how long you can last. Soon, you might struggle to pay salaries. He continued, moreover, with our investment, on a personal level, you can use over 100 million as your private property. From a project perspective, with funding, you can expand significantly and capture the market. Also, Sequoia Capital will support you behind the scenes. When your company goes public, we can help you operate that, and perhaps you'll become Jiangxin's top financial talent. So, what do you think? Consider this. It would be beneficial for you as well. Li Bufin still shook his head and firmly rejected. Not possible. General Manager Yang beside him directly questioned Li Bufin. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let us each take a step back. You give a company valuation, and we want to acquire over 15 equity. Li Bufin shook his head and nodded again, saying, my company, how I choose to operate. Whether to accept investments from anyone or not, is my freedom. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. If you value my company at 100 billion, I would agree to let you acquire 15 equity for 15 billion. At this moment, General Manager Zhu and General Manager Yang's faces turned pale, feeling insulted. They each said, Kid, don't be so greedy. Your offer is simply unrealistic. Li Bufin snorted and coldly replied, if that's the case, then good day to you. After saying that, Li Bufin ignored the two and turned to walk away. General Manager Zhu and General Manager Yang exchanged glances, shaking their heads, feeling that the offer was too outrageous. In this situation, if they couldn't complete the mission, they had no one to blame but themselves. They silently hoped their boss would not blame them. At this moment, in California, USA, Zuckerberg sat in his office, looking at the intelligent translation software with a heavy heart. A few hours ago, he had just held a meeting with the board members regarding whether to reach a strategic cooperation agreement with the company behind the software for $20 billion. Out of the 17 board members, 5 voted in favor, 8 against, and 4 abstained. The voting rights of the supportive board members accounted for 32, the opposing members 47, and the abstaining members 21. Ultimately, the resolution was rejected based on the principle of the minority yielding to the majority. However, Zuckerberg, as a young person, understood their preferences very well. Many people were willing, even eager, to communicate with foreigners, but due to language barriers, they couldn't communicate effectively. For instance, he himself often learned a few phrases in Chinese with his wife, discussing common military strategies from the art of war and the long history of the great Chinese civilization spanning 5,000 years. After the previous board meeting, Zuckerberg specifically communicated with those few who supported him. They believed that while the short-term threat was negligible, it could potentially drive away Facebook's loyal users in the long run. They discussed and found that there was no particularly good way to persuade the board. However, a Jewish man came up with a not-so-great idea, which was a betting agreement. He suggested to Zuckerberg, Mr. Zuckerberg, you know those damn capitalists on the board would never take out such a large sum of money from their own pockets. However, if there were a situation where their investment could not only be recovered but also exceeded, they might willingly agree. The betting agreement would be between you and the other shareholders of the board. The agreement is to pay $20 billion to reach a strategic cooperation agreement with the intelligent translation software development company, allowing them to provide an interface and integrate it into our Facebook products, operating for 3 months as an observation period. The agreement stipulates, Your win condition is if Facebook's market value exceeds a 5 increase after 3 months, reaching $525 billion. Your loss condition is if there is number 5 growth within 3 months, then you voluntarily sell all your shares to the board members at a market price of 50. Presumably, those board vampires would be more than willing to cough up the money. So, what do you think, dear Mr. Zuckerberg, about my suggestion? At first, Zuckerberg thought the Jewish man was looking out for him, but it turned out to be a trap that forced him to jump in. Damn it, Derek. I see you are even more ruthless than those vampires. He sighed. Fine, I'll take your bet. However, I believe that with the cooperation, our market value will definitely increase significantly. Haha. Dear Zuckerberg, what you said really hurts my feelings. I also hope our Facebook market value will rise significantly. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I need to talk to those old guys on the board. After that, they would hold another board meeting, and by then, they would probably agree to the betting agreement you proposed. Zuckerberg's face looked grim, but there was nothing he could do about it. He nodded in agreement, and then returned to his office. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangxing University South Student Technology Park, several luxury cars appeared. A middle-aged man got out of a Maybach, seemingly knowing that Li Bufin was the chairman, so he approached with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhang Wenqiang, the deputy director of the investment department of Tencent Group. When Li Bufin heard about Tencent Group, he thought for a moment and realized he didn't even know that Tencent had an investment department. Perhaps those big companies had so much money that they didn't know how to spend it and could only invest. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Let's not beat around the bush. This is beneficial for everyone. Previously, Sequoia Capital wanted to exchange $200 million for 15 of the shares, which I rejected. I wonder what your offer is. The man was taken aback, not expecting Sequoia Capital to be the first to come, but thinking of what his boss had said about acquiring for $1 billion. He felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing his face turn pale and then slowly redden, Li Bufin understood they planned to acquire shares at a lower price. So, he shook his head and coldly said, in that case, good luck, but I won't see you off. Then, he left without looking back. The man had not spoken a word after the initial greeting and was dismissed by Li Bufin, which left him feeling quite humiliated and harboring some resentment towards Li Bufin. He scoffed and went back to report. In the distance, there were 2 more cars. They all knew it was from the investment sector. However, seeing their unhappy expressions, they were a bit at a loss. So, the people in those 2 cars got out simultaneously, met, and discussed how to reach an investment agreement with Li Bufin. Li Bufin saw that the goods were almost unloaded and about to finish, feeling very happy. He was thinking about when he could sit in the chairman's office chair when he was interrupted by 2 people. I am Wang Lina, Wang Xiaogong, from Goldman Sachs, NetEase, Investment. I would like to inquire whether Chairman Li's company accepts investments. Li Bufin turned around to see a man and a woman, each representing different investment capitals. He nodded and said, hello, you may go ahead. Wang Lina replied first, Mr. Li, you are truly young and promising. At such a young age, you have established a unicorn company, which is really impressive. Of course, since it is a startup. Although the product is very perfect, the company needs funding in many aspects during operation, and that is when we investment companies come into play. After discussions at the senior level of Goldman Sachs, we value your company at $1 billion. We would like to invest $500 million for 49 of the shares and hope to get priority for future investments. Wang Xiaogong was stunned to hear Wang Lina's words, feeling extremely embarrassed. This was because the suggestion given by their investment department as higher-ups was to acquire the entire company for $500 million. Thus, Wang Xiaogong shook his head and said nothing because speaking would only be self-degrading. It was better to remain silent. Seeing this, Li Bufin became very interested in Goldman Sachs' investment because it was currently the highest valuation and the most sincere. However, Li Bufin still would not agree, as his goal was a scale of $100 billion. So, Li Bufin smiled and said, Miss Wang, Goldman Sachs' investment is indeed very sincere. However, I have sufficient funds to develop independently. Therefore, I do not require your investment at this time. Of course, I have great confidence in the judgment of Goldman Sachs Investment as senior management. Among the investment companies I have interacted with today, only your company has recognized us as a unicorn enterprise. I am very pleased with that. I believe we will have opportunities for cooperation in the future. If I need investment later, I will proactively contact you. What do you think, Miss Wang? Wang Lina smiled and nodded, saying, haha, of course, there is no problem. We are very optimistic about you, and we hope to have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. However, Mr. Li, as someone who has been through it, let me give you a piece of advice. There is no end to making money in this world. You can't earn it all by yourself, or you will have no friends. All right, here is my business card. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. Li Bufin nodded. Watching Wang Lina and Wiang Xiaogong leave one after the other, playing with the business card while walking towards the office building. Li Bufin looked at the gold-edged metal business card, which was very high-end, secretly admiring Goldman Sachs Capital. At this moment, Li Bufin was filled with ambition, determined to earn the most money in the future and make his company the greatest in the world. A unicorn company generally refers to a high-tech enterprise with a market value exceeding $1 billion. At this time, there were less than 10,000 such companies in the Greater China region, while the total number of companies was nearly 100 million. In other words, Li Bufin's company has already surpassed the domestic 9999 companies. However, one must take things one step at a time. He will work hard gradually and ultimately become a true billionaire with assets worth trillions. Chapter 10. Moving into the chairman's office at this time. The delivery person had completed unloading, and boxes of office supplies were stacked in the hall on the first floor. Li Bufin found Wang Huadong, who was supervising the delivery. Third brother, are all the supplies I asked you to purchase and customize here? Wang Huadong nodded. Yes, some were rushed by the vendors at prices half above market value. Some items were just finished and delivered this morning. Don't worry, big brother. We can check them soon, and if everything is fine, we can move them upstairs for placement. Hearing Wang Huadong's confident words, Li Bufin was very satisfied. That's great. Let's go take a look. By the way, let's also call over the few employees who have arrived so everyone can get acquainted. We can't just have the three of us working. So, Li Bufin and Wang Huadong found Bu Changjua. Second brother, how many people have arrived now? How many are still on the way? Bu Changjua immediately approached Li Bufin when he saw him. There are 12 people here now, and about 11 more are on the way. They should arrive shortly. By the way, how did your talks with those investment companies go? Li Bufin was quite satisfied with the over 10 people who had already come. Well, currently, 4 investment companies have contacted me. Among them, Goldman Capital is the most generous, willing to value us at 1 billion and wants to buy 49 of the shares for 500 million, but I rejected it. Do you think I'm foolish? After all, we still hold 51 of the shares. Why would I refuse so much money? At this point, Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong were really surprised by such a large sum of money, but they were also very happy, as Li Bufin had told them that he also had a share of the dividends, meaning their shares were already worth over 60 million renminbi. However, upon hearing that Li Bufin had rejected the offer, they were a bit confused, nodding and then shaking their heads. Li Bufin understood that they did not grasp why he would not accept Goldman Capital's investment, but they expressed their support for his decision. Li Bufin was very happy to have 2 good brothers who were willing to support him. Actually, we will soon have a large sum of money. Within about 3 days, our company will receive at least tens of billions in revenue. I can't disclose the details yet, but you'll know when the time comes. Second brother and third brother. You'll be billionaires then, huh? Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong swallowed hard at the mention of tens of billions, feeling very envious. But upon hearing that they would also become billionaires in the future, they were very happy, their faces filled with bright smiles. Li Bufin noticed that they seemed quite satisfied with having assets worth over 100 million renminbi, and he couldn't help but shake his head, quietly sighing that they still had a narrow view, hoping they could gradually improve in the future. So, Li Bufin painted a bigger picture for them. But don't think that over 100 million is a lot. Follow me, and I'll help each of you become a person above others, part of that top echelon of the world's pyramid. However, we still need to work hard and take it step by step. One day, it will happen. At this moment, Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong realized that over 100 million actually wasn't much, and thinking about their potential future achievements made them very excited, as they expressed their unwavering commitment to follow Li Bufin's guidance. Next, the 3 of them greeted the employees who had already arrived. Li Bufin didn't say much, just introduced himself as the CTO, letting Bu Changjua, the CEO, take the lead. Subsequently, more people arrived one after another, joining in the unboxing excitement. By around noon, they had finished unpacking the boxes, and most items were placed, but some equipment, like computers, hadn't been set up yet. Since it was already noon, they weren't in a hurry for those few hours. Under Li Bufin's suggestion, Bu Changjua took everyone to a nearby restaurant for a nice meal. Since Li Bufin had informed Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong in advance not to reveal his identity as the chairman temporarily, he remained very quiet during the meal, hardly saying much and just silently eating. After finishing the meal, it was around 1:30 p.m. The group returned to the office. Some began cleaning up, clearing paper boxes, and organizing the previous office supplies, while others found their preferred seats and opened their computers to use the company's products. At this time, since the company had few staff, but the building had 25 floors with a total of 4 levels, accommodating nearly 1,000 ordinary employees, they all consciously chose to work on the second floor. Li Bufin was very satisfied with how Buchangjua had organized their work. Although Li Bufin did not disclose his identity as chairman to everyone, the secretarial department needed to know. Thus, under Li Bufin's orders, Wang Huadong, as the head of the secretarial department, ensured that the secretaries did not disclose Li Bufin's identity without permission. In fact, Li Bufin's purpose for doing this was simple. If everyone knew he was the chairman and founder, almost everyone in the company might treat him with excessive deference. Although Li Bufin didn't dislike being held in high regard, he felt it wouldn't be good if everyone acted that way. As for why it was not good, he couldn't quite articulate it. Moreover, there was another benefit to this approach. With an almost equal status, that of an employee, Li Bufin could, during casual conversations with other staff, inadvertently gauge a person's character through their words and actions. Time quickly passed to 1:50 p.m. Li Bufin took out his phone and saw someone in the recruitment group asking, "I have arrived at the building, but they won't let me in, saying I don't have a work badge. What should I do?" Li Bufin realized that he seemed to have forgotten about the reception staff downstairs, who only recognized a few people from his side and the newly hired employees. So, Li Bufin called Wang Huadong, asking him to go downstairs to welcome the applicants until 2:05 p.m. Li Bufin then walked to the conference room on the second floor, opened the windows for ventilation, turned on the lights, and quietly waited in the main seat. Soon, one programmer after another walked into the conference room on the second floor. Upon seeing Li Bufin sitting in the main seat, their first reaction was that he looked very young. Some displayed disdain, others showed respect, and some appeared infatuated. What was going on? Li Bufin noticed a few starry-eyed female programmers looking at him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Around 2 p.m., Li Bufin counted and found that there were already 41 people, all gathered. Then, as he walked, he personally closed the doors and windows, observing their reactions. At this point, Li Bufin could already end the interviews for a few people, as their expressions showed contempt for him. Li Bufin first asked them to each give a brief 1-minute self-introduction. Everyone introduced their programming specialties, achievements, certificates, alma maters, and work experiences. Li Bufin then looked at one person sitting closest to him, who had previously worn a mocking expression. "Xiaozhang, hello. Can you tell me why you want to apply to our company? Also, what are your advantages and disadvantages compared to others?" "Of course, it's to find a job. I just graduated with a Ph.D. from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States and returned to my home country not long ago. Previously, I mainly focused on research in machine learning theory and have published over 10 papers. I have also done some research on your company's products. And I believe that with my addition, the products can reach a new level. My disadvantage is mainly that I have little work experience, as I have been dedicated to scientific research." At this moment, Li Bufin's impression of him is that of someone with a high opinion of himself. However, he is a Ph.D. graduate from a foreign university, and his diploma is indeed quite impressive, but it is unclear what his true capabilities are. Nevertheless, Li Bufin still does not want to hire him, mainly because he speaks with a look of disdain, as if he is mocking others for their lack of knowledge, and seems to think that the position of CTO is easily within his reach. This character trait makes Li Bufin quite dislike him. Thus, Li Bufin nodded and looked at others. At this point, Li Bufin does not intend to ask each person individually, as it is too time-consuming. So he thought of a solution. "Everyone, I know you have all come here today to cooperate. I appreciate that. However, since this is an interview, there must be interview questions. Due to the large number of candidates, I plan to use a written test method. I have prepared the questions, and I will need you to wait for 5 minutes." Li Bufin then walked out of the meeting room and asked Wang Huadong to help print 42 copies of the test questions. At the top of these questions, there is a requirement to fill in personal basic information and contact details. After that, there are 3 questions. Question 1. How do you view our company's products and our company itself? Question 2. What do you think our company's market value is now? How much can it reach in a year? Question 3. What is most important to you? Money, family, or commitment? If you were to be bribed for money or threatened because someone kidnapped your family, would you disclose company secrets? Please answer this question sincerely and honestly. This will not be used as a standard for the interview assessment, but it may determine your future access to company secrets and will not affect normal promotions. After 5 minutes, Li Bufin took the printed test questions and distributed them one by one to the 41 candidates present. "All right, you all have received the questions. I want to say that you should fill them out sincerely. There are monitors that can differentiate whether you are lying based on your subtle facial movements and writing state. Even if you write that money is the most important in the third question, that is fine. I would rather have you be greedy than dishonest. All right, that's it. You can begin answering the questions. Please do not whisper to each other or plagiarize. You will submit your answers in half an hour." At this moment, Li Bufin sat in the main seat, using his body to block the phone screen from the monitoring camera. At this time, Li Bufin was using the Alpha avatar he had previously left behind to contact Alpha at home. Alpha, start connecting to the main body. Okay, Master. What do you need me for? Oh, it seems you are in the meeting room. Are others answering questions? Haha, yes, I was just thinking of you. Haha, back to business. I want you to take full control of all the monitoring cameras in the company, as well as various network facilities, including all employees' computers. If you find anyone exposing company secrets, do not stop them. Instead, alter the data and create a Trojan for those pulling the strings behind the scenes. Also, manage the company's servers to prevent malicious attacks from hackers. Furthermore, through monitoring, identify suspicious individuals in real time. There may be agents or mercenaries trying to infiltrate, and you need to alert me promptly. In short, prioritize my safety, followed by the security of the company's secrets and assets, and then the safety of other employees. Can you do this? Don't worry, Master. It's all on me. Oh, by the way, analyze and see if during the answering process anyone is saying one thing but meaning another, wanting to go against their true intentions while filling it out. This is a bit challenging, as there is only monitoring data and no real-time physical data of those individuals, so I can't guarantee 100 accuracy, but I can achieve a 98.6 accuracy rate. Then I would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than let one person who does not follow their true intentions go. Understood. 29 minutes later, Li Bufin typed on his phone to ask Alpha, based on your investigation, which individuals did not follow their true intentions. According to the analysis, there are 8 people with 100 certainty, 3 people with 95 certainty, 4 people with 87 certainty, and the rest are all below 50. These individuals are named XXX. Li Bufin was very satisfied with such results. He then put his phone in his pocket, stood up, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, time is up. Please put down your pens. You may leave today. We will organize the results as soon as possible and will announce them in the group by tonight at the latest. For those who will receive offers, congratulations. I hope you can demonstrate your value to the company in the future and contribute. The company will treat you well. For those who did not receive offers, I want to say I'm sorry. You can continue to work hard and improve yourselves and try other companies. All right, I wish you all good luck. You may leave, and we will give you a response tonight. Before leaving, I will give each person a 100 yuan red envelope as a thank you for coming today. At this moment, some people looked happy, believing they had a good chance, and were very grateful to hear about the transportation allowance. Others looked gloomy, fearing that their previous dishonest performance might have been noticed by the monitors. After sending off this group, Li Bufin took pictures of the answer sheets one by one. Then, in a corner without surveillance, Li Bufin began to inquire from Alpha. Alpha, please analyze these answer sheets briefly, first eliminating the previous 15 individuals, and then see which remaining individuals are more suitable for our company. As you command, Master. After analysis, among the remaining 26 individuals, 85 believe the company has great prospects. Most think the company's current market value is around 100 million. Only less than 5 people believe the current market value is 10 billion. Among them, one person believes the company's market value is priceless and that the current products can shake up the trillion-dollar market, allowing our company to take the lead. Also, over half of the individuals think family is the most important, while 30 think money is the most important. The last 20 consider commitment the most important. Therefore, regarding their choices about company secrets, their responses are, will leak secrets, will leak secrets, will not leak secrets. Interesting. Since one person is so visionary, I am quite curious as to who it is. This person is named Wang Zigzu, 26 years old, a graduate student from Caltech, with 1 year of work experience. His grades are quite good. He left his previous job mainly due to disagreements with his superiors. Also, this person chose to emphasize commitment in the third point and stated that he would not leak company secrets. Oh, so outstanding. Not bad. It seems I have encountered a talent. I can consider letting him be the CTO to manage the technology department. I can transfer to the RD department. How about this? You calculate and first select the 5 who will not leak company secrets, then choose 3 with good conditions from those who value family, and finally select 2 with the best technical skills from the remaining 18 individuals to join. This way, a group of 10 will be formed. As you command, Master. The selection has been completed, and their names are, personal information is, and their answers are. Li Bufin looked at the profiles of these people and found that the young man who had previously mocked Max was among them. He was a bit speechless, so he had to let Alpha choose someone else to replace him. Thus, the new list of 10 people was freshly released. Among them, the special young man was promoted by Li Bufin to the position of technical team leader, while the others were ordinary team members. Then, Li Bufin thought about how to phrase it and asked Alpha to organize the list and post it in the group. Immediately, the group exploded with activity. Wasn't it agreed that it would be announced in the evening? I'm still on the bus, caught off guard by the official offer announcement. I suspect there must be some insider information. Otherwise, how could I not get an offer? Upstairs 1, upstairs 2, I see you are just sour grapes. Although I also didn't get an offer, I believe the CTO's decision must be correct. Agreed. I want to know if the lie detection feature mentioned by the CTO actually exists. I'm very curious. Yes, that's right, we want to know too. Li Bufin saw that many people in the group were discussing this and noticed that someone wanted to know about the lie detection feature. So, Li Bufin ordered Alpha to mark and annotate the subtle facial movements of the people who had lied earlier, and then posted it in the group. Sure enough, it was discovered. Sigh. If I had known, I would have answered honestly. Oh my gosh, this is definitely black technology, isn't it? I feel very honored to join the company's technical department. 666, I envy the people upstairs. Later, Li Bufin created a separate group, which included the 10 successful candidates, named the Intelligent Software Technical Department. By the afternoon, Li Bufin saw that these people had basically tidied up their things. Thinking that he hadn't checked out the chairman's office, he became eager. Li Bufin took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. The chairman's office was located in the middle. Since the offices were mostly open now, Li Bufin gently turned the handle, and the door opened. Li Bufin found that there was not much dust on the desk, nor were there any miscellaneous items. The floor was also very clean, indicating that they had cleaned up earlier. Li Bufin sat in the genuine leather boss chair, leaned back, and looked at the elegantly decorated office, feeling very good. This is my chairman's office. World, here I come. Chapter 11. Zuckerberg is visiting China. Yesterday afternoon, Li Bufin announced the list of new hires for the technical department. This morning, those people rushed in one after another. The company now has nearly 35 employees. Wu Changjua arranged specific work for those employees, while Li Bufin gathered the people from the technical department for a meeting. Everyone, I will briefly instruct you on today's work. This morning, everyone should set up their own computers, help colleagues install the system, download software, and perform debugging. In the afternoon, I will train you and tell you how my intelligent translation works. To improve it, what methods are needed. In other words, starting from the afternoon, you will officially start working. Everyone was excited to hear Li Bufin say he would teach them how to create intelligent translations. After trying the software, they all expressed admiration for the software developer. Now that they had the opportunity to get started, smiles naturally appeared on their faces. In the morning, the 10 programmers at the company helped configure everyone's computers. After seeing that all the employees were ready to start working, Li Bufin went to a place where no one was around and ordered Alpha to take over the permissions for these computers. Alpha, implement the monitoring plan. As you wish, Master. In the afternoon, Li Bufin gathered the programmers, brought his own computer, and sat with them in the conference room, projecting his computer screen onto the screen with a projector. Then, Li Bufin operated while explaining. This software is the intelligent translation production tool that you will need to understand and master in the future. You can add new features or modify existing ones based on this. However, some features are locked, such as paid features. I will upload this software to your office computers, but I will make some modifications. You will not be able to share or copy this software. It can only be used locally. This development tool can be treated as an IDE for a programming language, but the language is relatively simple. Specific operation documents are included in the software, which you can find. Let me briefly demonstrate the function modifications. For example, to modify the font style, find the font-related code on the configuration page. Then modify the font family, save it, and you can export it afterward. It is worth noting that this software can export multiple applications or software corresponding to different platforms. For example, my computer is a MacBook. I will install the newly exported DMG format file. Okay, installation successful. Let us test the modified function. The text style has indeed changed. Alright, does anyone have any questions? CTO, hello. I would like to ask, didn't you say you would let us know how intelligent translation is created? However, it seems that this software has already been packaged, and it's a black box operation. This is one of the company's biggest secrets. It is core confidential information and cannot be leaked. If you really want to know, stay with our company for 3 years, during which I will evaluate you. If you meet my requirements, it's not impossible for you to access company secrets. As long as you work hard for the company, there will be opportunities. So that's how it is. I apologize for my oversight. I should have known that such a good thing must be a closely guarded secret. However, I will work hard and contribute to the company. Good. Does anyone have any questions? Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no more questions. Seeing this, Li Bufin nodded and then announced the meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Li Bufin copied the software to these people's computers. Then, Li Bufin secretly took out his phone and instructed Alpha. Alpha, process the software I just copied. Modify it so that it can only be used locally, preventing them from copying or sharing the software in any way. As you wish, Master. Far away in California, Zuckerberg was holding a meeting with the board of Facebook. Zuckerberg sat at the head of the table, looking at the other board members. Everyone, this is my sincerity. I am willing to sign this bet agreement. In this case, everyone can express their opinions on whether to cooperate with intelligent translation. Let us vote on it. Zuckerberg was a bit surprised to see that all board members voted in favor. He feared it might be a conspiracy to undermine his shares. However, after careful consideration, he felt that this was unnecessary, because if any member of the board had this software, they would definitely point it out in the meeting rather than try to draw attention through private emails. In the end, the board passed the resolution. Zuckerberg was still happy. He knew better than anyone that with this incredible feature, Facebook would quickly capture the market share and user base of BirdCall. Finally, reaching $1 trillion market value was not impossible. Thinking about $1 trillion, Zuckerberg couldn't suppress his excitement. Zuckerberg returned to his office and instructed his secretary, "Book me a flight to Jiangsu, China. The sooner, the better." The secretary seemed a bit confused, not understanding why he suddenly needed to go to China, and stared blankly at Zuckerberg. Seeing this, Zuckerberg explained, "I'm serious. Please tell my 2 bodyguards as well. Just say I'm visiting China. You need to bring along several members from the company's legal department and a few from the technical department, as contracts need to be signed later. You should also go with me to help handle some minor matters. I'll leave the ticket booking to you." The secretary nodded and left. Half an hour later, the secretary knocked on the door. When Zuckerberg opened the door, the secretary handed him several plane tickets. "Boss, I've booked the tickets to Jiangsu. I've contacted your bodyguards and legal department members. They said they can be ready in the shortest time possible. There are still 4 hours until departure, so please get ready. The arrival time is 10 a.m. local time on July 5th. Okay, I got it. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go home to prepare, and afterward, you can have someone drive me to the airport." After saying that, the secretary nodded and left the office. At that moment, Zuckerberg suddenly realized a problem. It seemed he hadn't contacted the person in his email yet. If it was a prank, then he would have wasted his efforts. So, Zuckerberg reopened his email, found the message sent by Li Bufin, and dialed the number. Ding ding ding. Li Bufin's phone in his pocket rang. When he looked, it was an unfamiliar number showing a call from the U.S. He was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. Taking a deep breath, he began to answer. "Hello, is this Mr. Li? I am Zuckerberg, and I would like to talk to you." "Hello, Zuckerberg. I am Li Bufin. Please go ahead. Is this about our company's collaboration on the intelligent translation feature?" "Indeed. I must say, you are very talented. This feature is fantastic and has great significance for us at Facebook." "Haha, thank you for the compliment. I assume your technical department has attempted to crack my software, right? I'm curious if there has been any progress." Li Bufin knew they had attempted to crack it because the backdoor program notified Alpha of the IP address of the cracker, which then informed him. Zuckerberg felt a bit awkward, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the fact that they couldn't crack it, would he spend money to collaborate with them? However, at that moment, he couldn't pretend to know nothing and could only chuckle awkwardly, pretending to be calm. "Haha, Mr. Li. You are joking. To be honest, we have indeed tried to crack it, but I must admire you. We have never succeeded. I wonder what Mr. Li wants to achieve exclusive cooperation with us." Seeing this, Li Bufin suppressed his excitement and slowly said, "I mentioned $20 billion to reach a strategic cooperation agreement with exclusive rights for your company. Well, you know our company is a publicly listed one. Using such a large amount of cash would severely impact our normal operations. What about $10 billion? Li Bufin noticed Zuckerberg's strong desire to possess the intelligent translation feature. So he calmly replied, "Well, $20 billion is non-negotiable. As for cash, the company can't borrow money. There must be several banks willing to lend to your company, right? Furthermore," he added, "think about it. If you hop on our fast track, you might capture a portion of users and the market in China. By then, you won't need me to tell you how much your market value will increase. Under such circumstances, do you think the board will disagree?" Seeing Li Bufin's cunningness, Zuckerberg felt helpless and could only say, "All right, Mr. Li, you win. I will sign the contract and transfer the $20 billion to you after I arrive in Jiangsu tomorrow. But you know, we are a publicly listed company, and such a significant cash outflow needs to be disclosed. We hope you can cooperate with us and hold a press conference. This would be beneficial for both you and us, wouldn't it?" "Haha, dear Mr. Zuckerberg, you are indeed generous. In that case, I will send someone to pick you up at the airport tomorrow. When do you plan to hold the press conference?" "We plan to meet with you first tomorrow. Then let a few members from the technical department verify the technology to see if it can be embedded into our Facebook software. If everything goes well, I can have the legal department draft the contract, which will probably take several hours. Also, we need to invite some media for the press conference. So we plan to hold it the day after tomorrow, where we will sign the cooperation agreement on the spot. After that, I will have the headquarters transfer the $20 billion to your company as soon as possible. Mr. Lee, what do you think of my arrangement? Ha ha ha, of course. That is no problem. I will personally host you tomorrow. By the way, you mentioned the Chinese market. I wonder if Facebook has a chance to participate in the division of this vast market? Li Bufin sneered internally, thinking that letting them occupy the foreign market was already good enough, and they wanted to take over the domestic market too. However, he did not show it, and only said something ambiguous. Mr. Zuckerberg, you should know that in our country, it is a legal society, and everything needs to be done according to the law. If your side can accept the rectification suggestions put forward by our government and transfer the server to be managed in China, the country would certainly be happy to see healthy competition. Zuckerberg chuckled bitterly internally, knowing that if they did so, the first to not spare him would be their own government, as this data involves national security and defense. All right, perhaps. Regardless, at least we can be considered allies in the international market, right? Haha, that's right. We are indeed allies now. See you tomorrow. At this moment, Li Bufin hung up the phone and burst into laughter, feeling very happy. He thought to himself, poor Zuckerberg. He probably doesn't realize that while this move will bring a short-term surge in market value, in the long run, the market will ultimately be occupied by me. Haha, this is too funny. Just wait and see how I take over your users, the Chinese version of Facebook. We shall see. Meanwhile, Zuckerberg hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile wryly. Honestly, after hearing Li Bufin's firm and strong tone, he didn't know whether this cooperation was right or wrong. But since he had already decided, he would stick to it. Chapter 12. Press conference at 6:30 a.m. on July 5th, while everyone was still asleep. Li Bufin knocked on the doors of Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong. Everyone, wake up. I have something important to tell you today. It's not a small goal of 1 billion, but a large project worth hundreds of billions. Bu Changjua, who was still dreaming of the beautiful face and delicate figure of his first love, did not want to be disturbed. Initially, he was very angry and had morning grouch. But when he heard hundreds of billions, he couldn't help but swallow hard, quickly got up, dressed, and opened the door. Seeing that both of them were dressed, Li Bufin had them sit at the table in the living room. Are you curious about what I mean by hundreds of billions? Everyone nodded, and Bu Changjua asked, are you talking about our company's market value? Li Bufin shook his head, not intending to let them continue guessing, and directly revealed the truth. Tomorrow, barring any accidents, our company will sign a cooperation agreement worth hundreds of billions at the press conference. The company we are signing with is Facebook from Silicon Valley. Today, their CEO, Zuckerberg, will personally come to Jiangcheng to discuss the cooperation with us. According to my agreement with him, we will receive $20 billion. Of course, we will provide Facebook with exclusive rights to use our intelligent translation software, embedding our functions as a plugin into Facebook software. At this moment, the two people looked at Li Bufin, their eyes filled with little stars, very excited. Ahem. They are going to arrive at the airport in the morning, so let's prepare well. After that, the company needs to tidy up a bit and get the meeting room and tea ready. Wow, great. You're amazing, big brother. A big shot from the TV would actually come to cooperate with us in person, haha. Yes. I never expected this at all. I thought Zuckerberg was strong. But now I think you're even more impressive. Li Bufin listened to their compliments, scratched his head, and started to grin foolishly. At 8 in the morning, after everyone arrived at the company, they gathered all the employees. They informed them that foreign friends would be visiting the company today, and they should perform well. But not too artificially. They needed to show our hospitality and professionalism. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, someone below muttered, I wonder which foreigner it is? Li Bufin thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth, then signaled to Bu Changjua and nodded at him. Bu Changjua indicated and said, everyone, next. We will welcome Mr. Zuckerberg from Facebook. He will be inspecting our company and may reach a strategic cooperation. This requires everyone's serious cooperation. I don't want anyone to mess up at a crucial moment. Everyone felt incredulous that it was the legendary CEO of Facebook. And thinking of the unique product of the company, they all had satisfied smiles on their faces, feeling that the company had a bright future. After that, Li Bufin and the other two explained what they needed to do next and assign tasks. Then, Li Bufin went to a nearby print shop to print a custom welcome sign so that they could see the three of them after getting off the plane. Afterwards, the three of them took a taxi to Jiangcheng Airport. Li Bufin had added Zuckerberg as a friend on Facebook after their call and asked which flight he was on and when he would arrive. Zuckerberg sent a photo to Li Bufin. At this moment, Li Bufin was looking at the photo on his phone while watching the flight schedules on the LED screen. After a few minutes, Li Bufin found the flight number JC468, which was scheduled to arrive at 9:58. It was now already 9:50. So Li Bufin called for the two to follow him, holding the welcome sign as they headed to the pickup area. Zuckerberg was very anxious during the journey because he didn't know how the cooperation would turn out. He was also shocked to see the skyscrapers in Jiangxing, as they were quite different from the reports of poverty and backwardness by foreign media. The plane slowly descended and landed on the runway. After disembarking, Zuckerberg saw his name and the words "Welcome to Jiangxing" written by Li Bufin. He realized that this was done to consider his privacy and was quite pleased with it. Li Bufin looked at the landing plane but did not see Zuckerberg, which he found a bit strange. He thought, could Zuckerberg have lied to him? That shouldn't be the case. After all, he was just a small figure now, so why would he need to deceive him? Just then, Zuckerberg and his party walked up to him. Since Zuckerberg was wearing sunglasses, it was hard to tell from a distance, but at that moment, Li Bufin recognized him from his outline. Li Bufin shook hands with Zuckerberg, stated his identity, and then invited them to the company for an inspection. Zuckerberg indicated that he understood and agreed to follow Li Bufin to the Zhao software building. At that moment, a paparazzo captured this scene. Editor Wang, I have a big scoop. Do you want it? I want 50,000 for the tip, cash on delivery. Xiao Xiao, what is the news? To be honest, I was just waiting at Jiangxing Airport and saw Zuckerberg get off the plane and shake hands with a young man in his 20s. I have photos. How about this scoop? Is it explosive enough? Pay me, and I'll send you the photos. All right, the 50K has been transferred to your payment account. Check it. Hee. Editor, you're generous. I've sent the photo to your WeChat. Take a look. At this time, the editor opened WeChat and saw a photo of a man in sunglasses shaking hands with a young man. The photo clearly showed Zuckerberg's face. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, the editor analyzed it and confirmed it was indeed Zuckerberg. However, he had no idea who this mysterious young man was to receive such favor from Zuckerberg. What title should I use? Right? Didn't Facebook once collaborate with domestic companies to seize the domestic market? Let us go with this. Zuckerberg visits China. Facebook may enter domestic market? The untold story of the mysterious young man and Zuckerberg. Wow, that is a catchy title. The editor praised himself and then started to share the news. Soon, the news spread rapidly and topped Weibo's trending topics. Is it true? Isn't Facebook not allowed to log in domestically? Maybe it's true. Didn't you notice that young man? Yeah, who exactly is that young man? Could he be the legendary rich second generation? Haha. Hasn't Facebook always wanted to capture the domestic market? Perhaps there is some result now. Maybe the social market will soon see a dominant player. At this moment, Li Bufin and his group were leading Zuckerberg and his party into the company, completely unaware of the heated discussions online. The company employees were very curious upon seeing a group of foreigners, and when they saw Zuckerberg, two girls started to scream. Li Bufin shook his head, turned to Zuckerberg, and said, Mr. Zuckerberg, sorry for the noise. I didn't tell them about your visit, but it seems those girls are your fans. Haha. Haha, it's okay. I can understand. Afterwards, everyone sat in the meeting room, and Li Bufin asked the secretaries to prepare tea and place it in front of them. Zuckerberg said, everyone, let us discuss the technical feasibility. We have two senior engineers from Facebook here. I wonder who you are sending from your side? Li Bufin volunteered, brought his prepared laptop, and demonstrated the development tools for the intelligent translation software to the two engineers, answering any questions they raised. Wow, this is amazing. Li, you've created a programming language and completed its compilation. You even created a brand new IDE tool, and it can export multiple versions of software or applications. Oh my God, I can hardly imagine how you accomplished something so complex. Li Bufin felt a bit shy, scratched his nose, and said, well, I started this plan a long time ago. These are the results of my efforts over the past few years, and I only recently made breakthrough progress. Seeing Li Bufin and the engineers chatting enthusiastically, Zuckerberg, although not understanding some of the technical terms, was curious to see them smiling. Mr. Li, I wonder what you are discussing. Lawrence, how is your communication with Mr. Li going? Is it feasible to integrate this software as a plugin into our Facebook? Li Bufin smiled but said nothing, looking at Lawrence. Lawrence nodded and said, Dear Zuckerberg, this guy is truly a genius. Some of his ideas have inspired me. I completely believe that this project is his alone. Oh, regarding integrating it into our software, I think it won't be difficult. We can complete the integration in less than a week. Zuckerberg was surprised to hear Lawrence bragging about Li Bufin. Since Lawrence was known for his rigor at work, Zuckerberg couldn't help but admire Li Bufin and hold him in higher regard. In that case, Facebook could draft a contract. They could release the news in the afternoon. notifying the media to come to hold a joint press conference with him tomorrow. Okay, he said. Regarding the contract, I trust the professionalism of Facebook's legal team. Once it's written, send me an electronic copy, and I'll have my legal department review it. If both sides have no issues, we can finalize it and officially sign the agreement tomorrow morning. It was already past 11 o'clock, and it was getting late. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go. I'll treat you to a famous local restaurant. Zuckerberg nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Zuckerberg and his team checked into a nearby five-star hotel. Members of both legal departments argued endlessly over various clauses, each wanting to increase the penalties for breach of contract and sign terms favorable to themselves. Initially, the legal team was excited to learn they would collaborate with Facebook's legal department to draft the cooperation agreement, as it was a chance to work with an international giant and presumably gain experience. However, when they learned the amount involved in the agreement was over 100 billion yuan, they all became unsettled, frightened by the terrifying figure. Fortunately, they had strong hearts and managed to withstand the pressure, starting to draft terms with Zuckerberg's team. Ultimately, because both sides had their own demands, a staff member submitted the issues to Li Bufin. Upon learning of their concerns, Li Bufin shook his head, thinking that while it was correct for them to draft terms favorable to themselves, their perspective was too narrow and overly calculating. Alpha, analyze the current draft for any contractual loopholes and suggest improvements. Master, I found 3 loopholes in the agreement. The revised contract has been completed. Li Bufin was impressed with the updated version compiled by Alpha, acknowledging the power of artificial intelligence and its strong logical analysis capabilities. He then sent the new agreement to the staff member. In the end, both parties agreed to the proposal and submitted it for review by their respective bosses, Li Bufin and Zuckerberg, finalizing the document. In the afternoon, since Zuckerberg mentioned needing to adjust to the time difference and would be attending the press conference the next morning, he declined Li Bufin's invitation to tour Jiangxing, saying he needed to rest. Li Bufin agreed and then asked Wang Huadong and company staff to purchase some banners, flowers, and other decorations and move the desks and chairs from the second floor to the third floor, leaving enough space in the second floor lobby for the journalist interviews the next day. Meanwhile, Li Bufin was pondering how to invite enough reporters, given that his company was still relatively unknown. In fact, by 3 p.m., Smart Translation had 285 million users, including 760,000 paying users. Li Bufin began to ask Alpha, how can we invite enough reputable domestic and international media? Master, you are already famous. You can check Weibo, you are trending. So, Li Bufin opened Weibo and found that the top trending topic was indeed related to Zuckerberg. Clicking in, he saw a photo of the two shaking hands, with many people discussing the mysterious young man. Master, I suggest you register a Weibo account for the company and your personal account, then apply for official verification. After that, you can make preliminary disclosures and invite some media to report tomorrow. Li Bufin's eyes lit up, thinking it was a great idea. He then registered both a company and personal Weibo account and applied for verification. After that, his personal Weibo reposted the original post and asked Alpha to find the 2 clearest images from the monitoring. One was a photo of him discussing with Zuckerberg in the conference room, and the other showed Zuckerberg and his party arriving at the company with the company logo visible in the background. He then reposted this on the company Weibo, announcing, "Welcome Zuckerberg to visit Zijeo Software Company and reach a strategic cooperation agreement with Zijeo Software. Here, I announce to all media friends that our company will hold a joint press conference with Facebook tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Zijeo Software Company, located in the Jiangxing University Science and Technology Park on the second floor. Journalists wishing to register, please leave the name of your media outlet in the comments. We will randomly select up to 50 media outlets." Immediately, Weibo was flooded with comments. Some people checked the company on Kikika when they saw Zijeo Software and discovered it was just a newly registered small company, starting to comment that the news was false and a malicious promotion by the company. You can check. This company's registered capital is only 50,000 yuan and was registered just a few days ago. It seems like we can't be deceived by such a company. Hey, calm down. This company is quite impressive. Everyone in our class is using their Smart Translation product, which is really good. I just tried it, and it works great. It seems this company has something. I am a reporter from Jiangxing Daily and want to participate in tomorrow's press conference. My contact number is 167-7678. I am from Phoenix Media and want to attend the press conference. My email is. At first, when Li Bufin saw the comments full of insults, calling him a scammer, he felt very upset, nearly spitting blood. Fortunately, with the help of knowledgeable university students, the tide began to turn. He was very happy to see many media outlets wanting to attend tomorrow's press conference. Therefore, He asked Bu Changjue to manage the account and select some major media outlets to attend the press conference. Chapter 13. Earning over 100 billion in a week time unknowingly passed to the next day, July 6th. At this point, Li Bufin was very nervous, as this might be the last day of his life, since the system had just given him a long-awaited reminder. Reminder to the host, 17 hours and 46 minutes remain until the task's expiration. If overdue, the host will face obliteration, and the system will sever its binding with the host. Therefore, Li Bufin hoped to get through today smoothly. Early in the morning, Li Bufin rushed to the hotel where Zuckerberg was staying and joined him for breakfast. While eating, Li Bufin probed Zuckerberg's thoughts, and the result was good. Zuckerberg said that if there were no surprises, after signing the agreement today, $20 billion could be credited within 3 hours. This greatly relieved Li Bufin, increasing his chances of survival significantly. Subsequently, Li Bufin chatted with Zuckerberg as friends, discussing the development of social platforms and the future direction of technology. After a pleasant conversation, both hosts and guests gained much useful knowledge. Later, Li Bufin invited Zuckerberg into the company, arranging a temporary office on the 6th floor for him to rest. Li Bufin checked the setup on the 2nd floor, finding that all facilities were complete and decorations had been installed. Several media representatives had already arrived. Li Bufin was impressed by the diligence of these media outlets. Considering it was only 8:30 a.m., they must have just finished breakfast and rushed over. Over the next hour, more than 40 media outlets arrived, and cameras filled the 2nd floor lobby. At this moment, Li Bufin went to the 6th floor to invite Zuckerberg down to the 2nd floor. Click, click, click. When those media reporters saw that Zuckerberg had indeed arrived, they quickly pressed their shutters. At this moment, Li Bufin and Zuckerberg were sitting at adjacent tables, with a safe on top. Li Bufin invited Zuckerberg to open it together, revealing the final contract draft that had been sealed away the night before. Each took a copy, flipped through it, and found it identical to the agreement from the previous night, nodding to each other in agreement. Then, they began to wait for the official moment of the press conference to arrive. Just as it hit 10 o'clock, Bu Changjue, dressed in formal attire, walked onto the elevated platform, raised the microphone with one hand, and began his performance. Hello, media friends. I am Bu Changjue, the CEO of Cejeo Software Company. First of all, welcome to everyone. Today, we are holding this press conference in collaboration with Facebook. There is no need to rush with questions. Wait until I finish my introduction, then both parties will sign the agreement, and finally, we will take questions. Now, let me explain the purpose of today's press conference. Mr. Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, has expressed great optimism about our project after learning about Cejeo Software's intelligent translation. Therefore, he engaged in a series of discussions with us. Ultimately, he decided to acquire the exclusive licensing service for intelligent translation on social platforms for a price of $20 billion. This means that in the future, everyone will be able to communicate in Chinese with friends from various countries on Facebook without worrying about language barriers. Here, we would like to thank Facebook and Mr. Zuckerberg for their generosity. I believe that with our support, Facebook will undoubtedly become the greatest social platform internationally, with the largest user base. Alright, I want to say more. Now, I invite Mr. Zuckerberg, the CEO of Facebook, and Mr. Li Bufin, the founder of Cejeo Software, to come up and sign the strategic cooperation agreement. Applause erupted from the reporters below. To be honest, they were quite shocked. After all, $20 billion, how much is that in RMB? They would never earn that amount in their lifetime. However, they were also excited. Undoubtedly, this would be the biggest news of the year. At this moment, staff brought chairs and tables onto the platform, and then Zuckerberg and Li Bufin took their seats in turn. Both flipped through the contract while signing their names and stamping their company seals beside it. Thus, 2 legally binding contracts were completed. What Zuckerberg didn't know was that many years later, his descendants would successfully auction off a spaceship and a fortune thanks to this contract. Of course, that's a story for another time. Let us focus on the two of them now. After signing the agreement, Zuckerberg and Li Bufin stood up, shook hands, and smiled at the cameras. The reporters clicked their shutters wildly, capturing this moment that would be forever recorded in history. At this point, Bu Changjue instructed the staff to remove the tables and chairs. Then, Bu Changjue stepped forward and picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the contract has been signed. If you have any questions, you may now ask them. Journalists who wish to ask questions, please raise your hands. Each person is limited to 1 question. The reporters eagerly raised their hands. Bu Changjue noticed there were both domestic and foreign media present. According to unwritten rules, he first chose a local media outlet, Jiangxing Daily. Hello, I would like to ask Mr. Zuckerberg, why did you choose to collaborate with Cejeo Software and reach a cooperation agreement worth $20 billion? Bu Changjue handed the microphone to Zuckerberg, who stepped forward. Thank you for the question, my friend. I want to clarify that this was not my decision, but rather a decision made by our Facebook board of directors. The board unanimously approved the collaboration with Sageo Software. As for why we chose to work with Sageo Software, the reason is simple. It's their product, Intelligent Translation. I'm sure many of you have used their product, so I want to promote it further. Especially since they haven't paid me any advertising fees, right? Here, I want to say to our users and investors, when you use Facebook, don't you sometimes encounter your favorite celebrities or handsome guys and beautiful girls? When you want to know what they are doing or chat with them, you may face language barriers. Normally, you might choose to use Google Translate to help you, but that is too slow and the accuracy is far from sufficient. Isn't it? Therefore, with Facebook having the Intelligent Translation feature, a new chapter will be opened, leading a social revolution. With Intelligent Translation, you can communicate in your native language with others, understand the dynamics of people you follow, and participate in discussions in that process. I believe that our Facebook company will start significant growth from this point. Our goal is to head towards unifying social platforms and achieving $1 trillion market value. I hope everyone will continue to support Facebook. We will not let you down. Thank you. Applause followed, and more people began to raise their hands, wanting to ask questions. At this moment, Zuckerberg smiled at Buchonghua and said, "Can I designate a media outlet?" Buchonghua nodded, signaling him to continue his performance. Zuckerberg chose a foreign media outlet, The Washington Post. The reporter, realizing he had been selected by Zuckerberg to ask a question, was very excited. "Dear Mr. Zuckerberg, I would like to ask, Intelligent Translation is just a translation software. Why did you choose to work with a lesser-known Chinese company instead of the more popular Google, and are willing to pay such an exorbitant price of $20 billion? Is there some hidden agenda behind your agreement?" Upon hearing this, Zuckerberg felt an urge to punch him, but this was a public setting, so he had to hold back, his face turning pale. "This reporter friend, we are all from the same country. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" However, the reporter, instead of being disheartened, boldly asked an even more daring question. "Are you implying that there is indeed a hidden deal? Is it that you are using this $20 billion agreement to launder money and embezzle investors' assets?" Zuckerberg became slightly angry and bluntly said, "Shut up." He then took a few deep breaths to calm down. "Mr. Reporter, as a journalist, you should be objective and not make excessive speculations or accusations. That is the quality expected of a journalist. Is this how your editor taught you?" He continued, "Let me explain again. The Facebook board decided to choose Intelligent Translation because this product is exceptional. It surpasses Google Translate in many aspects, and its practicality and accuracy are very strong. Hence, we chose to collaborate with them. As for why we paid the exorbitant price of $20 billion, it is not, as the reporter suggested, a hidden deal. But we believe it is worth this price. Think about it. If another social platform has this software's functionality, it would be a devastating blow for us at Facebook. Conversely, if we have this feature, what would happen to other social platforms? I don't need to elaborate, right? You should know that we signed an exclusive usage agreement with Sageo Software for social platforms, meaning other platforms will not be able to use this software. Thus, $20 billion is not only not expensive, on the contrary, it's cheap compared to what Facebook stands to gain. At this point, Zuckerberg was unaware that the Washington Post was live broadcasting the scene. When the news reached Wall Street, the stock market experienced unusual fluctuations. Some investors find it strange why stocks like Google and Twitter have declined. Among them, Twitter's stock has plummeted wildly, leaving people baffled. However, among these declining stocks, one has remained strong and is rising, which is Facebook. According to statistics, after the press conference, Facebook's stock increased by 768, while Twitter's stock decreased by 973 and Google's stock decreased by 264. Back at the press conference, Zuckerberg no longer wanted to select media to ask questions and handed the microphone to Buchonghua. Buchonghua noticed that Tencent Media was also present, and he smirked internally before choosing Tencent. "I am Shun Kinney, a reporter from Tencent News, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. I would like to ask Sageo Software, why do you choose to cooperate with foreign companies instead of domestic ones? Are you selling out the country for glory?" At this moment, Li Bufin stepped forward, looking down on these provocative reporters, mentally placing them on his blacklist and banning them from future interviews. "This reporter, please pay attention to your words and actions. I have decided to sue you for $10 million for defaming our company. Your words and actions have affected our company's reputation. We will see each other in court." Other reporter friends, questions are welcome, but no personal attacks, and definitely do not distort the facts, or we will see each other in court. Regarding that reporter's question, I know you might also want to know why I don't cooperate with domestic companies, especially the giant Tencent. Well, actually, a few days ago, they approached me, but it was just someone from their investment department. At that time, I asked him how the famous Tencent Group would respond to Sequoia Capital's offer of 200 million renminbi to invest in our company. As a result, guess what? He felt embarrassed and turned to leave. This shows that many domestic companies do not recognize the value behind the intelligent translation software. I am pleased to have reached an agreement on this point with Mr. Zuckerberg and to further cooperate. Just like that, it was getting late at the press conference. Close to midnight. Therefore, Hu Zhonghua announced the successful conclusion of the press conference and sent away those trouble-seeking reporters. After the press conference, Li Bufin asked Zuckerberg again when the $20 billion would be credited. Zuckerberg reiterated that it would be credited within 3 hours. At this time, the outside world was shocked by the exorbitant cooperation agreement, which caused stocks of domestic companies like Tencent and Sohu to drop by more than 2. Brother Ma saw the drop in stock prices and realized something was wrong, wondering what had happened, and then contacted his secretary to investigate. The secretary then played the video of the press conference for Brother Ma. When Brother Ma saw that his group's investment department was compared to being clueless, he was very angry, but then thought about it. If he had to make the decision himself, he really wouldn't invest much. He just didn't expect those Silicon Valley people to be so wealthy. It was simply a huge sum. Brother Ma shook his head and sent someone to contact Zhao Software to see if they could engage in relevant cooperation. After the press conference, a wave of news emerged. Intelligent translation, worth hundreds of billions? The real winner in the cooperation with Facebook is Facebook and Zhao Software reach a $20 billion agreement. Zhao Software, a company established for less than a week, has made hundreds of billions. Facebook collaborates with intelligent translation. Where will the other social platforms go? Li Bufin saw a series of news articles, and, although he was happy that his company gained significant fame, he still frowned at the account balance of less than 200,000. Just then, he received a notification that his bank account had been credited with 128,546,944, 694 renminbi. Ding. Host has exceeded 100 completion of the task, owning $10 billion within a week. Reward of remaining 90,000 points. Additional reward of 50,000 points. Account balance of 140,300 points. Congratulations, host, for completing the task for the first time. The host qualifies for the use of this system, and the failure penalty for erasure has been cancelled. The host's second task will begin in early August, so please look forward to it. At this moment, Li Bufin was overwhelmed with joy from these notifications. Not only did he now possess assets worth over 100 billion, but he also gained a golden finger and would no longer face the penalty for failure to erase. However, he didn't know how to spend this money. Suddenly, Li Bufin realized an issue. If he used all this 100 billion for recharging, then there would be a shortage of circulation in the market by that amount, which wouldn't make much difference in a global environment of over 7 billion people. But what would happen if he earned trillions of dollars in the future? The more he thought, the more fearful he felt, as it seemed this could collapse the global economy. System. I want to know how the money circulates when I recharge points, and when I reverse recharge into USD. Will it be discovered? Host, please rest assured. With the technology on Blue Star, it cannot detect anomalies. For the recharge from USD to points, your money will be anonymously donated to suffering people around the world. Perhaps, because of your spending, some child in Africa might find $100 on the ground. Perhaps, because of your spending, certain charities will receive a large donation. As for the reverse recharge of points to USD, you can also rest assured. Generally, it comes from the accounts of deceased individuals through multiple layers of transactions, ultimately reaching your hands, and others cannot know. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Bufin felt greatly relieved, as long as it wouldn't affect the global economy. That was good. After the press conference, more and more companies began to notice Zhao Software, and more users were trying and paying for intelligent translation services. Online, there were many envious and jealous comments, and everyone was very curious about how Zhao Software would spend this cash reserve of over 100 billion renminbi. Chapter 14. Forced donations? No, willing donations. Less than an hour after receiving over 100 billion renminbi, Li Bufin's phone rang. Dingling. Li Bufin answered the call. Hello, I am from China Merchants Bank. Is it true that your company account has just received over 120 billion renminbi in funds? Li Bufin frowned slightly, feeling very dissatisfied with the bank's behavior of monitoring customer fund dynamics. So what? What does it have to do with you? How can you monitor our funds? I'm sorry. Sir, this is the bank's regulation. This is to prevent transaction errors and to freeze accounts in time, etc. In short, we do this entirely for the benefit of our customers. Well, I don't care why you want to monitor fund movements. If you just want to verify it, then you can hang up. No, don't hang up. Since it is confirmed to be a normal transaction, Then I want to ask how you plan to use this money? What? How I want to use my money has anything to do with you. Do you want me to leave it in the bank to gather dust just because I have a lot of money? No, sir. We can provide you with various financial services that offer much higher interest rates than regular savings. If you want to do charity, we also have contacts with the Red Cross, and you can let us handle it. We guarantee that we won't take a penny from you. By the way, since your account balance is high, we have granted you a special VIP status, exempting you from domestic interbank transaction fees. Li Bufin coldly laughed inwardly. Who knows how good your financial services are? It sounds good as financial services, but it's just various funds, and there are plenty of examples of losses. And you keep saying that charity won't embezzle donations. Then why are you so proactive? If there's no interest chain in between, I don't believe it. It's better to donate myself. As for the super VIP, although it is said that domestic interbank transfer fees can be waived, the maximum fee limit is only a few $100,000, which is a drop in the bucket compared to over $100 billion. Hee, it's really clever. As long as I keep my money in your bank, it can bring you endless profits. No thanks. I have other uses for this money. I advise you to play by the rules. Don't take liberties or misappropriate my funds, or I won't hesitate to let your bank go bankrupt. All right, sir. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Li Bufin hung up the phone and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that once you have money, even the bank treats you like a lord. Hee. However, with such a large sum of money, and since the company is a college student startup, there are no taxes to pay in the first year. Having such a large amount of money in hand makes one feel uneasy. Even if the higher-ups don't cause us trouble, others will morally blackmail us regarding our company. Let me check Weibo to see how the public is commenting on the press conference images we released earlier. Alpha, open the relevant comments page on our company's Weibo. Li Bufin was too lazy to click through the pages one by one, so he directly commanded Alpha to quickly open the relevant page. Oh my god. What kind of company is this? Can you understand why a translation function can sell for $20 billion? The people upstairs must be short-sighted. To be honest, $20 billion is neither a lot nor a little. It's quite a decent price, given its value. For Facebook, such a sum is just a drop in the bucket. It may cause some short-term pain, but it can quickly recover from the stock market. The people upstairs are right. This company really brings face to our countrymen. It's the first time I've seen a domestic company be so audacious and succeed. Amazing. Haha, yes. This company has extorted so much money. Jiangxing must be very happy, as it will bring in a lot of tax revenue. I'm from Jiangxing. I just consulted the relevant department and found out they don't have to pay taxes. How can they make money without paying taxes? This isn't a state-owned enterprise. And state-owned enterprises not only have to pay taxes, but also seem to have to contribute a certain profit share. The people upstairs seem to lack understanding. The reason they don't have to pay taxes is that local regulations provide for college student startups to enjoy a tax exemption in the first year. That is so unfair. After all, this company has made so much money, not just a couple of million, but thousands of billions. I believe this company must fulfill its social responsibility and take care of over 1 billion fellow countrymen. Exactly, we don't need much. Just give us each 100. Don't donate to me. Donate to those children in the mountains who can't afford food or education. They are the flowers of our motherland and need to be cherished. Agree 1. Agree 2. Li Bufin looked at these comments and was speechless. He thought, why should they expect him to donate just because they see him making money? Sigh, what kind of world is this? But Li Bufin didn't know whom to donate to, as he didn't trust these so-called charitable organizations after the Red Cross scandal. Just then, Li Bufin suddenly thought of the all-powerful system. System, you mentioned before that when I recharge points, it's equivalent to making a donation. But there are many steps in between that others can't trace, right? Host, that is indeed the case. System, can you help me with this? I want others to know that I'm making a donation, which means you should operate less. Or can I specify some charitable organizations and donate to them? I wonder if that counts as recharging points. Host, I can help you with that. However, the system has unique rules to judge the loss for those charitable organizations. For example, if you donate to the Domestic Charity Foundation for Children in Impoverished Mountain Villages, you can receive 97 of the recharge points. So, donating equals recharging? Recharging equals points in the system mall? Exactly, host. Li Bufin thought for a moment and felt that this method was indeed good. On one hand, donating could alleviate the pressure from public opinion. On the other hand, he wouldn't be donating for nothing but would gain invaluable system mall points. So, Li Bufin called over Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong to show them the comments section on the company's Weibo. Bu Changhua looked at the words of those people, feeling a bit angry but also helpless, somewhat resigned. Bro, can't we do anything about these people? Just let them tarnish our company's reputation? Yes, bro. We can't remain passive. We need to take the initiative to counterattack. Both Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong felt it was very unfair and disliked the moral blackmail of these people, as if it was wrong to earn money without donating. Li Bufin shook his head. Of course, we can't just let it go like this. I will later find those who indiscriminately slander our company and put them on our company's blacklist, so they won't be able to enjoy our company's services in the future. After all, even though our company currently only has software products and just one service, which is a translation function, in the future, the stars and the sea, extending lifespans, nothing is impossible as long as we dare to think and dare to do. At that time, those people will understand what the consequences of opposing us will be. However, some of the things they say are also right. Although we enjoy the tax exemption policy, it doesn't mean we don't need to do charity. I thought about it and ultimately decided to make a donation. I plan to donate $10 billion in one go, so they won't have anything to say. At this moment, Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong looked at Li Bufin in disbelief, not understanding why he would donate so much. To be honest, if Li Bufin hadn't discovered that donating could be a way to recharge points, even if public opinion scolded him, he wouldn't have donated that much. At most, he would have given a few 100 million RMB to make a point. Li Bufin saw that there were endless treasures in the system, which would all be his wealth. Therefore, Li Bufin decided to recharge, acquire technology, bring it to reality, earn wealth, recharge again, gain technology, bring it to reality, earn wealth, and ultimately head towards the stars and the sea. This is Li Bufin's idea, wanting to turn recharging into a virtuous cycle, wanting to make recharging something natural. Although the company is solely owned by Li Bufin, he has a good relationship with his two brothers, so he plans to explain a bit. Second brother and third brother. I know that $10 billion is an astronomical figure for both you and me. However, you should know that even if we donate $10 billion, we still have $10 billion left. Money, as long as it's enough to spend, isn't that enough? What is the use of having so much? You can't take it with you when you die? Also, I plan to set aside 10 billion renminbi for dividends, which means each of you can get 100 million before tax. Of course, even though our company doesn't need to pay taxes in the first year. If there are dividends, we will need to pay taxes when that money comes to us. But that is all right. We still have more than half left. And the rest can be considered compensation for not paying taxes this year. Upon hearing this, everyone initially felt that having $10 billion left made sense. Later, when they heard that each of them could receive several tens of millions in after-tax dividends, they were very excited, their eyes sparkling with admiration and even a hint of affection for Li Bufin. At this moment, Li Bufin had to interrupt their fantasies to prevent them from thinking too much. After all, we all live under the same roof. We see each other when we look down and when we look up. If there really are any inappropriate thoughts, it would be a nightmare. Ahem, so, have we decided to donate? Everyone nodded in agreement. Good. Since we're donating, we need to plan it well. First, let us choose some reliable charitable organizations. By the way, let us not just choose domestic ones. We should donate a little to foreign ones too. Otherwise our overseas users will criticize us again. The elder brother is right. We need to think this through. Then, everyone started to look through the materials. At that moment, Li Bufin thought of a question. Why did the system say that directly donating to certain organizations to indirectly spend money would incur losses? Because, since it's a donation, the intention is to help those who truly need it. If that is the case, it indicates that some organizations, to some extent, may be embezzling donations or using the funds to pay salaries and reimburse expenses for entertainment and leisure. Thus, Li Bufin thought, since they are all charitable organizations, why can't I use that $10 billion to create my own charitable fund? Furthermore, in society, we can recruit enthusiastic people who want to engage in charitable work. The company can reimburse their salaries and normal expenses. In this way, the charitable fund would not incur losses and could 100% help those who truly need assistance. Additionally, this charitable fund could be transparent about every expenditure and accept public supervision. However, I wonder if this would be considered a recharge by the system. I want to establish a charitable fund that does not accept external donations. The salaries and expenses of the staff will be fully paid by the company, without wasting a single penny, ensuring that every cent is spent properly, transparently, and on people or causes that need help. I wonder if this would reduce the loss rate. And would this count as spending money? The system seemed to pause for a moment, simulating the situation described by Li Bufin. After a moment, the system coldly replied, "It's possible, host. However, this also requires considering the loss rate. As long as you can meet the aforementioned conditions, it can be considered a recharge. The system can evaluate your charitable fund as high level, meaning a 99% effectiveness rate, with only one loss." At that moment, Li Bufin was very excited. Yay, that is great. Haha, Then we can have a charitable fund named after the company. But we still need to find a good fund manager. An hour later, I choose domestic charitable organizations for disability assistance, lost children search, and poverty-stricken mountain children assistance, as well as foreign charitable organizations for African children assistance. Wang Huadong first expressed his choice of domestic and foreign charitable organizations. Then, Wu Changjue added, since Wang Huadong's choices lean towards vulnerable groups like children and the disabled, I think while focusing on humanity, we should also pay attention to our nature. I choose domestic charitable organizations for wildlife protection, desert management, sewage treatment, and foreign international endangered species protection organizations. Li Bufin, Wu Changjue, and Wang Huadong felt a little embarrassed. They had been considering the establishment of a fund individually before, but in their pride, had forgotten to inform the others, making them work in vain. Ahem, I think what you said is all very good. However, have you noticed a problem? Wu Changjue and Wang Huadong shook their heads, indicating they did not understand Li Bufin's meaning. Seeing this, Li Bufin explained directly. Actually, have you ever thought that the total investment of those charitable organizations you mentioned might not even reach $10 billion? If we invest a large sum of money into them, think about it. What is most likely to happen? The two seemed to understand, and in unison answered. Embezzlement of donations. Li Bufin nodded. Exactly. Although these charitable organizations were established with good intentions, we do not know how corrupt they are internally or to what extent. Imagine if we donate $10 billion and find out that $2 billion, or even more, has been embezzled by some people within the organization. Wouldn't you be angry? Of course, I would be furious. If I encountered that even once, I wouldn't want to donate again. Even if I did, I wouldn't give to organizations that wear the cloak of charity. Exactly. So since we don't know which charitable organization is good, why can't we establish our own charitable organization? I believe $10 billion would be enough to make this charitable organization known worldwide and help those who truly need assistance, right? Everyone realized what Li Bufin meant. Upon careful thought, it really was the case. Only by having our own charitable organization can we ensure that every penny is used properly. Seeing them all nod in agreement, Li Bufin waved his hand and said solemnly, "It's settled then. We will donate $10 billion to this charitable fund in the name of the company. We will seek out positive individuals from society to recruit them to help us manage this charitable fund. Their normal expenses and salaries will be covered by our company. This fund will not accept external donations for the time being. Every penny will be transparently disclosed on the official website, subject to public supervision." Wu Changjue and Wang Huadong nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Thus, a charitable fund that would later be known worldwide, the ZJO Charitable Fund, was established. In the following days, with the approval of the relevant authorities, Li Bufin established the ZJO Charitable Fund. He designated an area on the official website specifically for charitable fund matters. However, for now, it only displayed the total amount of $10 billion in the charitable fund and a recruitment notice. Meanwhile, Li Bufin also posted the recruitment notice on the company's Weibo. The recruitment notice read, "Dear friends, hello. As you all know, our company has made a good profit recently. Well, quite a lot. And I know many people are urging us to donate quickly. I wholeheartedly agree with this. To give back to society, our motherland that nurtures us, and the blue planet that sustains us, we have made a solemn decision. We will donate $10 billion. Yes, you heard it right. You didn't misread it. An unprecedented one-time donation of $10 billion. However, we plan to operate it in the form of a charitable fund funded by the company. This charitable fund is called ZJO Charity. It might sound a bit awkward, but it's okay. As long as you know it's a charitable fund named after our company. As the saying goes, a skilled woman cannot cook without rice. We have the rice, but no skilled woman, lacking a suitable fund manager to help us with charitable operations. Here, we sincerely invite capable individuals to apply for the position of charitable fund manager. One manager can form a charitable operation team of no more than 20 people. Our requirements are that the manager must be hardworking, full of positive energy, kind, outgoing, possess strong communication and teamwork skills, be sincere, not embezzle funds, have no racial discrimination, and no bad habits, etc. We promise that the salaries of the manager and their subordinate team will not be less than $20,000 per month, and normal expenses can be reimbursed. We will publicly disclose how the $10 billion is used, down to every penny. At that time, we welcome the public to supervise. Thank you for your support. Choose ZJO Software, choose a bright future, and see you next time. Chapter 15. How to spend $100 billion. The announcement of a staggering $10 billion donation sent shockwaves across Weibo, comparable to a magnitude 12 earthquake. The Weibo officials quickly detected an influx of traffic far beyond the norm for that time. with not only domestic IP addresses, but also many from abroad. After verification, the Weibo officials were startled by the $10 billion donation, but there was nothing they could do but assume the company simply had too much money to spend. Before long, the Zhao Charity Foundation and its $10 billion donation were trending. As always, there were plenty of onlookers, and soon a large number of retweets, likes, and especially comments appeared beneath the post. Thanks to smart translation technology, there were now millions of domestic and international users, with some foreigners attempting to use smart translation to access domestic websites like Weibo. Thus, the comments section featured not only voices from the domestic populace, but also individuals from countries like Japan, South Korea, France, the US, India, and the UK. Supporting Zhao software is a source of pride for the Chinese people, earning foreign money and donating it domestically. No need for further explanation, just support. I'll go back and pay for their smart translation service. You, Huaxia, cannot be stingy. You should know our country often helps the world. Whether economically or through humanitarian aid, we are present everywhere. The person upstairs is mistaken. Your country is precisely the reason why some small nations have their civilians displaced. You have dropped the most bombs on foreign soils, plundered countless resources, yet act like saints on the international stage. It's shameful. Indeed, the person upstairs is right. Whoever you donate to, do not donate to your country. Everyone, discussing the rights and wrongs of war here is pointless. We are all here to support those in need of aid. I suggest that Zhao Charity should adopt a strategy focused on domestic aid with international assistance. Key point here. Did you not notice the mention of nurturing our blue planet in Weibo? This indicates that they not only want to help people, but also protect the environment and save endangered species. Exactly. I agree with the view of the person upstairs. I believe Zhao Charity should be like this. Be a unique charity foundation, setting a good example for certain institutions. Before long, the company's phone rang incessantly. The customer service representatives discovered that many were inquiring about the authenticity of the donation. Upon learning that the $10 billion donation was indeed real, the journalists became excited. It was simply unbelievable, and each one thought of headlines to publish across various media. Donating $10 billion. Is it indulgence? Or do they have too much money to spend? The charity foundation Zhao, with a funding pool of $10 billion. The first transparent, open, and supervised charity foundation. What ulterior motives lie behind the $10 billion donation? Some reporters even wanted to conduct interviews at the company, but under Li Bufen's instructions, all requests were denied. He saw the malicious hype from those media outlets online, unsure whether to praise or scold them. Clearly, some media were damaging the company's reputation, but at the same time, more people became aware of Zhao software and began downloading the Smart Translation app. As of now, the download count for Smart Translation has reached 86 million, with 53 million from domestic users. The number of paying users has soared to 75 million. Regarding the charity foundation, after Li Bufen transferred the $10 billion, he didn't team manage it much and handed it over to Bu Changhua for administration. After hiring a suitable fund manager, Bu Changhua would also pass on the management rights of the charity foundation and focus on company affairs. Li Bufen was very pleased with the impact that the $10 billion could have. For him, making donations was akin to spending money in a game. The more he donated, the more he earned, and the more points he would receive. Li Bufen checked the system store. Ding. Host has recharged 900 points. Current balance is 200 points. Li Bufen currently had no plans to use the points, even though there were many great items available, divided into technology and cultivation categories. The technology side included not only gene repair solutions that delay aging, but also gene enhancement solutions that strengthen the body, along with numerous black technology materials and products. As for the cultivation side, Li Bufen briefly glanced at it and saw some cultivation techniques with exorbitant prices. Although Li Bufen could afford a few beginner cultivation manuals, he did not plan to do so. Mainly, he asked one more question before purchasing. System, how powerful will the star gathering technique be when cultivated to perfection? And how long will it take with my aptitude? Host, this star gathering technique is divided into 2 volumes. The first volume, when cultivated to perfection, grants a lifespan of 500 years, immunity to fire and water, and invulnerability to blades and spears. However, with the host's aptitude in the spiritual energy environment of the high-dimensional space where Blue Star is located, the host will need 238 years to cultivate to perfection. Friendly reminder. The system does not recommend the host to practice cultivation techniques, as the corresponding spiritual energy in the spatial dimension near Blue Star, which is a special type of dark energy, is too scarce and belongs to the end of the law era. Furthermore, to achieve similar effects. One can completely use the gene enhancement solutions from the technology side. The perfection realm corresponds to the first-level advanced gene enhancement solution, priced at 50,000 points per bottle. There are also lower-level enhancement solutions, divided into first-level beginner and intermediate enhancement solutions, corresponding to the entry-level and minor achievement in cultivation techniques. With lifespans of 200 and 300 years, requiring 2,000 and 10,000 points respectively. Therefore, the system suggests that the host focus on developing technology on Blue Star. And when the time comes to enter the interstellar realm, the cultivation civilization will be an aid to your progress. Thus, Lee Bufin planned to save these points to exchange for technologies like controllable nuclear fusion to elevate Blue Star's civilization level. Regarding the company's funds of over 120 billion yuan, aside from the more than 60 billion used to establish the charity foundation, there was still over 60 billion remaining. Lee Bufin's plans for this money were, first, to aggressively hire various talents, particularly in scientific and technological fields, not limited to programmers. This includes mathematicians, physicists, communication engineers, mechanical engineers, etc. These people would require about 1 billion per year. Second, to purchase the building he is currently renting, which would cost around 300 million. Third, to establish high-tech laboratories and acquire cash equipment, costing about 5 billion. Fourth, to build a high-performance server cluster to serve users, which would actually act as a front for the quantum computer where Alpha is located. Normal services would be placed on the server cluster, while specific services would use the quantum computer. This would require about 2 billion. Fifth, to distribute 10 billion as dividends, with Lee Bufin receiving 9.8 billion, and Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong each receiving 1 billion. Sixth, to establish the headquarters building for Zhao software, connecting it with the laboratory area, which would cost about 3 billion. Seventh, to keep the remaining 40 billion or so as reserve funds for the company, in case they are needed for acquisitions or investments. Therefore, Lee Bufin shared his plans with Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong, who all expressed their agreement. Subsequently, Bu Changhua began contacting relevant departments in Jiangxing to acquire a 10-square-kilometer plot of land in the suburbs, spending around 3 billion. After that, Bu Changhua started to announce the spending plan on the official website and Weibo. The onlookers had become numb to Zhao Software's lavish spending and were surprised to learn that the current employee count was just under 100, envying those employees for their good fortune. As a result, seeing high-paying job postings, many people began to stir, contacting Zhao Software to apply for certain positions. For construction companies, server suppliers, and laboratory equipment purchasers, it felt like sharks encountering a school of fish, which was quite exciting. Thus, they started bidding on the official website and would meet in the company conference room a few days later for professional review and evaluation to select the most suitable enterprises. Ultimately, the high-performance server cluster was won by IBM from the United States, with a total cost of about 221.8 billion yuan. The design plan for the headquarters building was finally adopted from the design company Zenith of Gaul, with a design fee of 50 million yuan. The headquarters building stands at 112 meters tall, has 43 floors, and 3 underground levels, accommodating over 10,000 people. From a high vantage point, it can be seen that the headquarters building will present an S-shape, unique and very much in line with the company's brand. The laboratory's appearance is quite ordinary, with nothing special. The laboratory building is 66 meters tall, has 28 floors, and 6 underground levels. The construction of the headquarters and laboratory was respectively won by China State Construction 3rd Engineering Bureau and Jiangxing Construction, costing 265.8 billion yuan and 157.6 billion yuan. The equipment procurement was provided by the well-known overseas company Caesar Heavy Industry. This company ostensibly engages in heavy industry production, but secretly uses this identity to procure various equipment in multiple countries, especially experimental equipment banned from export to Huaxia. However, their boss is quite savvy and generally shares profits with certain officials from various countries, which allows those countries to turn a blind eye. Thus, many large companies in Huaxia have close cooperation with Caesar Heavy Industry. Of course, although Caesar Heavy Industry helps transport embargoed items, including ASML's latest 10-nanometer lithography machine, they dare not transport some of the latest technological products. Otherwise, no matter how much they bribe certain lawmakers, those lawmakers would not tolerate it. It is precisely because Caesar implements the second-best strategy, which is to buy not the best but the second-best products, that their underground business is very successful, earning a massive fortune for Caesar Heavy Industry. For embargoed equipment, while Caesar Heavy Industry can obtain it, the buyers in Huaxia must pay 25 times the selling price. leading to considerable complaints from many domestic enterprises. Meanwhile, in the days following the press conference, Lee Bufin frequently communicated with Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg and members of their technical department. Among them, Zuckerberg asked Lee Bufin a question that made Lee Bufin feel somewhat awkward. "Dear Lee, did you know that although our stock price has risen, it has fallen back again, with a final increase of less than 3, which troubles me a lot. Dear Zuckerberg, why did it fall back again? Sigh. We have to blame those damn consortiums behind the bird calls. Although the consortium behind Facebook has begun to exert influence, they always attack us in public opinion. You know, ruining a company's reputation is not difficult, but improving it is quite challenging. Also, that bird call asked us a very critical question." What question? "Some of them said that your smart translation installed a backdoor program, which would infringe on user privacy and data security. If Facebook installed such a plugin, it would be fatal for freedom-loving people. Honestly, tell me, your smart translation doesn't really have a backdoor program, does it? How could that be? We at CJO Software disdain to do such a thing that kills the goose that lays the golden eggs. Our mission is to serve users better. Dearly, I also believe that you wouldn't do that. However, without effective evidence, I am in a difficult position. Relevant departments have already pressured us. God, those bought-off lawmakers. So what do you suggest we do? Make this rumor disappear? Dearly, you could provide the source code to us at Facebook. Please rest assured that we will take very high care and protection of the source code, and it will not be obtained by hackers. Moreover, we guarantee that the code will only be used within Facebook and that we will not develop a separate product to compete with you or use the source code to collaborate with other companies." I wonder if this would work. Mr. Zuckerberg, we didn't say that before. The source code is impossible to give to you unless Facebook is willing to give up half of its shares. Then I might agree. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I will provide you with the corresponding interface as stipulated in the contract, allowing you to use it. Of course, this interface will be offline, meaning you can use it offline. Thus, without network information exchange, our backend will not know your specific usage. As for what you do after obtaining it, I don't care. Even if you cooperate with your government and military, I only care that it does not affect our company's normal operations. I wonder if this proposal will satisfy you and the consortium behind you, Mr. Zuckerberg? You cunning guy. All right, as long as our side tests it without issues. Then it's fine. Okay, goodbye, Zuckerberg. In fact, Lee Bufin did leave a backdoor in smart translation, but with current methods, it cannot be discovered. Because these backdoors do not normally transmit data with the server, they only activate when the server sends a specific signal. In Facebook's technical department, under the required API interface format, Lee Bufin instructed Alpha to create it. Eventually, after Facebook did not find any bugs or backdoor communications and confirmed that the interface fully met the expected functions, both parties reached a unified agreement and completed the previous transaction. As for when Facebook chooses to implement the plugin and how to handle public relations, those matters are no longer related to Lee Bufin. In the past few days, with the increase in company personnel recruitment, the ordinary employees on the second floor, which was not fully occupied, are now almost filling up the 23rd floor. The 4th and 5th floors are temporarily reserved, but with the continuous recruitment, the 4th floor will also be filled soon, at which point recruitment will stop. The 5th floor will be kept as a backup. The 6th floor is exclusively for senior management, equipped with dedicated offices. Lee Bufin felt that with the increase in business, there would inevitably be more personnel, and soon this building would not be able to accommodate all employees. Therefore, Lee Bufin specifically called the China State Construction 3rd Engineering Bureau, which is constructing the headquarters building. He learned that it would take 3 years to complete. This made Lee Bufin quite frustrated. So he reached out to the president of the China State Construction 3rd Engineering Bureau. "Hello, I am Lee Bufin from CJO Software. May I ask if you are the president of China State Construction 3rd Engineering Bureau?" "Yes, hello. What can I do for you?" "It's like this. Your bureau has won the bid for our headquarters building. I previously consulted with the relevant person in charge, and their answer was that it would take 3 years to complete. I want to know if you can speed up the process. After all, that area currently belongs to the suburbs with not many people and houses. So, I want to ask if construction can be done 24 hours a day. We can cover the overtime costs. We want to use the headquarters building as soon as possible. I wonder how quickly it could be completed." "Oh, I see. I have also looked into this project. The 3-year completion time mentioned by the previous person in charge refers to the normal condition. If you can pay more, we can also speed up the progress. I estimate that the construction period can be shortened to 1.5 years. However, it requires double the cost. I wonder if you are willing?" "So you mean it can be completed in 1.5 years at the earliest? But double? That means it would require 265.8 billion yuan doubled?" "Yes, that's correct." "All right, since this is quite a big project for you, I'll take charge and offer you a discount price of 5 billion. I guarantee that we will complete it with quality and quantity within a year and a half. What do you think? That's indeed a high price. Forget it. We are in a hurry. Let's go with this. We agree. Tomorrow, you send someone over, we'll revise the contract, and then we'll transfer the money to your account. That's quite straightforward. Your company is really generous. Well, let's leave it at that. Thus, in order to move to the headquarters building as soon as possible, Li Bufin spent over $2 billion more. At this time, it had been a week since the press conference. The company was developing steadily, with no new products to release. And the profits from the company's intelligent translation products could fully cover the salary expenses. Therefore, besides being busy with the charity fund, recruitment, and bidding a few days ago, Li Bufin and his two companions were quite relaxed these days, usually sitting in the office. Occasionally dealing with trivial matters, at other times, the three played games together, enjoying a leisurely life. Chapter 16. Reflecting on life. Visiting home often today is the day for company dividends. After paying personal income tax, Zhu Changjue and Wang Huadong each had several tens of millions left. Li Bufin, on the other hand, had several billions. Seeing them staring at his bank balance, Li Bufin chuckled happily, feeling quite pleased. After all, his good brothers were working with him, moving towards wealth together, which was exciting to think about. Li Bufin looked at them. Second brother, third brother, what do you plan to do with this money? He continued, we are no longer worried about food or clothing. If we need anything, we can completely use the company funds for it. I plan to buy a villa, then a sports car, and there won't be much left after that. Afterwards, I'll give the remaining money to my parents. I intend to donate a bright asphalt road to my hometown in the countryside. Then I'll tear down my old house and rebuild it beautifully, and later contract a fish pond to raise some fish. Mainly, my parents have told me long ago that they want to return to the countryside to retire when they get old. Occasionally, they can fish, raise cats and dogs, grow vegetables, and play mahjong or cards with some neighbors. Zhu Changjue and Wang Huadong took turns expressing their plans for the money. Li Bufin nodded, thinking it was all quite good and very filial. At this moment, Zhu Changjue looked at Li Bufin and curiously asked, what about you, big brother? You have several billions. What do you plan to do? Li Bufin thought for a moment and replied to Zhu Changjue, as for me, I will buy 2 big villas. One for my parents and one for myself. Then I will buy 3 sports cars, a Lamborghini costing around 20 million for myself, and one costing around 10 million for each of my parents. After that, I will buy a plane. It seems the Gulfstream in the U.S. is quite good, costing several billions. The plane is mainly for convenience when traveling far in the future. Then I will give my parents 100 million each as pocket money. The remaining money, I will save in the bank as personal funds. Perhaps, this money will be the capital for my future comeback. Comeback? What do you mean? Zhu Changjue looked at Li Bufin, puzzled. Li Bufin smiled and said, it's better to be prepared. You don't really think this company can last forever, do you? I have a strong premonition lately. I feel like we might have unintentionally offended a lot of people and disrupted many people's livelihoods. Think about it. Our intelligent translation has primarily disrupted tens of millions of language translators. They usually rely on helping some cross-border companies write copy and do translation work just to make a living, and now we have destroyed that. Consider this. If one day our product affects hundreds of millions of employees, what will we face? Zhu Changjue and Wang Huadong thought for a moment, but shook their heads, unsure if they were afraid to speak or genuinely didn't know. Li Bufin continued, for a beggar who hasn't eaten for several days, food is the most important thing to them. For a traveler running in the desert for a long time, water is the most important thing. For a rich young master with a net worth of hundreds of billions, spiritual enjoyment is the most important. However, if they lose food, water, and spiritual enjoyment, what will happen? First, the rich young master can only live a mundane life, losing the joy of life. Secondly, for the beggar and the traveler, losing food and water means their lives are about to end. At that moment, they will unleash 200 of their power, breaking all social shackles and constraints. Disregarding the lives of others and normal laws, they will fight desperately for survival. You must have heard of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The most fundamental need at the base of the pyramid is the need for survival. Think about it. If we disrupt the livelihoods of tens of millions of people, they might tolerate it for a moment. But without wages and rewards, if society does not extend a helping hand, their assets will be exhausted. At that point, they will have nothing to lose. Imagine if they collectively vandalize our industry, besiege our company staff, our assets will be wiped out in an instant. Big brother, are you thinking too far ahead? Such things shouldn't happen, right? That's right, they won't happen. It's just that the danger will be nipped in the bud. In other words, our company might be forced by relevant departments to stop providing services or products to certain industries. such as stopping translation services for some companies or individuals to address the unemployment issue in society. Because the government cannot just watch tens of millions of people become unemployed. That would seriously affect social stability and citizens' happiness, as well as lower people's living standards. So sometimes, we haven't done anything wrong, and technology isn't inherently good or bad. But our company may be the one to take the blame. Maybe by then, the company will no longer be under our control. Do you understand? Zhu Changhua and Wang Huadong were taken aback, not expecting such a possibility. Big brother, aren't you thinking too far ahead? How could we possibly affect so many people? After all, that's tens of millions. Li Bufin sneered. Haha, what if I say my company has developed artificial intelligence? Or what if our company produces robots? This would cause massive unemployment for hundreds of millions. At that time, do you think everyone will praise our company or criticize it? Our production lines will be destroyed. Our products will be smashed, our buildings will be burned, and our employees will be treated like rats in the street. At this moment, Zhu Changhua and Wang Huadong's expressions turned grim. Big brother, what do you suggest we do in the future? Will we not launch good products anymore? Li Bufin shook his head. No, quite the opposite. We must not only launch high-tech products, but also promote them vigorously. Zhu Changhua was very confused, looking at Li Bufin with a puzzled expression. Why is that? Since we know this will cause massive unemployment, why promote it? Li Bufin smiled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm conducting an experiment that concerns our future direction. Specifically, we cannot disclose. You just need to know that if our company really encounters the situation I previously speculated, then we should abandon the company, fly far away, and set up our own business. On the contrary, if people always welcome and accept us, and our company operates smoothly, then we just need to work hard, behave properly, and push forward the technological progress. At this point, Zhu Changhua and Wang Huadong nodded in agreement. Although they did not understand why Li Bufin said this, they knew very well that as long as they followed Li Bufin, there would be good days ahead. In fact, what Li Bufin shared with them today was mainly because he had often felt someone following him on the road recently, making him restless during the day and uneasy at night. These days, although the company's official website has been attacked by hackers daily, the enemy seems to have no other excessive actions, which is somewhat abnormal. Moreover, the relevant departments have not established a friendly communication channel with the company, which made Li Bufin feel like a thorn in his back. It felt like a storm was coming, as if something major was about to happen. Thus, Li Bufin expressed these thoughts to them. He cast aside his distracting thoughts and stopped thinking about unhappy matters. Looking at Zhu Changhua and Wang Huadong, he smiled and asked, Second brother, third brother, today the company is distributing dividends, which is a day worth celebrating. I invite everyone to a 5-star hotel for a seafood buffet. Haha, yes. The last time I went to a 5-star hotel was when a relative treated us. I remember there were over 1,000 dishes, each delicious. Wow, I've never been to a 5-star hotel. I wonder what the buffet there is like. Let's go try it out. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough. While walking on the street, Li Bufin saw couples walking together and felt an indescribable sensation. It seemed like envy, jealousy, and also nostalgia and longing. Li Bufin couldn't help but think of his ex-girlfriend and the moments they shared together. Then he shook his head, letting the past stay in the past, and looking forward. Everyone returned to their rented house, which was not large, but very cozy, reminiscent of their university dormitory. At this moment, Zhu Changhua approached Li Bufin, a bit shy and hesitant. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like a girl? If you have something to say it quickly. Don't drag it out. Haha, my parents just called. They asked why I haven't gone home after graduation. I told them I'm starting a business with my brothers, and that we are already very wealthy. They're worried, afraid that I've been deceived, and asked me to go home for a visit so they can confirm. Oh, I thought it was something important. That makes some sense. We've graduated for a while now, but haven't gone home. The last time we went home was during the new year, right? It's indeed time to go back. How about this? Let's arrange the tasks of the company for the next few days, find some subordinates to temporarily hand over the work. Then the three of us can take a few days off to go back and spend time with our parents. It would be best to let our parents quit their jobs and come to Jiangxing to enjoy life. That way, it will be very convenient to visit them in the future. What do you think? Everyone nodded in agreement. So the next day, they briefly handed over some arrangements and tasks to the company's senior management. Then, they each bought a sports car and prepared to drive home. Knock, knock, knock. Li Bufin did not inform his parents in advance as usual, but went directly to their doorstep and knocked on the door. Who is it? Mom, it's me, Bufin. With a clatter, the door opened. Son, why have you only just come back? Didn't you graduate from school half a month ago? Also, what about your luggage? Did you send it by express? But that doesn't make sense. Why didn't you even bring a change of clothes? Li Bufin put on slippers, neatly stacked his shoes, and placed them in the shoe cabinet, then gently closed the security door. Mom, today I specially drove back to see you. I'll only stay for a couple of days before I have to leave. What's going on? You need to explain to Mom. What exactly is the situation? Mom, a lot has happened since graduation. Is Dad at home? Call him up, then I can tell you both together. Otherwise, I'll have to repeat the same thing. All right. Your dad went downstairs to play cards. I'll call him back home. 5 minutes later. What's up? I was just winning big, made over 200 yuan. And now you've interrupted me. Who knows when I'll have such luck again. Also, I just came back from outside the community and saw a Lamborghini parked downstairs. I don't know whose luxury car it is. It seems to be worth over 20 million. Whoever can afford such an expensive car. I wonder why they live in this 2 million house. Honey, I called you back because our son is home. I see he hasn't brought any luggage. Saying he has something important to discuss with us. The three of them sat in the living room, with a plate of cut fruit and a plate of sunflower seeds and snacks in front of each person. Dad, that sports car you saw downstairs. Well, actually, it's mine. You wasteful son. Tell me, did you borrow money online? No wonder you didn't even bring luggage. Son, don't do anything foolish. Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. Do you really think so little of me? Li Bufin's parents nodded as expected, which made the corners of Li Bufin's mouth twitch. The insult was too much, wasn't it? Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. This is a car I bought after making money from my company. Also, the money my company earns is thousands of times more than the cost of this Lamborghini. Thousands of times. Is that in the hundreds of billions? Son, where did you get so much money? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Did you break into a bank vault? Mom and Dad, don't worry. This money is legitimate. I opened a company called Sejeo Software, which specializes in software. This company previously collaborated with Facebook and earned 20 billion US dollars. This made the hot search on Weibo. If you don't believe me, you can check. Li Bufin opened his phone, showing his parents the screen while operating it. He opened Weibo, typed in Sejeo Software 20 billion, and then, sure enough, a series of news articles, photos, and comments appeared before his eyes. Among them, there was a photo of Li Bufin and Mark Zuckerberg signing a contract together. At this moment, Li Bufin's parents found it hard to believe and looked at him with the gaze of someone viewing a monster. Ahem, now that you see the truth, you should believe it, right? All right, son, you truly are the descendant of our Li family. The genes are excellent, haha. Mom and Dad, I'm here today mainly to spend a couple of days with you and to let you know I'm safe. And I think you can quit your jobs, enjoy your retirement. And from now on, I will support you. Now that I have money, I plan to buy you a villa to live in. And occasionally, I'll come over to have meals with you. All right, honey, let's listen to our son and quit our jobs. We've worked for most of our lives. It's time to enjoy ourselves. To be honest, I've always envied others who live in villas. I never expected my son to help me fulfill this wish. It's really great. Yes, let's listen to our son. Mom and Dad, give me your bank account numbers, and I'll give you some pocket money first. If you need more money later, just come to me. No need. Your dad and I have worked for so long. We still have some savings. We just need enough for daily expenses. Mom, how much savings do you really have? I earn a lot now, and if I don't give you any, won't people talk behind my back? Okay. My bank card number is 73764646, and your dad's bank card number is 27561346. Well, all right. The transfer is complete. Take a look. Beep. Your ICBC card ending in 4646 received 100 million yuan at 1426.38 on July 15th, with a balance of 100,043,867. 6 yuan. Beep. Your CCB card ending in 1346. At this moment, both of their phones chimed with text message notifications. Picking up the phone to check, they were shocked to see the amount, 100 million yuan. To be honest, they had never seen so much money before. Son, isn't this too much? Mom, just don't complain about it being too little. Your son has donated over 60 billion yuan in charity alone. After all, money is just a string of numbers. If you don't use it, it's of no use at all. So, Mom and Dad, please don't save money for me in the future. Buy yourselves a luxury car, get some more luxury items, and high-end clothes. And when you go out to buy groceries, drive to the big supermarket or have it delivered. Don't save a few cents at the market. Now that we have money, we should live like wealthy people. Of course, I also don't want you to spend money recklessly, like gambling or something. If you do gamble, it should only be small amounts, like 10 or 100 yuan. After all, small bets are for fun, while big bets are harmful. Even if my family is big and prosperous, we can't afford to be reckless. Well, that's about it. Son, you've grown up and are more sensible now. Okay, you're right. We'll listen to you from now on. But according to what you said, you don't plan to live with us anymore? Yes. I might be busy with work until late and have an irregular schedule. And who knows, I might find a girlfriend in the future, But don't worry. I'll come to see you often when I have time. All right. You're not small anymore. You can find a girlfriend and let us hold our grandson soon. Cough. I'm still young. Let's talk about that later. Okay. Son, it's not easy to come back. Come and try your mom's signature dishes. All right. I haven't eaten mom's home-cooked meals in a long time. With that, Li Bufin returned home. Afterward, he took his parents to the city of Jiangcheng, bought a villa, and accompanied them, allowing each of them to buy a luxury car. They then moved into a 3-story villa. Finally, after spending a night with his parents in the villa, Li Bufin left them and returned to the company. Chapter 17. Encountering Miss Right. Since graduating and starting the company, Li Bufin had been busy with various matters and was quite occupied, occasionally taking a brief break. After spending a few days with his parents, he noticed that his inner turmoil had calmed down significantly, as if he had found the reason for his hard work. Perhaps it was to repay his parents. One could say that all of Li Bufin's achievements were bestowed upon him by his parents. After all, this was what the powerful system he was given had told him. Indeed, although Li Bufin was already wealthy, under normal circumstances, he might never run out of money in his lifetime. However, for Li Bufin, ever since he possessed this unique system in the universe, the trajectory of his life changed. Neither he, the system, nor the external environment would allow him to live a stable life. He had to work hard to develop technology, think long-term, take humanity on a journey to the stars and the sea, and spread humanity's footprints across the universe. Upon arriving at the company, Li Bufin began contemplating new products, but struggled to decide which product would be appropriate. After all, if he released groundbreaking black technology, perhaps the next day, various foreign intelligence agents would swarm the company, and even the company's executives could be secretly kidnapped or assassinated. On the other hand, if he chose ordinary products, like developing some regular software, it wouldn't be revolutionary, lacking competitiveness, and wouldn't earn much money, merely for self-entertainment, wasting energy. Sitting in the spacious and bright chairman's office, Li Bufin shook his head as he had no ideas for the upcoming products. He looked out the window at the bustling avenue, where cars were racing by. Pedestrians were engrossed in their phones, and the women outside the stores were continuously shouting. At this moment, Li Bufin seemed to have thought of something but was uncertain. His gaze shifted to the greenery in the distance, letting his mind rest. About 15 minutes later, he brought his focus back to the office, sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and began to ponder. Li Bufin first checked the time. July 18th, 10:46 a.m. Oh, is it already July 18th? That means we've been off for 3 or 4 days. Luckily, the company is running smoothly without any issues. I wonder if Buchanghua and the others are back at the company. With this thought, Li Bufin made a call. Meanwhile, Buchanghua, who was in the kitchen cooking, heard the phone ringing in the living room. He quickly turned on the faucet to wash his hands, grabbed a kitchen towel to wipe off the grease from his hands, and then went to the living room to answer the phone. Hello, who is this? Cough. It's me, Li Bufin. Oh, sorry, I'm at home. I was just cooking in the kitchen. Haha, the first time cooking for my parents. Okay then, it's good to spend more time with your parents. I didn't expect you to be so filial, cooking for them. Haha. It's good. If you don't do it now, you'll be busy with company work later on. When do you plan to return to the company? I just got back this morning. Yes. You're back at the company so quickly? I thought we had a 7-day holiday. Hee. Okay, I'll be back at the latest in 2 days. Is that all right? Sure. Since tomorrow and the day after are the weekend, you can take a break. Just spend more time with your parents. And please send my regards to uncle and aunt. I won't disturb you. Okay. Thank you, big brother. My parents will be very happy to hear your regards. See you at the company the day after tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufin called Wang Huadong. At that moment, Wang Huadong was with his parents in his hometown's rural area, discussing with a local contractor how to rebuild their house to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Ding ding ding. The sound rang out, and Wang Huadong realized his phone was ringing in his pocket, realizing someone was calling him. He looked at it, and saw it was his older brother Li Bufin calling. So he walked away from the noisy discussion and answered the phone. Big brother, hello? What is up? Third brother, where are you now? I can vaguely hear what sounds like an argument, with both male and female voices. It's not an argument. It's a discussion. Okay, I admit the noise is a bit loud. I'm currently with my parents in our hometown, doing a site visit, planning to demolish the house and rebuild a small villa. I just found a well-known contractor in the village to discuss this. Got it. But with your current status, there's no need to be so particular about these trivial matters. Just pay a bit more. It's okay to be at a slight loss as long as the quality is good. That makes sense. Sigh, my parents have been poor all their lives. And even now, they still want to stretch a penny into two. Huh? I'm just here to accompany them and let them unwind a bit. Yeah, I understand. I've already returned to the company, and I'm not asking you to come back in the next 2 days. You're far from home, so it's good to spend a few more days with your parents. I just contacted Buchangjua, and he said he would return to the company the day after tomorrow. Do you think you can come back on Monday? That is, the morning 3 days from now. The company still really needs you. Actually, I don't have much to do on my end. However, since you, big brother, have allowed me to stay at home for a couple more days, I will shamelessly return to the company the day after tomorrow. Well, that is fine. Then see you the day after tomorrow. You go ahead and get busy. All right, see you the day after tomorrow. Li Bufin hung up the phone and gently placed his mobile phone on the desk, shaking his head involuntarily. Why are they so unmotivated? However, indeed, there hasn't been much going on in the company lately. Never mind, let them be willful for a while. After all, it's my company. And I call the shots. Unknowingly, the time had already reached 11:30, which is the company's lunch break. The company stipulates that the morning work hours are from 9 to 11:30, and the afternoon starts at 1:30, with no set-in time, generally. Employees can leave when they complete their tasks. However, under normal circumstances, most people can leave before 6 o'clock, although a few work overtime until after 10 o'clock. Generally, those who work past 9 o'clock can receive a free lunch voucher. The company usually only provides group lunches open to all employees. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, 1 soup, and 1 fruit are sold at cost price, which is 15 yuan. The company also has a small amount of dinner available, but it is generally not open to regular employees. Only senior management who need to work overtime at the company can notify the kitchen in advance to prepare dinner. The lunch dining area is located in the restaurant on the first floor. To be honest, Li Bufin had only eaten there once or twice before, and he hadn't tried all the dishes. Most of the time, he would dine in various star-rated restaurants with Wang Huadong and Buchanghua, enjoying gourmet food and the temptation of delicious flavors. Only occasionally, when he was in a rush and hadn't contacted the hotel in advance to order, would he eat in the company cafeteria. Today, Li Bufin was in the mood to take the opportunity of lunch to inspect the company's employees. Thus, he pressed the button to go to the first floor in the elevator. He saw groups of people chatting and laughing, walking together toward the cafeteria. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Li Bufin spotted a girl walking alone toward the cafeteria. This piqued his curiosity about why she was going alone, so he directed his gaze toward her. The girl was wearing a tight black long dress, her figure slim and tall, about 168 centimeters in height. She seemed to be wearing light makeup with slightly noticeable lipstick, but other areas had little coverage. However, her exquisite features were quite charming. With a smile that could captivate 100 hearts, she moved gracefully like a delicate swallow. The gentle breeze lightly swayed her elegant sleeves, and her skirt fluttered, highlighting her graceful figure. Her eyebrows resembled emerald feathers, and her skin was as smooth as mutton fat. Her face contrasted beautifully with peach blossom petals, and her hair was adorned with golden threads. Her autumnal eyes were mesmerizing, and her spring-like demeanor was delicate and charming. The red gauze fluttered with vibrant colors, and her jeweled hairpin shone brightly. Just as Li Bufin was staring at the girl, she turned at a 90-degree angle, making eye contact with him. This made Li Bufin feel a bit awkward, but he did not show any panic or discomfort. On the contrary, Li Bufin smiled and nodded at her. His intention was to acknowledge her as the chairman, indicating that he recognized this employee. Naturally, employees who knew Li Bufin's true identity would be overjoyed. However, it was unfortunate that Li Bufin encountered a naive girl who truly didn't know who the chairman was. The girl looked at Li Bufin with a seemingly unkind expression. Li Bufin seemed to understand something and walked up to her confidently. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Li Bufin. I saw you going to the cafeteria alone. Look, the others are all in groups." "Ah, hello, I'm Lu Yuding. Since I just joined this company and am unfamiliar with the place, of course, I'm alone." "Aren't you too?" Li Bufin smiled and nodded, then shook his head. "Well, that makes sense. I was dining with friends before, but they have things to do these 2 days, so I'm eating alone." "Oh, I see." At that moment, Li Bufin suddenly said something, and after finishing, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "How about we have lunch together?" The girl was taken aback, clearly startled by Li Bufin's directness. However, she seemed to think that since they were in the company and it was just a meal, it wasn't a big deal. If she refused, it might seem disrespectful to a colleague, and besides, as a newcomer, she needed to get along well with her colleagues. So, she smiled and nodded. "Okay, that sounds good." Thus, the two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. They each chose their favorite dishes and sat at a table, sitting across from each other. They looked at one another while also glancing at the food. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Neither spoke or moved their chopsticks, and they just stared at each other. If anyone else looked over, they might think the two were gazing romantically at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Li Bufin broke the silence first. "Lu Yuding, how about we chat while we eat? We can each briefly introduce ourselves and talk about our interests, life experiences, and goals, and have a deeper conversation. How does that sound? Oh, okay. Once the conversation started, it didn't stop. They would take a bite of food and then chat for a while. Normally, it would take both of them no more than 10 minutes to finish their meals. However, today, they spent a long time and still had about half of their food left. This was because they seemed to hit it off and enjoyed talking to each other. Both were engrossed in their conversation, wanting to spend more time together, talk more, discuss life, and explore international affairs. Therefore, neither of them felt full. And their food had already gone cold, but they didn't mind. Before they knew it, there were only the two of them left in the cafeteria, which made the cleaning lady look at them with a slightly displeased expression, seemingly unable to tolerate their public display of affection. In the end, Li Bufin asked for her contact information, and she happily gave it to him. Then, for some reason, Li Bufin shamelessly said to her, "Lu Yuding, what time do you finish work this afternoon? Can I treat you to dinner tonight? I finish at 6 o'clock. Isn't that a bit too much? After all, we just met. It's precisely because we just met that we should chat more. It's not easy to find a friend we click with. We should cherish it." "Oh, I see. That makes sense. All right then. Okay, I'll contact you at 6 o'clock tonight. I'll wait for you after work. Let us not miss each other tonight. Bye-bye." "Okay, see you tonight." Lu Yuding's cheeks flushed, making her feel quite embarrassed. After they finished talking, she hurriedly covered her cheeks and ran to a place far away from Li Bufin. What is wrong with me? Am I falling for him? Although the guy was still somewhat handsome, she thought, never mind, let us take it one step at a time. She couldn't help but wonder how things would go tonight. She was looking forward to it. Li Bufin smiled as he watched Lu Yuding cover her face and run away. He thought to himself, this girl seems quite shy. That's good. It's been a long time since I've gone on a date with a girl, and I'm quite looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Li Bufin was restless and didn't do any serious work, thinking about what kind of surprise to give her that evening. Li Bufin planned to have dinner at the most romantic French restaurant in Jiangcheng, reserving a candlelight dinner priced at 520 yuan. This candlelight dinner includes a bottle of red wine, 2 servings of steak, a serving of French fries, 2 servings of foie gras, a serving of caviar, a serving of fruit and vegetable salad, a serving of escargot, a serving of mushroom cream soup, a serving of borscht, and finally, 2 servings of pudding and 2 servings of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Although the price far exceeds the actual value of the items, the benefits of this package are the quiet atmosphere and attentive service. The private room is exquisitely decorated, adorned with various roses, accompanied by romantic and cheerful love songs. Li Bufin checked the online reviews, all 5-star ratings, with pictures as proof, which didn't seem like fake reviews, so he decided on this restaurant. Time passed unnoticed, and it was already 5:50 p.m. Li Bufin glanced at his Patek Philippe watch on his left wrist, tidied up his attire in front of the mirror. At this moment, Li Bufin was wearing a suit, with a tie, and leather shoes, looking quite spirited. Then, he went to the restroom to wash his face, removing the oil from his skin. Feeling ready, he headed downstairs. By the time he reached the first floor, it was already 5:58 p.m. And Li Bufin sent a message to Lu Yuding. "I've arrived on the first floor, waiting for you." At that moment, Lu Yuding, who had just finished her work and was preparing to go home, saw a message pop up on her computer screen. She quickly opened it, fearing it was her boss blaming her for not doing her job well. To her relief, it was Li Bufin's message, which made her feel both shy and expectant. She didn't expect Li Bufin to actually wait for her as he said at noon, which touched her a bit. She replied, "I'll be down soon," and continued to pack her things before heading downstairs. Thus, Li Bufin met Lu Yuding, and they called for a car online to go to the French restaurant. Throughout the ride, Lu Yuding was quite puzzled, not knowing where Li Bufin was taking her to eat. When they sat down at the table, Lu Yuding was astonished by the scene before her. It wasn't a scary shock, but a delightful surprise she never expected. She was amazed by the luxury and romance of the private room and Li Bufin's thoughtful preparation. Perhaps it struck a chord in her heart, causing her to feel butterflies, her heart racing, and her cheeks slightly flushed, increasing her fondness for him. Seeing Lu Yuding in such a lovely state made Li Bufin very happy, and they began to chat and laugh together. Perhaps due to her low tolerance for alcohol, Lu Yuding's cheeks turned red after less than half a bottle of red wine, and she became a bit weak, swaying as she walked. Seeing her like this, Li Bufin wanted to take her home. Lu Yuding seemed a bit tipsy at that moment, her reasoning not very clear, and when she heard Li Bufin wanted to take her home, she appeared somewhat reluctant. "Can you stay with me? I don't want to go home today." Li Bufin was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed yet excited. He nodded and carried her to the Hilton next to the restaurant to check in. "Hello, what type of room would you like? We have single rooms, double rooms, standard rooms, business suites, and presidential suites. Li Bufin looked at Lu Yuding, who showed no reaction, and said, "Presidential suite, please. I'll pay with my card." The presidential suite at this hotel was very spacious, nearly 200 square meters, with 2 large beds, 2 small beds, 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, a conference room, a study, and several bathrooms. Li Bufin gently placed Lu Yuding on one of the large beds and looked at her. "I'll go to the next room. If you need anything at night, you can call me." Lu Yuding seemed not to hear, neither nodding nor shaking her head. With Li Bufin's help, Lu Yuding took off her outer clothing and shoes, covered herself with a blanket, and prepared to sleep. "Good night, Lu Yuding." "Good night, Li Bufin." Watching Lu Yuding looking a bit tired and wanting to sleep, Li Bufin left the room, gently closed the door, and went to another bedroom. Having had a bit to drink and sweating in the summer heat, Li Bufin went to the bathroom to wash himself. After taking a shower, when Li Bufin returned to his room and opened the door, he found someone seemingly under the covers of his bed, fully covered. Li Bufin was startled, thinking, "I didn't go to the wrong room. Could it be haunted?" He approached and pulled back the blanket, discovering it was Lu Yuding. Lu Yuding seemed to have woken up a bit, feeling awkward and shy when found. I'm scared. Can you hold me while I sleep?" Li Bufin smiled and nodded, getting into bed and holding Lu Yuding. They spent the night like this, with nothing happening. The next morning, when Lu Yuding woke up, she couldn't believe she had slept all night in the arms of a boy, her cheeks flushed. "Since you held me, you have to take responsibility for me." "Okay, sure. Then be my girlfriend." "All right." The two cuddled together, their faces beaming with happy smiles. Chapter 18, A Pleasant Weekend. Today is Saturday, and Lu Yuding doesn't have to go to work. At this moment, omitted. When Yi Fan and Lu Yuding woke up from bed again, it was already 11 a.m. They each occupied a bathroom, finished showering, grooming, and dressing. By the time they were ready to head out, it was already 11:45 a.m. Li Bufin took Lu Yuding's hand and walked down the stairs side by side. After checking out and returning the room key, they walked out of the hotel. Gurgle. At this moment, Lu Yuding's stomach growled loudly, and she quickly covered her belly with both hands, looking shyly at Li Bufin. "I'm sorry, my stomach is being noisy." "It's okay, are you hungry?" "Yes, we didn't have breakfast, and it's already noon." "All right, I remember there's a Wanda Plaza nearby. Let's go there. After lunch, we can browse the mall." "Okay." They quickly finished lunch, and in the afternoon, Li Bufin took her around the mall. Seeing that Lu Yuding had been shopping for a long time without finding anything she liked, Li Bufin asked, "Ting Ting, what kind of clothes do you like? I see there are many clothes in those stores. Is it that you find the prices too high to buy? How about this? It's on me. Let's go to the clothing store where you lingered the most." "Oh no, that's not it. I just think." Li Bufin understood that Lu Yuding was still shy. So he took on a domineering CEO attitude, not waiting for her to finish speaking, and pulled her hand to that clothing store. They continued to shop for more than half an hour, and at this point, Li Bufin's hands were full of bags. Lu Yuding's face was radiant with a happy smile as she sweetly looked at Li Bufin. "Bufin, you've spent so much today, I feel a bit bad." "Haha, it's nothing. By the way, I still don't know what your job position is. Aside from the day we had lunch together, I haven't seen you before." "Oh, I guess I'm in a technical position. What about you?" "Oh, I see. I'm in market operations. My salary isn't as high as yours in tech." "Not necessarily. My salary might not be higher than yours." "Haha. Oh, really? Then I made you spend so much today. Let's not do this in the future, okay?" "Wow, Ting Ting. You really care about me. That makes me happy. But don't worry, our department has bonuses, and daily expenses can be reimbursed by the company." "Bufin, is it really okay to use company funds for dating? Won't your supervisor fire you?" "Haha. If he dares to fire me, I might fire him instead. Don't worry." "Okay then, I'll listen to you." Li Bufin then looked at the various bags he was carrying with a wry smile. "Ting Ting, how about we stop shopping for now? There are too many things, and I'm a bit tired, haha. If there's anything you want to buy, we can come back tomorrow or later." Okay then. So where should we go next?" "I don't know. Where do you want to go?" "I just want to be with you." Me too, what a coincidence." Just then, Li Bufin caught a glimpse of a large LED advertisement in the mall, featuring the recently well-received Wandering Blue Planet. So, Li Bufin pointed at the LED advertisement. "Ting Ting, how about we go watch Wandering Blue Planet?" Sounds good, but where should we put our things?" "We can store our things in the lockers at the cinema. Let's go see if there are any lockers available." Sure enough, when they reached the cinema entrance, they saw a row of lockers. Li Bufin chose the largest locker, then stored the various shopping bags inside, keeping the receipt for later retrieval. Li Bufin noticed that there were still 35 minutes until the next showing of Wandering Blue Planet, which was just right, not too late, and they should be able to get decent seats. So, Li Bufin took Lu Yuding's hand and hurried to the ticket counter. Standing in line. "Hello, I would like 2 tickets for the Wandering Blue Planet show, starting in 32 minutes. Hello, sir and madam. Sure, sir. Which 2 seats would you like? The middle seats, a bit further back, and the 2 seats together. Okay, sir. Here are your 2 tickets. Seats 8 and 9 in row 7. Is that all right? That's fine. Let's go with that. After buying the tickets, Lee Bufin and Lu Yuting sat down briefly in the rest area. The two began to chat. Bufin, why did you want to take me to see this movie? Well, actually, there isn't much reason. It's just that my friends told me this movie is really good, and I've heard that its special effects rival those of Hollywood blockbusters, with great 3D effects. Plus, the storyline is good. After all, it's a sci-fi work by Liu Sci-Bai, so the quality is pretty high. Ah, I see. Well, I'm happy to watch it with you. Ting Ting is really nice. By the way, we've been shopping for so long. Aren't you a bit thirsty or hungry? I think I am a bit. Let's buy something to eat and drink. Oh, right. It seems like the cinema doesn't allow food and drinks bought from elsewhere. I remember once, when I went to see Avengers, I was in a hurry and bought 2 burgers and a juice from FC, and before I could eat them, I went to the cinema to get my ticket checked. Unfortunately, the ticket checker saw the FC bag I was carrying and refused to let me in. She told me to either finish eating before going in or store the food at the cinema and go in to watch the movie first, then come out to eat afterward. Just imagine, I hadn't eaten dinner that night and then had to watch a movie for about 3 hours. My stomach growling many times during the movie, making the people around me look at me as if I were a clown, which was really embarrassing. And when I finally got out of the movie, it was already past midnight, and the FC food was cold, so I had to eat it like that, which was so disappointing. I wonder if Sprite needs this segment of advertising. Wow. I can't believe you had such an experience. That's so funny. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you, just at your interesting experience. Since that's the case, let's go buy some food and drinks at the cinema. I haven't had popcorn in a long time. Okay then. Let's go buy some popcorn. What about drinks? Do you want juice or cola? I think I'll go with the classic cola, even though I don't usually drink it, but chilled cola with popcorn while watching a movie is still so enjoyable. Sounds good. I'll have what you're having. Lee Bufin walked up to the cinema's food counter. I would like a large popcorn and 2 large colas, please. Sure, sir. That will be 46 yuan. Please show me your payment code. After paying, Lee Bufin grabbed the popcorn with his right hand, bent his left arm to hold 1 cola, and then held another cola in his left hand, moving a bit awkwardly like a clown. Lee Bufin quickly walked over to Lu Yuting. Ting Ting, help me out. I don't have enough hands. Oh, haha, okay. Then the two returned to the rest area, went to the restroom one after the other, and washed their hands with soap so they could eat popcorn with their hands later. At this point, there were only 10 minutes left until the movie started, and ticket checking had already begun. Lee Bufin and Lu Yuting lined up together, got their tickets checked, each took a pair of 3D glasses, and walked toward Theater 3. The entire screening room was quite empty. Not many people, probably because the movie had been out for over a month, and many had already seen it. So, Lee Bufin and Lu Yuting chatted and laughed while eating popcorn and drinking cola, waiting for the movie to start. More than 2 hours later, the lights in Theater 3 came on, signaling the end of the movie. They dropped their empty popcorn bags and cola cups, as staff would come to clean up, and then they walked out of the cinema empty-handed. They first sat down in the rest area, discussing the movie's emotional and dramatic scenes. Then they shifted to topics outside the movie plot. What do you think of the special effects in this movie? I think compared to popular sci-fi blockbusters like Interstellar and Avengers in Hollywood, it still has some distance, but it has pioneered domestic sci-fi films. When I saw the trailer, I thought it was just okay, but watching it in the cinema really amazed me. It was indeed quite good. Yes, I've heard that this movie is being called a milestone in domestic sci-fi films online. I heard that the special effects alone were produced by 4 companies, 2 of which are Sino-foreign joint ventures, and it took 8 months to complete the post-production effects, costing a total of 2.4 billion yuan. Wow, Bufin, you know so much. Hee. Of course, after all, I'm your boyfriend. Being a bit impressive is never a bad thing. Yes. Bufin, I feel so lucky to have met you. Meeting you is also my luck, Ting Ting darling. Afterwards, as it was almost dinner time, Lee Bufin stood up, took her hand, and took out all the bags from the locker. Since they had bought so much, Lu Yuting felt a bit embarrassed and invited Lee Bufin back to her rented room. This room is not big, only about 10 square meters, but it is decorated very warmly. The walls are covered with various encouraging phrases. There are stacks of books on the table, and the coffee table has bags of snacks. The room is a bit small, do you mind? I don't mind, it's fine. I see that there seem to be other people living in the other rooms. What's going on? Oh, I'm sharing it with others. The other 2 rooms are occupied by girls, but I didn't know them at first. They were long-term tenants, and I joined in midway. Oh, I see. So when you're alone, do you feel unsafe, since the keys to the front door are with several people? I felt a bit uneasy at first. But later we met and introduced ourselves a bit, and after some time, it was fine. By the way, I have an idea. I don't know if it's okay. What idea? Just say it. It's okay. I might not agree anyway, hee. I was thinking, how about you come and live with me? I have been financially stable recently, and am planning to buy a house. Can you help me arrange that? Isn't that too fast? If my parents find out, they will say something about it. What should I do? Then I'll just tell my parents the truth. That I found an excellent boyfriend and want to live together with him? That works too. When I have time later, I'll bring you home to meet my parents. They will definitely be very happy. Isn't that too fast? I'm not ready yet. I see. Then there's no rush. Let's take our time and talk about it later. Okay. So, does that mean you agree to live with me? Li Bufin thought about the happy life ahead and couldn't help but swallow and smile foolishly. This made Lu Yuding, who originally wanted to say something, hold back her words, roll her eyes at him, and remain shy without saying a word for a long time. In the end, it seemed she understood something and nodded at Li Bufin. I agree. But will you not want me in the future? After all, I'm not particularly beautiful or very smart, and sometimes I can be forgetful. How could that be? I promise you, as long as you don't let me down, I won't let you down either. I want to be with you forever, for eternity. I promise you. I will avoid interacting with other boys in the future, only for work matters, no chatting privately. I also want to be with you, forever and ever. I love you. Li Bufin. Although we have only been together for 2 days, I feel that you are truly a good person, not only excellent, but also very considerate. With a boyfriend like you, I am already content. Thank you. I love you too, Lu Yuding. You are beautiful, and I really like you. You are cute. And I like that too. The next day, Li Bufin took Lu Yuding to the sales office of a villa community they had previously checked out. Hello, sir and madam. Are you here to see the houses in Quiet Valley? Yes, I remember contacting your manager Wang on the phone before. Oh, you have an appointment. Please wait a moment while I find our manager Wang. After a while, Manager Wang hurriedly came over and walked in front of Li Bufin. Hello, esteemed guest. May I ask who you are? My last name is Li Bufin. We spoke on the phone. Do you still have that largest unit available? Oh, I apologize. There have been too many matters lately, and I forgot. I remember now, we did indeed have contact. You were interested in our signature property, the Overlord Villa. No rush. Please follow me to see the aerial model and 3D panoramic view of this villa. Okay. At this moment, Lu Yuding was filled with doubts, thinking, why are we coming to Quiet Valley? This is rumored to be a wealthy area, over 100,000 per square meter, and these are all villas. Oh my god. The manager just said it's the largest unit, so it must be at least 500 square meters. Oh my god, how wealthy is Li Bufin? If he has money, why is he working in the company? I increasingly can't understand him. But why do I feel like I'm being kept? It seems quite pleasant. How strange. Yuding, what are you thinking? At this time, Li Bufin tugged at Lu Yuding's sleeve, pulling her out of her inner monologue. Ting, what do you think of this layout? Wow, this area is so large. How much does it cost? Manager Wang was puzzled, as he had mentioned on the phone that money was not an issue. But now the girl next to him had such an expression. However, he didn't ask, and said, this lady, this Overlord Villa is our store's treasure. Originally meant for our boss to live in, so it's technically not for sale. But your husband offered a high price that made us very tempted. So our boss decided to reluctantly let it go. This villa has a total area of 146,888 square meters, and the extra garden and pond are complimentary. According to your husband's previous agreement with us, it will be purchased at double the price of surrounding villas. That means 200,000 per square meter, totaling about 300 million. Hearing the figures of 200,000 per square meter and 300 million, Lu Yuding was shocked, looking at Li Bufin, feeling incredibly lucky. Her face full of a happy smile. Li Bufin looked at Lu Yuding, who was smiling broadly, and asked in a deep voice, Ting, what do you think of this villa layout? Do you like it? Lu Yuding replied without hesitation, I like it. I really like it. Seeing her so happy, Li Bufin was also very pleased, so he turned to Manager Wang. Manager Wang, I can pay the money. However, I want to ask, is the interior decoration, furniture, and appliances all prepared? Manager Wang was overjoyed at Li Bufin's decisive words, suppressing his excitement, and said, Sir, since it was originally meant for the boss to live in, both the exterior and the interior of this villa have been meticulously selected. As for the appliances, furniture, bathroom supplies, and even kitchen supplies, everything is complete. All produced by top international brands, so you can rest assured about the quality. This means you can move in with just your bags. That's fine. Please prepare the contract, and once it's ready, we can swipe the card to sign and stamp it. Then I can move in today, right? Yes, sir. Manager Wang was overjoyed. This commission was much higher than his annual salary, and he was very excited. He quickly instructed the staff nearby to take good care of Li Bufin and Lu Yuting, then hummed a tune as he walked to the office to prepare the contract. After swiping the card and signing the contract, Li Bufin received the keys to the villa's main door and a set of keys to each room. Holding Lu Yuting's hand, he went into the community, finding the tallest, largest, and most unusual overlord villa in the center. Upon entering the villa, they toured around, and then each picked their favorite room. Ting ting, let's stay in one room. Why do we need to pick separate ones? Bufin, there are so many rooms here. What else would we keep them for? Well, we can switch rooms every day. How about that? Or some rooms can be used for playing piano and singing. Or for working, or reading and studying. What do you think? Okay, I'll follow your lead. Hee. Then let us choose this biggest bedroom. So what do we do next? Is it time for a little rest? Of course, it's time to move. My clothes and books are still in the room I rented. Okay. It seems today is destined to be a busy day. We need to hurry. By the way, we can buy some packing boxes and bags at the courier point on the way to make packing and moving easier. That makes sense. Let us go back. I also need to tell the landlord that I won't be renting anymore and ask for my deposit back. That is fine. Let us set off. I must say, girls really have a lot of things. The room looks tidy and clean, seemingly not too cluttered. But after organizing, they realized it was not just a little, but a lot. In some corners, things were piled up, like hooks on the wall for coats. The space under the bed could hold several storage boxes for miscellaneous items. Several large cardboard boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling in the wardrobe were filled with various odds and ends. Unfortunately, the two of them worked hard for half a day, and time flew by. By lunchtime, they had only packed a small portion, and there was still a bit of distance to go before everything was packed. So they ordered a pizza delivery and continued to work. Finally, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they finished tidying up. By this time, Li Bufin was already exhausted and soaked in sweat. He quickly called a moving company to send a truck over, then sat on the balcony, enjoying the fan and taking deep breaths to rest. By the time the two arrived at their new villa, it was already 6 p.m. They didn't immediately unpack and organize their luggage, but instead took showers to wash off the sweat from a busy day. In the end, they were surprised to find that there were packaged foods in the fridge that were still within their expiration dates. So they took out the food and had a feast in the living room. Then they started tidying up and organizing the items they had moved. However, due to the sheer volume of things, they couldn't finish everything. Eventually, both of them, feeling tired, fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 19. The concept of the second product. The next morning, at 7 a.m. on Monday, a new week began. Li Bufin and Lu Yuting were awakened by the alarm clock. They opened their eyes and saw each other in an embrace. They couldn't help but feel joy, and smiles filled their faces with satisfaction. Yuting, shall we get up now? Yes, we have to go to work today. We can't be late. Okay, I'll wait for you to finish work at noon, and I'll take you to meet some of my good friends, all right? Oh, okay. All right, let us get up. Wash up and head out. After arriving at the company, Li Bufin first took Lu Yuting to her floor and then left the company. This was because he planned to move his belongings from the room he had rented with 2 brothers to the villa he had just bought. Fortunately, as a guy, he didn't have much to pack. After organizing everything, he called a moving truck to take the items to the villa. After checking, he found that everything was basically there, and nothing important was missing. Especially the most valuable quantum computer was still there, which made Li Bufin breathe a sigh of relief. After a quick tidy-up, he sorted the items into categories. Alpha, are you there? Alpha S image projected from the quantum computer S components. And the 3-dimensional projection of Alpha rubbed its eyes, as if just waking up. Yes, master, what can I do for you? Well, there are a few things. First, check and monitor the surveillance of this villa, and investigate whether there are any hidden cameras or listening devices installed here. Okay, master. There are a total of 8 surveillance cameras around the villa, providing full coverage of the exterior. Inside the villa, after checking, no abnormal network information flow was found. So it can be determined that there are no hidden cameras or listening devices. Well, that is good. Second, help me investigate Lu Yuting. Although I trust her, I can't rule out the possibility that she might be a spy planted by some organization. It's better to be cautious, or else I won't even know how I died later. Okay, master. Lu Yuting, born on January 1st, 1998, attended school in Yong'an County, below Jiangcheng. From elementary to high school, her parents work at the water plant in Yong'an County, and their backgrounds can be confirmed as genuine and valid. Lu Yuting graduated from the Foreign Language Department of Jiangcheng University in 2020 and is currently engaged in market operations at Sijeo Software Company. Well, that's about it. Since there are no issues, I can rest assured. I didn't expect her to be at the same level as me, and she just graduated this year. What a coincidence, but that is a good thing. By the way, third, Report on the company's situation over the past few days. Okay, Master. Sajeo Software Company currently has a total of 628 employees. During the days you were away, the company received interviews from 13 TV stations, mainly about Sajeo charity. During your absence, they have already spent hundreds of millions on the first batch of funds to build 10,000 Hope primary schools, which has attracted a lot of media coverage. Therefore, some media outlets wish to interview relevant personnel about how to use the next 60 billion yuan. However, since you were not present, the reception staff did not dare to make decisions on their own and turned them down. Also, currently, the number of downloads for the smart translation product is 117. 67 million, including 37 million in the country. The number of paying users is 64 million, with an average payment cycle of 1.5 months. The daily usage frequency of paying users is average. They only use it when visiting specific websites or watching foreign videos. Otherwise, they close the software or run it in the background. This indicates that although smart translation is quite effective, its appeal and user activity are still insufficient. Well, that is fine. By the way, fourth, have there been any incidents of espionage or theft in the company these days? Master, there have indeed been related incidents. After investigation, foreign forces have begun to infiltrate the company's technology department and have bribed some technical members. However, those technical members have no access to core secrets. So the information provided has made the foreign forces very dissatisfied. As a result, they initiated a plan called Monkey Steals Peach. However, the company has enough security personnel. During the implementation of the plan, someone exposed a flaw under the surveillance camera, which I detected, and I activated the alarm. Subsequently, they were captured by the security personnel. Finally, the police arrived, and the security staff handed over all these foreign personnel to the police for processing. However, there has been no news since then. According to analysis, it is very likely that relevant departments exchanged captured intelligence personnel with the other side. Well, since the company is fine, that's good. However, for those who want to eat from both sides, give me a list, and I will dismiss them later. Also, put these people on our company's blacklist so that they cannot enjoy our distinguished services and excellent products in the future. These people are too despicable. Okay, Master. However, 2 of them are being coerced, as the enemy threatened their family and friends. They did not agree to infiltrate because of monetary temptation, but they are still engaged in uncovering and stealing the company's intelligence and technological information. Should these people be dealt with too? Well, that is a good question. Forget it. Let us not put these 2 on the blacklist. However, they still need to be dismissed. We cannot be lenient. At the same time, let us report this matter to the police, saying we discovered it by accident. Okay, Master. The list includes XXX. Alright, that's about it for these matters. Okay, Master. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Alpha's 3-dimensional projection disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, Li Bufin returned to the company, and it was already 11 o'clock. Li Bufin first went to the CEO's office to look for Bu Changjua, checking if he was in the office. Sure enough, when he opened the door, Bu Changjua was sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard. Approaching for a closer look, he found that he was notifying the charity department to accept media interviews, partly to accept public supervision and partly to further enhance the company's visibility. Seeing this, Li Bufin nodded in agreement with his decision. Just as Bu Changjua finished typing the last Chinese character and hit the enter key, he looked up and was startled to see someone suddenly in front of him. After recognizing it was Li Bufin, he calmed down. Brother, why did you come in without making a sound? Second brother, I thought you hadn't come to the company yet. How could that be? I came yesterday. And Wang Huadong also came. But why didn't I see you yesterday? Also, did you go out alone at night? Well, I admit it. While you guys were away, I found a girlfriend. And, haha. However, in the future, I plan to live with her. And I'll return the house keys to you. I moved my things out of my room this morning. After saying that, Li Bufin placed the keys on the table. Bro, your moves are too quick. Don't you wait for us single dogs? How did you meet your sister-in-law? When will you take us to see her? Haha. Well, she's an employee at our company. I met her a few days ago on the way to the company cafeteria, and then we got together. If you want to see her, sure, I've already arranged to have lunch with her at noon. You and Wang Huadong can come along. And we'll go to a restaurant. I didn't see that coming, a potential rule? Haha, great. We'll see what your sister-in-law looks like at noon. She must have charmed the handsomely. Well, it's not like I used any potential rules. It's clearly my dominating aura that captivated her. To be honest, she doesn't even know my position in the company. Plus, she graduated from Jiangxing University this year, just like us, but from the foreign language department. Oh, I see. That is pretty good. Let us do it this way. You get busy first, and I'll go talk to Wang Huadong. Then we'll meet at the usual place for lunch at 12. You guys can order first. I'll bring her over later. Okay. After finishing with Buchonghua, Li Bufin turned around, left the CEO's office, and closed the door. He then walked towards the secretary department. This time, Li Bufin knocked on the door, mainly because there were several employees in the secretary department besides Wang Huadong. He needed to pay attention to his image in front of them. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is Wang Huadong here? It's Li Bufin. Oh, big brother. Okay, I'll open the door. After that, Li Bufin briefly explained his purpose for coming, arranged to have lunch together at noon, and then left. Afterward, Li Bufin washed his face a bit and tidied himself up as it was almost time to get off work. At noon, Li Bufin first sent a message to Lu Yuding, asking her to wait for him at the company entrance as he would drive her to the restaurant. Then, Li Bufin arrived at the parking lot and drove to the company entrance. At first, the security guard refused to let Li Bufin park at the entrance. Li Bufin frowned, seeming to emit a special aura that intimidated the security guards. Go find your manager Zhang and see if he dares to stop me. So the security guard called over manager Zhang, the head of security. The guard was puzzled at first, wondering who was so disrespectful and planned to teach them a lesson. However, upon seeing Li Bufin, he immediately backed down and reprimanded the security guard. This is our chairman. Your high salary is paid by him. This entire company belongs to him, and you dare not let him park? I'm sorry, chairman. I'm new and didn't know. My apologies. Li Bufin watched the scene unfold and didn't say much, just shook his head. It's okay. After all, you were just doing your duty, and I understand. How about this, Manager Zhang? If you see any good positions available later, give him one. Meeting is also a kind of fate. The security guard, seeing Li Bufin so generous, was not only not resentful, but also felt grateful, quickly bowing to thank him. After a while, Lu Yuding arrived at the entrance, but did not see Li Bufin. She only saw a Lamborghini supercar. However, she wasn't sure if it was his and didn't dare to sit in it casually, so she asked Li Bufin, Bufin, where are you? I'm at the company entrance. Let me see. Oh, I see you. That car is mine. You can get in. Oh, I see. Okay. Once they arrived at the restaurant's private room, Li Bufin and Lu Yuding sat down. Buchonghua and Wang Huadong had already ordered and were drinking tea. Looking at Li Bufin and Lu Yuding. Big brother, is this your sister-in-law? Yes. Isn't she beautiful? Yes, very pretty. Lu Yuding was quite surprised, feeling quite unsettled inside. When she joined the company, she had specifically looked up the CEO and saw Buchanghuo's picture. However, she didn't notice that there was an even more important person in the company, Chairman Li Bufin. Seeing the company's CEO made her almost want to bow. But then she remembered that the CEO called her boyfriend Big Brother. So what exactly was Li Bufin's identity? It seemed he had previously mentioned that his position was a technical role and that his salary wasn't high. Could it be that he was the legendary, mysterious chairman who was rarely seen? Oh my god, this surprise is too big. Then Lu Yuding looked at Li Bufin with a complex mood, finding it hard to speak. Li Bufin noticed Lu Yuding's expression and thought for a moment, realizing that she seemed to have figured out his identity. Seeing this, Li Bufin didn't hesitate any longer and spoke up. Yuding, it's not that I meant to hide it from you. I'm sorry. Well, I am the founder and chairman of our Zijao software. But don't worry, my feelings for you won't change, my dear. Bufin, you're so annoying. Making me blush. Then Lu Yuding raised her small fist and lightly punched Li Bufin, who ended up wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her in his embrace. Lu Yuding leaned into Li Bufin's arms, looking up at his handsome face, feeling very happy. Seeing this, Buchonghua and Wang Huadong felt a bit uncomfortable, as if they were being showered with dog food. Ahem, you guys should pay attention, there are still live spectators here. Hearing this, Li Bufin released Lu Yuding and helped her sit on the chair next to him, then looked at everyone. Ahem, are you envious? Haha, you can also find a girlfriend. There are so many female employees in the company, there must be one suitable for you. Let us talk about something else, this topic is too sad. So, everyone shifted the topic to the company's products. Now the company's smart translation has hit a bottleneck. What should we do next? Improve the smart translation features? Or launch a new product? Buchonghua looked at Li Bufin and asked in a deep voice. Li Bufin thought for a moment, and suddenly, a series of images flashed through his mind. There were scenes of the giant cannon from Star Wars, which was popular all over the internet and appealed to people of all ages. There were also the mind-bending yet thought-provoking images of black holes from Interstellar, and the recently seen domestic sci-fi film Wandering Blue Planet, showcasing the moment a massive planetary engine started up. This made Li Bufin have an illusion. Could he switch industries from internet software to film and television? That seemed like a huge leap. However, he thought of a commonality between software and movies, the industrial engine of special effects production. Everyone, I just had a great idea. You all know the recently popular domestic movie Wandering Blue Planet, right? I heard that the post-production special effects cost nearly $300 million, and it grossed several billion at the box office. It's a huge profit. What do you think about this? Bu Changjua spoke first. This movie is indeed good. I watched it before. But I really didn't know the special effects cost so much. The box office is indeed the highest in domestic theaters right now. So, are you saying you want to develop into the entertainment industry? Lee Bufin nodded and then shook his head. Sort of, but not quite. My plan is to create a brand new, even more perfect and user-friendly special effects software. What do you all think? That idea is good. If it can be done, it will definitely be profitable. But the problem is, can the programmers in the company manage? Haha, no problem. Regarding technical matters, I understand more than you do. If I say there's no problem, then there definitely won't be one, so don't worry. Well, that is fine then. I'll wait for your good news. Haha, good. Just like that, everyone chatted and laughed, finishing lunch and returning to the company. Lee Bufin had some ideas for the company's next product, which would be a more efficient special effects production software. Chapter 20. Aurora Special Effects Software. Lee Bufin returned to the chairman's office and began to think about the details and innovations of the special effects software. First, he needed to give it a name, and he thought of a natural phenomenon similar to special effects, the aurora. Therefore, this software would be named Aurora Effects. Next, Lee Bufin considered how to ensure high efficiency, which was a challenging problem. For a special effects software, it must first be able to import existing footage and model new objects, then combine the two, and finally link every frame together, adding special effects animations in between. A special effects software needs to consider many factors, such as object collisions, Brownian motion of particles, fluid tension, the combination of transverse and longitudinal waves, pinhole imaging effects, the reflection and refraction of light by concave and convex lenses, changes in shadows, character movements, transitions, and cuts between multiple cameras, the intersection and fusion of multiple light sources and parallel light sources, the wave-particle duality of light, material properties of object surfaces, diffuse reflection, and the Tyndall effect. Different effects of various media on sound and light, planetary gravity parameters, photoelectric effects, and so on. In short, it can be said to be an engine that combines multiple physical models. This is just the basics. In addition, model event handling needs to be established. For example, when a collision occurs, some might create explosions and shock waves. At this point, special effects need to be added, such as importing the parameter equations for shock waves and realistically presenting them in subsequent effects. The ultimate goal of such an engine could even simulate the scene of a nuclear explosion. Moreover, the special effects software must be user-friendly. Regarding how to make the software complete special effects tasks more efficiently, Lee Bufin had the following ideas. First, introduce a basic form of artificial intelligence, which could handle some repetitive and tedious steps through command line instructions, voice, or text. For example, when establishing a model, if the special effects require it, the company needs to create a scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin. In most special effects software, the first step is to check if a model of a dragon has been made before. If so, it can be dragged in directly. However, for a new movie, almost everything needs to be redesigned, especially for small or startup companies. Therefore, they need to sketch the rough shape of the dragon using modeling tools, which is not only cumbersome but also extremely time-consuming. However, in Lee Bufin's vision, users of Aurora Effects could be non-professional artists or programmers. Lee Bufin's idea is to endow the software with the characteristics of a creator. It is similar to God saying, "Let there be light," and light appears in space. Therefore, one could say to the Aurora software, "Bring me 9 dragons and a Huaxia-style bronze coffin," and then operate on the model. The shapes of the dragon and the bronze coffin could be generated entirely by this basic artificial intelligence. During this process, the machine needs to be connected to the internet, as the basic AI needs to access online resources to find some features. Thus, based on knowledge graphs of physical objects, it can call relevant model parameters to ultimately generate physical models. Therefore, from this perspective, it can save a significant amount of labor and time costs. This basic form of artificial intelligence differs from alpha. One could say there is no comparison between the two. Alpha is already considered a complete intelligent life form, a form of advanced AI. It possesses self-awareness, the ability to think and evolve, and has its own emotions and psychological activities. The artificial intelligence that Lee Bufin plans to use is merely a complex model aggregate trained through big data with strong logical analysis capabilities. Furthermore, to limit this basic AI, Lee Bufin intends to restrict its model complexity to functions related to the special effects software. This way, it won't be too out of place. If others obtain this software, they will only find it excels in the field of special effects. As for understanding human language and responding, intelligent translation already achieves this function. And many companies' AI assistants can do it, albeit not very well. The basic AI that Lee Bufin intends to limit is in a similar situation. It is an expert in special effects, but is incompetent in other areas. Second, establish an open special effects scene marketplace that includes a large number of physical models. This open special effects marketplace will be provided by Zageo Software Company and users of Aurora Effects. Some simple models and animations will be available for free to facilitate newcomers. However, certain special or more complex scenes, such as the massive canon effects in Star Wars or the mysterious and beautiful magical jungle in Avatar, will be unlocked for paid use in the marketplace. However, paid models will not allow modifications to model parameters. This is to prevent someone from purchasing with a paid account and then exporting it to sell at a lower price to others, which would lead to rampant piracy and severely damage the company's interests. For special effects scenes uploaded by other companies, they will be reviewed before being included in the special effects marketplace. However, the revenue sharing will be calculated on a 70-30 basis. This revenue sharing method was inspired by the Apple App Store. Third, Aurora Effects will embed a marketplace for trading special effects. For example, if a movie requires particularly challenging special effects scenes, such as simulating gamma ray bursts during the death of a star and collapsing into a neutron star or black hole, this grand and extravagant scene will greatly consume production costs, making it generally unfeasible for most companies to create. However, special effects cannot be omitted, so external assistance can be sought. This means that on the Aurora Effects platform, companies can use a bidding process to sign agreements and reach transactions. Notably, Aurora Effects stipulates that as long as the quoted price for a special effects scene is reasonable, users will be guaranteed to complete the transaction regardless of the scene. If no one accepts the order within 7 days, the Zageo Software official will contact the company that issued the bid. If the quoted price is suitable, Zageo Software will produce the required special effects on time and with quality assurance. Lee Bufin believes that with this safety guarantee, many companies will be willing to outsource part of their complex business. Additionally, due to the role played by the Aurora Effects special effects trading platform, more and more special effects enthusiasts, special effects studios, startup companies, and large special effects companies will join this platform. Eventually, it may not be impossible for production companies to outsource all required special effects shots or have them produced by Zageo Software Company. The benefit of this is that it will create a positive feedback mechanism, positively promoting the platform's development. This situation is very similar to Apple's App Store. It's worth noting that initially, there were not many apps in the App Store, and there weren't many users of the iPhone. However, as the number of purchasing users increased, the first batch of software development companies that launched apps in the App Store made a significant profit. At this moment, more and more companies are discovering this new land, cultivating it, and reaping the fruits of victory. Therefore, Apple's App Store is becoming increasingly successful and is an unavoidable platform for almost all mobile app developers. Currently, Lee Bufin has thought of 3 innovative points. However, Lee Bufin believes that with these innovations, Aurora Effects will be different from other effects software in the past. It will become the first choice for special effects production companies and a benchmark and representative of special effects production software. After that, the special effects market will have a pattern of one strong player and many strong competitors, and Aurora Effects will stand out. After contemplating these 3 innovations, Lee Bufin began to refine and summarize them. After more than an hour, Lee Bufin had nearly organized his thoughts about Aurora Effects. Then, he used his phone to scan the handwriting he had written on paper. After the scanning was completed, Lee Bufin started to remotely connect to Alpha through his phone. Alpha, wake up and get to work. Alpha's image rolled onto the screen and then settled in the center, blinking and standing ready to receive orders. Master, what can I do for you? Alpha, I need you to create a software, an efficient and quick special effects software. It should include a restricted basic artificial intelligence and 2 major subsidiary trading platforms. I've written down some specific ideas on paper. You can check them in my album. I just scanned them. Understood, Master. Based on your instructions, I have a rough understanding of your thoughts. However, since you provided a text description, there are some uncertainties and ambiguities in certain areas. Therefore, I plan to complete the software first and then report back to you for modifications based on your feedback. Is that acceptable? Sounds good. Let's get started. Understood, Master. It will take about 7 hours to complete. 7 hours? All right then. That means it will be close to midnight. I'll contact you again tomorrow. Please try to refine it tonight. Understood, Master. I'm starting to work now. Goodbye, Master. Alpha's image rolled off the center of the screen until it disappeared. In the afternoon, after taking some time to think about his future plans, Li Bufin went to the gym on the first floor to exercise and relieve some work-related stress. Fortunately, the chairman's office is large and even has a private bathroom. So, Li Bufin took a shower and changed into a lighter outfit. He raised his left hand wearing a Patek Philippe watch, which showed it was just after 5 p.m. Li Bufin felt it was time to contact Lu Yuting to pick her up after work and then go out for dinner. However, before that, Li Bufin planned to inform Bu Changjua and the others that he would no longer have dinner with them unless it was during lunch or for events such as company gatherings with senior management, in which case he would bring Lu Yuting along. Li Bufin opened WeChat and found the group named Three Brothers, where he sent a message. Hey everyone. I won't be having dinner with you all in the evenings from now on. I need to accompany my girlfriend. Haha. I wish you all find your partners soon. Shortly after, there were 2 replies in the group. Go ahead, we can't stand your dog food anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. Okay, I'll have dinner with Bu Changjua then. No problem. Seeing their replies, Li Bufin smiled, but didn't have much to say, just sent a smiling emoji. Then, Li Bufin sent a WeChat message to Lu Yuting. Dear, what time do you get off work? I'm waiting for you in the car at the company entrance. The Lamborghini from lunchtime. Lu Yuting seemed busy and did not notice the message immediately. After about 5 minutes, she saw the message and quickly replied to Li Bufin. Okay. I get off work at 6. At first, Li Bufin thought Lu Yuting might be upset or something, as she hadn't replied right away, which puzzled him. After seeing her reply, he shook his head, realizing he was overthinking it. All right, I'll wait for you to get off work. See you in a bit. Then, Li Bufin thought for a moment and replied with that message. Lu Yuting quickly replied. See you in a bit. Afterwards, Li Bufin drove Lu Yuting to a 5-star hotel and ordered a 2888 package in a private room. This package wasn't particularly expensive, consisting of some home-cooked dishes and a small amount of delicacies, rich in nutrition. During dinner, Li Bufin and Lu Yuting talked about his plans for the next product, Aurora Effects, and he asked for her views on the industry. Bufin, I think if this product is as efficient as you say, it will drive the entire special effects industry forward, marking a milestone in film history. However, I feel that while many companies use special effects, how much can they really earn from them? Most special effects companies are just making a little labor cost, earning a bit of pocket money. Like you mentioned before about Wandering Blue Star, its special effects production team had nearly 1,000 people over the course of nearly a year to complete it. So, aside from the electricity costs for server rendering, most people are only earning around $10,000 a month, and the company doesn't make much more than that. This is entirely a labor-intensive industry, which is not suitable for our company's pursuit of high profit margins. Wow, Lu Yuting. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about market analysis. It seems your current position is market operations, so it's indeed related to the market. What you just said makes a lot of sense. The special effects industry requires a large number of employees, but globally, the entire special effects market is only worth 100 billion yuan. Moreover, these special effects companies each need to hire a significant number of people, which makes it a labor-intensive industry, very unsuitable for our company. However, our company mainly launches the Aurora Effects production platform for other companies to use. The more companies that use it, the more profit we make. Bufin, you underestimate me. I actually know quite a bit. You mentioned that the global special effects industry is only worth 100 billion yuan. If that's true, how much can our company earn from this product? I wonder if you've thought about that. You know, our intelligent translation already has a stable income of nearly $100 million per month. I think special effects production software has a niche audience, mainly special effects companies and studios, and the limited user base restricts the development of this software. Assuming the special effects industry has a market scale of 100 billion yuan a year, if our software can capture 10% of the total market profit, that would only be 10 billion yuan. For our company's current scale, that's hardly anything. It would at most enhance our company's visibility, but it wouldn't be very useful. Hearing this, Li Bufin was greatly impressed by Lu Yuting's market analysis and said, You're absolutely right. However, your comment about it not being very useful hit me hard. That directly undermined my work results. Oops, I'm sorry. Bufin, I didn't mean to deny your thoughts. It was just a slip of the tongue. Yes, right? It was a slip of the tongue. Alright, it's okay. After all, I asked you to speak your mind, and your honesty makes me happy. Really? Bufin, you're so nice to me, Alright, let's continue analyzing the special effects industry. Earlier, we mentioned that our company could earn about 10 billion a year from this Aurora Effects. Isn't that too little? Yes, to be honest. If I knew it was only 1 billion, I really wouldn't care much. Should our company give up on developing this product? What are your thoughts? Just say it. It's okay. Well, I think it would be a bit of a waste if this Aurora special effects software is only used as special effects software. I wonder if you know about the prospects of the film industry. According to the relevant data reports I saw online before, the entire film industry has an annual output value of about several hundred billion yuan, driving nearly a trillion yuan in upstream and downstream output value. If, and I mean if, we could take a big slice of this cake, wouldn't we be able to make a large profit? Do you remember the movie Wandering Earth we watched before? The special effects cost nearly 300 million, with a total investment of less than 400 million. But what about the box office? It reached nearly 4.6 billion. According to the box office revenue sharing ratio between domestic producers and cinema distributors, which is 50-50, the investment return ratio of this movie is as high as 1.65. Moreover, besides box office revenue, there are also collaborations with toy companies to develop merchandise, and partnerships with online video companies, etc. It can be said that the investors in this movie made a fortune. Calling it a windfall would not be an exaggeration. So, since that's the case, why should we care about the 300 million special effects cost, rather than that 4.6 billion box office? After listening to Liu Yuting's analysis, Li Bufin felt enlightened and very excited. He then hugged her and kissed her. Ting Ting, you really are my capable assistant, my virtuous wife, he said with a grin. Hey, I'm starting to like you more and more. Stop it, we're in public. Then Li Bufin released his arms around Liu Yuting and sat back in his seat. Ting Ting, according to your idea, investing in movies is indeed more profitable. You're a genius. Ha ha. Liu Yuting's cheeks turned red as she looked at Li Bufin with affectionate eyes. She was very happy to be able to help Li Bufin, feeling that she wasn't just a pretty face, but a good helper for him. Just like that. The Aurora special effects software was basically finalized, and another great company that would change the world was about to be established. Chapter 21. The heated discussion sparked by 30 seconds of special effects the next morning. In the chairman's office, Li Bufin sat upright, thinking that there seemed to be something he hadn't handled. After a moment, he remembered the plan for the Aurora special effects software from yesterday. He then thought about how he had instructed Alpha and wondered how the progress was going. Li Bufin opened his phone and called Alpha via voice command. Alpha, are you there? As usual, Alpha responded on time. Yes, master. What can I do for you? Is the Aurora special effects software I asked you to design and make ready? Master, it's done. I'm sending it to your computer desktop now. Please wait a moment. The download will take 4 minutes. Okay, I'll wait. 4 minutes later, Li Bufin indeed saw the compressed package of the Aurora special effects software. After the extraction was complete, an installation program appeared before him. After installation, when he opened the software, a logo representing the Zhigao software company appeared, followed by a sea of light, which was the natural Aurora. After that, the software launched, displaying an operating panel similar to other special effects production software, with a large virtual three-dimensional space in the middle, waiting for users to explore and use. Li Bufin saw a bunch of buttons and various strange parameters covering all aspects of the engine, which made him, who had never used special effects production software, very uncomfortable. Alpha, I don't know how to use it. There are too many buttons. Can you teach me? Li Bufin had no choice but to shamelessly ask the AI for help, hoping Alpha could guide him. At your command, master. I have taken over your mouse and virtual keyboard. In a moment, I will perform actions. Please observe carefully. Next, I will demonstrate the simplest special effect from Let the Bullets Fly, which is the sound explosion shockwave caused by a bullet breaking the sound barrier after being fired from a gun, along with the slow-motion flight trajectory of the bullet. Okay, I understand. You can start operating. All right, master. First, you can find the models of the gun and bullet in the free public library and import them into your workspace, which is the blank virtual three-dimensional space on the screen. Then, import the environment model. Here, I will choose the simplest street block. Afterward, find the special effect, such as the sound explosion, and make some modifications and settings based on that effect, then bind the effect to the bullet. Finally, set the previous frames to fire at the entrance of the street, and based on the interaction between the gun and bullet, the bullet will fly out. Surrounding the bullet, there will be ripples, which are the shockwave effects produced when the bullet exceeds the speed of sound in air. For slow motion, you can extend those action frames, which means expanding the time from a few seconds of flight to several minutes. Finally, the slow motion special effect from firing to bullet launch is completed. Okay, Alpha. You can start operating now, but don't go too fast. I want to watch closely. At your command, master. I am starting now. Immediately, Alpha began to control Li Bufin's computer. The cursor moved to a button, and an explanation of its use appeared below it. After clicking, it entered some interfaces, modifying some parameters. Then, it found the free model library and searched for the models of the gun and bullet. Li Bufin watched Alpha's operation, because its speed wasn't fast, and each action displayed its specific function and purpose on the screen. Li Bufin felt more at ease. After Alpha completed the operations, Li Bufin also started to explore on his own. It took him about 3 times as long, but he finally completed the special effect again. By this point, Li Bufin had basically understood and could use this special effects software. Next, he gathered the graphic designers and some programmers he had previously recruited in the company group to hold a meeting in the 3rd floor conference room. At first, everyone was quite puzzled upon receiving the notification. Some people thought, am I being fired or is there some other reason? Because, to be honest, most of the functions of the intelligent translation had already been completed by Alpha for them. Aside from that, they could only rack their brains to think of any new ideas to contribute. However, after nearly half a month of supplementation and improvement, the functionality had been perfected, with not much left to modify. Therefore, they usually found themselves with nothing to do and would wander onto video websites to watch videos or download PC games to play. Li Bufin actually knew all of this. However, his initial purpose in recruiting these people was to attract attention, not to serve as real labor. But now it was different. With the Aurora special effects software, although it could greatly reduce the employees' working hours and improve efficiency, a team was still needed to cooperate, and labor was still very much required. Therefore, Li Bufin called upon them to familiarize themselves with this software. On one hand, it was to gather suggestions for internal testing, and on the other hand, it was to start familiarizing themselves with and mastering the special effects software in preparation for future special effects business. As for software development, Li Bufin would also have Alpha prepare the corresponding development interfaces and let the 10 best performers from the intelligent translation improvement work handle the subsequent development work. The rest of the people, Li Bufin planned to have them all become Aurora special effects artists. One by one, everyone took their seats, looking at Li Bufin, who sat at the front. Some were filled with excitement, some with disappointment, and some were quite confused. Li Bufin looked around at the large group of people seated, some of whom he recognized from a previous meeting with programmers. There were others he had occasionally encountered, and due to their distinctive appearances, he had some impression of them. As for the other new employees, it was his first time meeting them. Li Bufin glanced at everyone and slowly spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I am Li Bufin, the CTO of Sigeo Software. I know some of you have seen me before, while others have not. Also, I am aware that for a while, many of you did not have much work to do. Many were just passing the time, playing games and watching videos during work hours. I understand this and will not blame you. However, today, all of you present are here because I want to announce new tasks and responsibilities, and from now on, you may not have much time for entertainment during work hours. Alright, the main reason I invited you here today is to prepare for our company's next product. This product is called Aurora Effects, and yes, you heard correctly. It is an industrial software, specifically designed for the film and television industry. I believe everyone is aware of Hollywood's special effects, right? Aren't the shots and effects dazzling and breathtaking? However, I want to tell you that these are nothing. What they can achieve, we at Aurora Effects can also achieve. And what they cannot do, we at Aurora Effects might be able to do as well. Aurora Effects is a software specifically for creating special effects. I invited you all here for 2 main purposes. For the programmers, your primary task at the beginning will be to test it out and see if there is any room for improvement. For some of you programmers, due to your outstanding performance in intelligent translation, you will be assigned to the subsequent development work of Aurora Effects. Specific development tools and guidelines will be provided to you later. As for the other programmers with average performance, my suggestion is for you to work together with the artists on Aurora Effects. Artists, please do not mind the programmers joining you. It will not interfere with your work or affect your aesthetics. Because, aside from model design, there are many areas in this effects software that cannot be solely handled by artists. For example, programming is required for collision events. Complex particle effects need programming to complete. And adding special effect animations and other intermediate steps are more suitable for programmers to handle. In other words, you will work closely together to complete the assigned tasks. Afterward, I will propose to the CEO to reorganize everyone according to departmental responsibilities, and some of you will be promoted. Among them, Wang Zigzu, who previously served as the team leader for the programmers and performed well, will be appointed as the head of the software development department, with a doubled salary and bonus. Wang Zigzu, you will be responsible for the subsequent development of Aurora Effects and the oversight and improvement of intelligent translation. You can add an additional 35 people to your development team outside of the 10 I designate for software development work. The others will be planned into the effects department. And outstanding employees will be promoted, even becoming the head of the effects department. At this moment, Wang Zigzu felt excited upon hearing Li Bufin praise him and offer him a promotion and raise. He felt like a talented horse meeting a wise master, significantly increasing his fondness and loyalty toward Li Bufin. Subsequently, Li Bufin continued to issue a series of appointments and work arrangements. After everyone returned, they began to hand over their work and prepare to start testing the new special effects software the next day. After the meeting ended, Li Bufin sat in his office, recalling a serious issue. It seemed that his special effects software had not yet included anti-theft and payment mechanisms, nor had it incorporated its software production interface to facilitate subsequent development by programmers. Therefore, Li Bufin quickly contacted Alpha remotely. Alpha, are you there? The Aurora effects you created for me is quite good. However, it seems you forgot to include an anti-theft mechanism similar to intelligent translation, a payment mechanism, and a production interface API. Can you tell me how long these will take to complete? Master, I'm here. These functions can be completed in 3 hours. You didn't write these down on paper before. I was acting on your instructions. I noticed that you are very keen on these features. Should I set these as default? That way, if you forget to mention them in the requirements for the next software development, I will remind you. How about that? Alright, that's good. By the way, you haven't told me the specifics of the payment mechanism yet. Is it going to be the same as the one for intelligent translation? Sorry, I forgot. How about this? Check the current top industrial special effects production software's charging methods and improve upon that as a basis. Alright, Master, I have no issues on my end. Do you have any other commands? By the way, I have an idea. Can you create a 30-second promotional video? It should feature some grand and magnificent special effects. Of course, it should be made using our Aurora effects. Don't create it out of thin air, or it will be difficult to explain later. Okay, Master, no problem. Are you asking me to simulate a segment using the Aurora effects software to create a 30-second effects video? You want to promote the 30-second effects first to create a sensational effect, and then release the full version showing how to use Aurora effects to create that video? Yes, exactly. Alpha, you are getting smarter. Hehe, thank you for the compliment, Master. However, may I ask what kind of grand special effects you want? That's a good question. Let me think. Let's choose the special effects of a massive cannon duel from Star Wars. From the internal holographic operations of the starship to the launch of various weapons, and then to the operation of the energy shields, you can handle it. In short, it should make people feel as if they are there, stirring up their blood and making them feel like they want to personally control the battleship. Understood, Master. This 30-second effects video and the software operation simulation video will take approximately 3 minutes and 17 seconds to compute. Okay, that works. I'll wait a moment. After a moment, the 30-second video appeared on Li Bufin's computer desktop. Next to it was the loading bar for the 43-minute video of the Aurora effects production of that 30-second video. Li Bufin opened the 30-second video and was astonished. The effects were too grand and too sci-fi. First, a scrolling bilingual subtitle appeared, describing the background story of this Star Wars segment. Then the scene switched to a meeting in the Starship command cabin, where the command center issued combat orders. Everyone accepted the orders, saluted, and one by one, like particles, disappeared, being teleported to their respective battleships. Next, the scene focused on one of the battleship pilots. First, his body was teleported back to the battleship, like particles reassembling. Then, with arms outstretched, a nanofiber exoskeleton armor covered his body like a fluid. This was necessary because they were about to perform a space jump for acceleration, and the body needed sufficient protection to prevent being crushed to death by the acceleration. Next, the battleship pilot began pointing at the holographic panel in the air, pushing the engine to accelerate, and then pressed the space jump button. The battleship flew swiftly like light. Following this, the scene switched to outer space, where hundreds and thousands of our battleships were gathering, facing the enemy fleet. Upon seeing this, the enemy fleet immediately began charging their weapons and activating their energy shields. However, their actions were still a step too slow, as those battleships had already begun charging their weapons while jumping. After the spatial jump reached its destination, an immediate raid was launched. The enemy's warships had not yet activated their energy shields to full power when the kinetic energy of the attack broke through the shields. One by one, enemy ships exploded, turning into space debris. Ultimately, due to being outnumbered, the enemy fleet was defeated by ours. The final scene showed the commander of the command center awarding the most outstanding pilot of the victorious warship with a medal and a ceremony. At that moment, Li Bufin's heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Although this was just a 30-second special effects video, it could easily be turned into a movie that would definitely be a box office hit. Suppressing his excitement, Li Bufin looked at the special effects production video that had just finished loading on his desk, curious about how this 30-second effect was made. It must be said that the simulation video produced by Alpha was indeed very realistic, as if it was truly being operated on a PC. Li Bufin quickly watched several clips and felt that this complete special effects video was flawless, and he was quite satisfied. Next, Lee Bufin uploaded the 30-second special effects video to the special effects department group he had previously set up, along with a message. Hello, members of the special effects department. I am Lee Bufin. This video was created using our Aurora special effects software. I hope this video can ignite everyone's enthusiasm for Aurora effects. Thank you all. Instantly, the group was in an uproar, with everyone feeling incredulous. They were all asking whether it was real or not, saying that the space battle scene was too realistic, almost surpassing Hollywood's special effects. After Lee Bufin repeatedly assured them that it could indeed be produced by the Aurora special effects software, everyone was enthusiastic and showed no resistance to joining the special effects department. They were quite excited. However, a few people felt that the special effects were too good. They couldn't help but share it on their own short video social media platforms, secretly pleased, wondering how many likes and positive reviews they could get. Just then, Alpha appeared on the phone, informing Lee Bufin that someone had leaked the video, which was already circulating online. Initially, Lee Bufin was a bit angry upon seeing this. However, thinking that he hadn't told them not to share it and that the video was meant for promotion, he decided to let it go, pretending nothing had happened. On some short video social media platforms, a few people initially came across this special effects video. They were immediately amazed and began to repost and share it. By the afternoon, this video not only entered the trending topics on short video social media platforms, but also made it to the trending list on Weibo. When people accessed these social platforms, they saw numerous tags like Star Battle 30-second special effects. Clicking on them would lead to the 30-second special effects video that Lee Bufin had shared in the group. Under this video, many people stopped to leave comments. Oh my god, which Hollywood movie's trailer is this? It's so beautiful. Does anyone know when it will be released? Do you think this could be something that really happened in the universe, detected by a probe, and then leaked by some scientist? The person above. What you said is simply terrifying to think about. Does that mean aliens are not far from us? Do you think this could be a new sequel to Star Wars or Star Trek? The person above is overthinking it. These classic films can't just be changed at will. This alteration is too drastic, right? Don't you think this video is too realistic? I know that even the top special effects team, Industrial Light Magic, can't produce this level. This is bound to lead a brand new era of special effects. Simply overshadowing Hollywood effects, right? Aliens are coming. The apocalypse is here. Those who believe me shall have eternal life. Is the person above silly? It's the 21st century. Still so childish. It's like a playground for mentally challenged kids. You guys should check it out. Hollywood just confirmed that this video was not made by them. Wow, that's indeed the case. That's a bit unbelievable and baffling. In the afternoon, Lee Bufin was also curious about the kind of reactions this video would provoke. After opening Weibo, he saw that most of the top trending topics were related to this special effect. Clicking on one of the shared video links, the discussion section was filled with people discussing the various unbelievable aspects of this special effect. However, he noticed that many people claimed it was a real scene, a precursor to an alien arrival. This received a lot of agreement and likes, which left Lee Bufin speechless. He felt that he needed to intervene. If this continued to spread, it would become an unsolved mystery. Chapter 22. The revelation of the special effects video. The next morning, Alpha notified Lee Bufin that the Aurora special effects software had been improved and was ready for release. Lee Bufin acknowledged this and gathered everyone again to distribute the Aurora software for them to test. In this meeting, the mood was not as gloomy or listless as usual. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and excitement. It was clear that they were aware of the impact of the special effects video circulating online and were very willing to take on the tasks assigned. After the meeting, everyone began to install the software. Since they were using the company's intranet environment, there was no need to pay for the software, so they could start operating it directly. Initially, they all found the software a bit complex, different from other special effects software on the market, and were not quite sure how to operate it. However, when someone casually mentioned a few words that triggered the basic AI assistant Aurora within the Aurora special effects software, things became easy and simple. Then, everyone started sharing knowledge. And one by one, they began to familiarize themselves with and master the use of Aurora special effects. In the morning, Lee Bufin informed Bu Changjua and Wang Huadong that he was the one who actually made that special effect, which left both of them looking astonished. This made Lee Bufin feel a bit awkward, but he explained that he had a talent for this area. He had completed this special effect production after dreaming about it at night and working on it during the day. Lee Bufin told them that he had learned about a team from abroad that developed a special effects software, which he found very good. So he bought the software they developed. This software was the predecessor of Aurora special effects, and Lee Bufin had modified and improved it to create the current Aurora special effects. He also explained that the current Aurora special effects were still not perfect. with many functions needing modification and enhancement, and formally handed it over to the software development department for further improvement. At this point, they seemed to feel much more normal, but were still quite surprised, wondering when Lee Bufin had made foreign friends, which they had no idea about. In fact, Lee Bufin also understood that if he continued like this, one day someone would discover the trick. He planned to delegate tasks to the company team as much as possible in the future. If it was truly unachievable, he would create a fictional overseas organization or a so-called foreign friend to act as a shield, at least to reduce the risk of exposure and extend the time before being exposed. Shortly after, the company's official website released the special effects video, also publishing how to create the special effects video and inviting everyone to look forward to the company's second product, Aurora Special Effects. Afterwards, Lee Bufin made corresponding explanations under his personal Weibo account and the company's Weibo account. Everyone, actually. The 30-second video that sparked heated discussions among netizens is not a real existence, nor is it a precursor to an alien arrival as some netizens have claimed. Instead, it is a teaser for our company's second product, Aurora Special Effects, which is about to launch. Yes, this video is produced by our company using the most advanced Aurora Special Effects software. This video was accidentally leaked by one of our employees, and we sincerely apologize for the negative impact it has caused to the outside world. Currently, the product is in the internal testing and improvement stage and cannot be publicly displayed yet. We hope everyone can give us some time, and we will bring you a brand new world. At the same time, to prove that it was made using our company's software, we have released a video demonstrating the making of this special effect on our official website, and we welcome your feedback. We believe that it won't be long before everyone can use this special effects software to create the beautiful world of your imagination. Finally, thank you all for your understanding and support. Choose Zigeo software, choose a beautiful future, and see you next time. Before long, many people discovered this announcement. And as it spread from one person to 10 and then to hundreds, everyone realized that it was actually an advertisement for a domestic special effects software. When they checked the company's official website, they found that it was indeed produced using a brand new special effects software. Consequently, people began to like and comment under the announcement, saying, "I knew it was a promotional video, and I was right. Haha. Although this is fake and has shattered my Starship dream, I am still very happy. I am glad that there is a large domestic company that can stand shoulder to shoulder with industrial light magic in special effects production. This means our country will have one less industry that is dependent on others. Indeed, Zigeo software, well done. I support you. I am an employee of Industrial Light Magic, and I truly believe that your company's product is exceptional. I have to admire it. However, I feel both sad and happy. I am sad because this software may lead to our layoffs, but I am happy because this software was created by our own people. I am glad to see our people striving to become industry leaders. When will this software be officially announced for public testing? What is its price? What other functions does this product have? What are its advantages and disadvantages compared to existing special effects software? Before long, a new trending headline was born, and Zigeo Software's Aurora Special Effects began to appear on the headlines. It seemed that in response to Zigeo Software's call, production companies both domestically and internationally started to officially announce their intention to collaborate with Zigeo Software. Even Hollywood began to join in, stating that they would not mind using Aurora Special Effects to produce blockbuster movies if the conditions were right. The release of this news made many special effects software companies in the industry feel threatened, with each one shouting that the wolf was coming. At the same time, related stock indexes in the industry began to fluctuate. The most obvious impact was on the publicly traded companies that relied on special effects software as their main profit point. Stock prices began to plummet, with one domestic company hitting the daily limit down, while foreign companies saw declines of 30 to 40, with their market value nearly halved. This caused a panic sell-off, and some investors expressed pessimism about the future of these companies, indicating that they would not continue to hold their stocks. At this time, several companies joined together to hold an online meeting to discuss how to collectively respond to the impending exit of the Aurora Special Effects software from the market. Ultimately, they all expressed their intention to collaborate on developing a new software that aims to surpass Aurora Special Effects. They then announced this news, and as a result, stock prices began to rise. Meanwhile, Lee Bufin, who was watching all of this unfold from behind the scenes, chuckled silently. He thought to himself that creating software that could surpass Aurora Special Effects was impossible. Only Zigeo software could create works that surpass itself. To those affected companies, I must say I'm sorry. It is you who have failed to keep up with the development of technology. The times have chosen us, and the times have abandoned you. You have no one to blame. At this moment, employees using the special effects software began to enthusiastically operate the Aurora special effects for various tests. To Lee Bufin's surprise, a few people actually discovered several areas for improvement and proposed some innovative ideas. This made Lee Bufin marvel at the power of the crowd, the wisdom of the ancients. Many hands make light work truly did not deceive me. Fortunately, while these ideas were quite good, the changes needed were minimal. Therefore, Lee Bufin decided to completely hand it over to the software development department to complete. Shortly after the company's announcement was released, many media outlets began to leave messages, inquiring about the opportunity for interviews and special reports on the Aurora special effects. This matter was first reported to the new media operations department and then escalated to CEO Bu Changjua. Bu Changjua was also uncertain whether accepting the interview would disrupt Lee Bufin's plans, so he contacted Lee Bufin. Big brother, I've only just returned to the company for a short time, and so many things have already happened. I must say, you really know how to stir things up. Second brother, let's not say too much about that. What do you mean I stir things up? I'm generating revenue for the company. Don't worry. The year-end bonus won't be less for you. By the way, did you contact me just to complain, or is there something else? You understand me well. Indeed, there is something. I've learned that many media outlets want to inquire about our second product and seek opportunities for interviews at the company. What do you think? Should we refuse or accept? That's a good question. Let's not rush it for now. Don't say no, but also don't immediately agree. Just tell them that the company will hold a second press conference in a few days, and this time it has nothing to do with Facebook. At the press conference, we will announce the detailed parameters of the Aurora special effects software and our company's next strategic plan. You just need to make a statement like that, and then collect those media outlets that want to register for the press conference, and filter them afterward. As for the time of the press conference, let's tentatively set it within 10 days, because I'm not sure about the exact timing right now. However, I will definitely notify you in advance and communicate with you, and then you can represent me to speak. How can I accept that? Wouldn't that steal Chairman Lee's thunder? Tisk tisk. Don't think I don't know that you like to show off on stage. I'm giving you the opportunity, and you still want to act tough. Alright, actually, the main reason is that being too prominent can attract attention. If I frequently appear in front of the screen, it doesn't feel right. Big brother, are you using me as a shield? Second brother, you could say that. Others want to do it, but can't. What's wrong? Don't you want to? No. Big brother, I want to. It's a privilege for me to shield my big brother from the wind and rain. Alright, stop your nonsense. Just pass on the instructions as they are, and let those media wait for now. Alright, then I won't disturb you any longer. Big brother, goodbye. Goodbye. Lee Bufin hung up the phone and smiled. In fact, what he said to Bu Changjua over the phone was indeed true. Lee Bufin felt that if he was exposed multiple times, it would be like living under the spotlight like a celebrity. No matter where he went, he would have to wear a mask, accompanied by a few burly men, and his words and actions couldn't have even the slightest mishap. Otherwise, it would not only attract criticism from netizens, but also damage the company's reputation. Therefore, Lee Bufin planned to let his good brother Bu Changjua take the front stage as the company's CEO, do the legwork for him, and accept news interviews. However, Lee Bufin also thought of a problem that already existed. Many people in the company are unaware of Lee Bufin's existence, while they are very familiar with Bu Changjua, which makes Lee Bufin feel a bit lost and wary. However, Lee Bufin believes that his good brother will not betray him, so he grants him as much power as possible without much supervision. Alpha, on the other hand, usually conducts a certain level of monitoring over important senior executives. But rather than surveillance, it is more accurate to say that they are equipped with a mobile assistant that can automatically alert and contact Lee Bufin to ensure their safety. Lee Bufin believes that even if they find out later that they were monitored to a certain extent, they will not be unhappy about it. After all, with such high salaries and bonuses, no one would turn against money, right? As for the press conference mentioned by Lee Bufin over the phone, he has another plan. This plan will be executed in the coming days, and only after its completion will the press conference be held. This idea emerged from a previous discussion with Liu Yuting about the film industry and the role of production companies. Lee Bufin has already developed some thoughts and arrangements for this. However, he plans to start executing it in 2 days. Coincidentally, 2 days later is the official launch date of the Aurora special effects software that Lee Bufin arranged. The Aurora special effects software, as a highly efficient special effects production software, requires a PC operating system platform. Therefore, Lee Bufin had alpha compile and export 3 versions of the software, which are compatible with Microsoft's Windows, Apple's Mac OS X, and the open source Linux OS. Now, Lee Bufin is waiting for the collective wisdom of everyone. It must be said that the imagination exhibited by multiple people is powerful enough. One individual proposed a method that could significantly improve the software's operational efficiency and increase the company's profits, adding cloud computing assistance functionality. In simple terms, this function uses the company's surplus computing power resources to assist small companies or studios, helping them with rendering special effects, which requires substantial computational operations, and transmitting the results back to the client to load the computation results. Each software comes with a certain amount of computing resources, meaning that although there may be initial losses, once they become accustomed to the powerful rendering capabilities of cloud computing, they will find it unbearable to wait for long periods when returning to their own computers for rendering work and will pay for the company's cloud computing services. In fact, for Lee Bufin, the benefits are enormous. The 128-bit quantum computer he possesses can be said to encompass the total computational power of most servers and supercomputers globally, multiplied countless times, and it consumes very little power. Therefore, for Lee Bufin, computing power resources are actually the cheapest and most affordable type of resource. Thus, Lee Bufin hurriedly asked Alpha to develop a plugin with the functionality of monitoring cloud computing resource consumption and communicating with the server to transmit rendering result parameters. After receiving this plugin, he handed it over to the software development department and informed them that he had actually been working on this functionality for a while, and it had just been completed. Then, Lee Bufin watched as they perfectly integrated the plugin with the Aurora special effects software before leaving and returning to his office. In this way, Lee Bufin began to contemplate and think about the company's future plans. The outside world, excited by the magnificent and grand science fiction special effects, eagerly anticipates the upcoming release of Zigeo Software's second product, the Aurora special effects software, hoping to see a science fiction blockbuster produced with this software soon. After learning that Zigeo Software would hold a second press conference, the onlookers expressed their excitement and eagerly requested to form groups to attend. However, the company cannot accommodate so many spectators, and after the official explanation, they stated they would watch the live stream and tip according to the situation. Meanwhile, the media are sharpening their tools, setting up cameras, and heading to Jiangxing in preparation for the upcoming press conference. Chapter 23. Agreements are meant to be torn apart back at home. Lee Bufin and Lu Yuding shared a moment of tenderness, being honest with each other. Bufin, are you monitoring me? Why would you say that? Because I can feel it. For example, when I walk into an area that was originally a blind spot for surveillance, the camera in that area turns to follow my steps. At first, I thought it was normal, but then I noticed that the camera did not change with the movements of others. But I was the exception. Also, when I browse certain websites or download certain software online, my browser warns me of viruses or dangerous pages. And I know for sure that I did not see such alerts before I met you. So, everything is being controlled by you behind the scenes. Am I right? Yes, I am indeed monitoring you. Not just you, but also the company's senior executives and even the ordinary employees. However, the monitoring approach varies. For important personnel like you and the senior executives, I monitor them in a protective manner. For example, I alert you about websites with viruses. As for ordinary employees, I observe them silently, and only when there is an urgent danger, such as kidnapping or life-threatening situations, do I take formal action. Besides that, I generally monitor whether ordinary employees are engaging in espionage or have been bribed. Lee Bufin answered Lu Yuding's question without hesitation. After all, she is his girlfriend, and he should be more sincere. If he were to guard against everyone, he would be too lonely. Of course, Lee Bufin did not tell Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong about this, not out of distrust, but simply to avoid adding to their worries. Upon hearing Lee Bufin's confirmation, Lu Yuding was momentarily stunned. She had expected Lee Bufin to deny it outright, but she was surprised by his honesty. This left her at a loss for words. On one hand, she felt a bit angry about being monitored, while on the other hand, she was somewhat pleased about the so-called protection. Additionally, she was very satisfied with Lee Bufin's honesty. Ultimately, Lu Yuding seemed to make a decision. Bufin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask this question. Although I was a bit dissatisfied at first, I understand that you are doing this for my own good. I belong to you in life and in death. I will never love anyone else in my life. So please rest assured, this matter is known to heaven and earth, you and I know, and I will keep it to myself. Lee Bufin was also afraid of Lu Yuding's aversion, but he considered being honest, and unexpectedly, it made Lu Yuding decide to follow him wholeheartedly, which made him very happy. Haha, that's great. Rest assured, I will also be loyal to you. By the way, I have a surprise for you. Lu Yuding's eyes widened, seemingly sparkling with excitement as she looked at Lee Bufin, eager to hear about the surprise. What surprise is it? Can you tell me? Seeing her adorable impatience, Lee Bufin smiled knowingly, nodded, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I want to promote you. But not just any promotion. It's the kind of promotion to the highest position in the company. Ah, what do you mean? I'm a bit confused. Let me be the CEO? Isn't that Bu Chang's position? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to push him out? Ahem, the company I'm talking about is not Zageo Software. It's a brand new company in an entirely new industry, and I plan to give you half of the company's shares. I plan to set aside $5 billion as startup capital for this company. Oh, what kind of company is it? What industry? Have you thought of a name for the company? Actually, this company was inspired by what you said to me at first. That's right, it's a film company. This film company will invest in high-quality and potential films, as well as produce some movies and TV dramas. I think we can adopt two ways to produce the movies we shoot ourselves. One is the traditional production method, and the other is the brand-new virtual idol production method. The former will recruit well-known actors for shooting, while the latter will be entirely modeled, processed, and rendered on the computer, especially regarding the latter. Due to our unique advantages in software at Zageo Software, the film company can completely reach a strategic cooperation with Zageo Software. One side will be responsible for providing creativity, ideas, plots, and direction, while the other will handle model generation, special effects production, and rendering. Finally, the two sides will cooperate to complete the virtual filming of the movie. I see that you have a deep understanding of the film industry. Therefore, I would like to hire Ms. Lu Yuting as the CEO and chairman of this new company. I wonder if she would be willing? Of course, I would be happy to. Hee. Thank you. Bufin, you are so nice to me. I love you. Hee. That's a must. By the way, what should the company be named? Do you have any ideas? I heard there is a film company called Universal Pictures. So since we are going to do it, we should be more advanced than them. Let us call it Cosmic Pictures. How do you feel about that? Wow. That's a great name. Just right, since we will focus on sci-fi films. This name fits our film industry well. Hee. Ting, I'm glad you like it. As for some cooperation methods and related software, I will help you organize them. However, can you take care of the company's establishment? By the way, you should also resign from your previous position in market operations. Then, I'll give you the position of chairman assistant, part-time. This way, you can come to my office anytime to meet with me. That is good. I can handle it myself. Resigning is also good. So I can focus on our joint venture. Chairman assistant? It sounds a bit like a secretary. Is it that kind of position? Ahem, ting. Don't worry about these details. The next day, with Li Bufin's help, Lu Yuting resigned from her original position, officially took on the title of chairman assistant, and went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register Cosmic Pictures. Some colleagues in the marketing department, upon learning of this, looked at Lu Yuting with both envy and jealousy, and their gazes changed. They no longer looked at her with a sense of superiority as a senior, but rather with a nearly flattering attitude. This caught Lu Yuting off guard at first. But thinking about how she was not only the chairman assistant, but also the CEO and chairman of another company, she suddenly felt that all this was justified and accepted her colleagues' compliments with ease. The idea of virtual filming came from Li Bufin after he saw a 30-second special effects video produced by Alpha and thought deeply about it. Li Bufin had an unspoken idea, which was to have Alpha join as a technical consultant. First, Alpha and the quantum computer it possessed would enter the film and television production through software. We all know that once a script is completed, a series of considerations need to be made regarding the characters, costumes, scenes, actions, special effects, etc. For special effects production companies, whenever a new movie script is presented to them, they need to carefully study the details, ponder, and then think and provide a mental model. This process can be said to be tedious, but it is indeed necessary, consuming the majority of time in post-production. Li Bufin believed that this mechanical repetitive work should not be handled by humans, but should be completely completed by artificial intelligence. And in his hands, he had such a magical device, Alpha and its quantum computer. Thus, Li Bufin planned to have Alpha develop a software that would change the current situation. First, the input of the software would be the script and specific descriptions and constraints of certain physical models. The output of the software would be complete models that could be used in the Aurora special effects production software. The calculation process of the software would be a black box operation, making people think that advanced artificial intelligence algorithms were used, without realizing that a truly advanced artificial intelligence was involved behind the scenes. At the same time, to prevent some people from abusing it, wasting computational resources, or taking private jobs for other companies, prior approval must be obtained before each use of the software. Li Bufin believed that once this software was available, the production department of the company would burst with unparalleled enthusiasm and generate huge profits. Of course, the profit from special effects is not large. The big share still lies in the box office revenue, which is the half share of Cosmic Pictures that Li Bufin granted to Lu Yuting. As for the next issue, which is the core issue, the source of the movie, the script, or something else. To this end, Li Bufin's idea was for the company to acquire online literature companies at a premium and then reform the websites, allowing more and more writers to choose to sign copyright transfer agreements with the company. The company would not treat them unfairly either. The company promised that if the movie was released, they could receive one of the box office as a commission. Don't underestimate just one. The movie Wandering Earth earned $4.6 billion at the box office, meaning the writers could receive $46 million as a commission. This astronomical figure is certainly very desirable for many writers. Next, Li Bufin called together Bu Changhua and Wang Huadong to discuss the acquisition of online literature companies. When the others learned that Li Bufin had granted half of the new company's shares to Lu Yuding, they couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although they were senior executives of Zhao Software, they only had a 1 share, which was incomparable to Lu Yuding. Seeing their hesitant expressions, Li Bufin knew they seemed dissatisfied with his decision, but his next sentence dispelled their discontent. I plan to be with her. They immediately understood. So Lu Yuding would be the big brother's wife, part of the Li Bufin family. A family wouldn't be excessive no matter how much money they gave. Thinking of this, they suddenly realized, but then they thought that at least they still had a 1 share, while other senior executives seemed to have no shares at all. So they began to feel mixed emotions and found balance in their hearts. So that is how it is. Big brother, congratulations. Wow, impressive, impressive. When will you treat us to a wedding banquet? Wang Huadong and Bu Changhua replied one after another. Li Bufin smiled and said, hee. Marriage is still a long way off. After all, we are still young and have careers to focus on. Li Bufin then became serious and said solemnly, let us discuss which online literature company is the best to acquire. The largest online literature company is Tencent Group's Tian Reading. It has the most authors and readers, with millions of works. However, the group is large and wouldn't agree to our acquisition of its subsidiary companies. I think we might as well acquire some niche online literature platforms. Although the number of users cannot compare to Tian Reading, we can still integrate them together. What do you think? I don't think it's feasible. If we're going to acquire, we should go for the best. Are we going to promote and integrate small companies after acquiring them? Moreover, it's important to know that most readers have formed a fixed mindset now, with 90% of legitimate readers reading books on Tian Reading. As for the pirated ones, we won't even discuss them since our company despises piracy. After acquiring Tian Reading, we will also strictly crack down on piracy. Li Bufin listened to their thoughts and found them reasonable, but the problem lies with Tencent Group. He didn't know if they would be willing to part with it and agree to Zhao Software acquiring Tian Reading. So what do you think? Is there any way to acquire Tian Reading? At this moment, Bu Changhua was the first to respond. There are indeed ways. And right now there is a ready opportunity. Brother, you know that since we reached a strategic cooperation with Facebook, they have launched the intelligent translation feature. Now, Facebook is swallowing up the share of the international social market, and their valuation has increased by more than 100 billion during this period, with the stock price rising by 20. Recently, Brother Ma from Tencent also sent someone over to discuss cooperation in intelligent translation. However, since we have signed an exclusivity agreement with Facebook, we cannot cooperate with their product Vine. I think if we can enable Vine to have this feature, they would definitely be willing to let us acquire Tian Reading. However, doing this would actually violate the agreement with Zuckerberg. But agreements are meant to be broken. Moreover, I believe that as long as we perform well on the surface and they cannot find any fault, it will be fine. We can completely use some shell companies registered in the Cayman Islands to help us carry out some capital operations. Li Bufin was surprised to hear Bu Changhua's words, not expecting him to have a politician's talent. While secretly alert, he also felt a bit of interest and wanted to hear him finish speaking. Since this is a secret verbal agreement, we will not sign any contract materials. But how can we ensure the normal operation of the agreement? For this, I think it would be best for you and Brother Ma to communicate directly to make it happen. In fact, he is likely to agree. As for Brother Ma, the current core of his business is Vine. We are actually willing to share the intelligent translation interface, which would be a great advantage for them. If it weren't for the exclusivity agreement, we could have obtained Tian Reading for free. Therefore, our cooperation can only proceed secretly, with promises made verbally and not in writing. Meanwhile, we must go through normal procedures for the acquisition, so a premium is also an essential part. As for the company in the Cayman Islands, we can privately agree to give them a commission and then complete a series of transfer operations. As a shell company, I believe that a fee of 100 million is enough for them to bear all risks. I think Tencent would be more than willing to pay a considerable amount to cooperate with that company. In summary, we can complete the acquisition plan for Tian Reading. Clap, clap, clap. Li Bufin felt that Bu Changhua's words made a lot of sense and started to applaud. Very good. How will the specific plan be implemented? The negotiations with the shell company and the acquisition team will be handled by you. As for the boss of Tencent Group, I will give him enough face and personally fly to his company's headquarters to have a good conversation with him. Okay. The acquisition matter and the company in the Cayman Islands will be on me. At this moment, Bu Changjua patted his chest and excitedly agreed. Thus, a plan to acquire Tian reading quietly unfolded. Chapter 24 Meeting Internet Tycoons. Reverse acquisition. After Li Bufin talked with Bu Changjua, he learned how to effectively negotiate with Tencent Group regarding the acquisition of Tian reading. However, the person who must bridge the connections must be Li Bufin himself. Therefore, Li Bufin first searched the Tencent Group official website for how to make an appointment with Brother Ma, but it was clear that it was not mentioned. It only stated to contact XX for business cooperation, which obviously only pertains to general cooperation and is unlikely to reach the highest levels. Helpless, Li Bufin had to request Alpha's assistance. Alpha, help me find Brother Ma's personal phone number. As you wish, master. After searching, it was discovered that he had 4 mobile numbers. One is for family contact, one is for close friends and partners, one is for ordinary friends and general partners, and the last one is his overseas phone number. After verification, only the first 2 phone numbers are currently active. Is that so? Then let us go with the second mobile number. As you wish, master. The phone number is 178-8888. Do you want to dial it now? Wow, so many 8s. No wonder he is an internet tycoon. That's impressive. Okay, Alpha, go ahead and dial it now. At this moment, it was the afternoon of the day, and Brother Ma had returned home early from the company, as usual, enjoying time with his family and feeling very satisfied watching them happy. Suddenly, his phone rang, which made Brother Ma frown. This was because he had previously told those good friends or close partners who had this mobile number that they could call him in the morning when he was at the company handling business. At other times, it was best not to call unless it was for personal matters unrelated to work, like inviting him to dinner or going out to play. When Brother Ma opened his phone, he found an unknown number from Jiangcheng. This puzzled him, as he didn't know anyone in Jiangcheng who could have his mobile number. He thought of advertisements, but shook his head. Their company specifically deals with internet products. For something like a mobile security manager, the latest technology and all useful features first appear on the phones of top executives. Therefore, it should theoretically identify and block those advertisements. Could it be that someone accidentally dialed the wrong number? He couldn't be sure and just thought that if that were the case, he would have to change his number later. After all, he didn't want to be bothered all day. Helplessly, out of curiosity about who it was, Brother Ma ultimately answered the call. Hello, who are you? How did you get my mobile number? This made Li Bufin feel a bit awkward, as he truly didn't know how to start, since what he did was somewhat improper. Li Bufin could hear that his call seemed to have disturbed Brother Ma's good mood. For this, Li Bufin felt very sorry but had to toughen his face and speak. Ahem, I am Li Bufin, the chairman of Zhao Software. Hello, Brother Ma. I'm very glad to hear your voice. I've grown up listening to your stories and playing your games. Ahem, actually, I am looking for you mainly to discuss something about strengthening cooperation between our 2 companies. As for the phone number, haha, who doesn't have some connections, right? What do you say? Would you like to hear me talk about the cooperation? Well, hello Mr. Li, I am Ma Huadeng. Since you have something to discuss, just say it directly, as I don't want to handle work matters during my leisure time. Alright, Brother Ma. I want to ask you a question. Do you want your company's social platform, Viant, to gain intelligent translation capabilities? Really? I remember I sent someone to contact you before, and didn't you refuse? Now you're coming to me. Are you mocking me? Or are you playing with me? I wouldn't dare to be disrespectful in front of my seniors. I sincerely want to cooperate with your company. After all, we are all Chinese, right? It would be nice to help each other out, wouldn't it? How about we meet and discuss the specific cooperation method in detail? When are you available? In that case, come to our company headquarters tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you in the office. I'll notify the secretary to prepare your pass in advance. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. Okay, then see you tomorrow morning. And let's wish for a pleasant cooperation in advance. Alright, see you tomorrow. Li Bufin was very happy to see that Brother Ma was willing to cooperate with him. He then called Wang Huadong, the head of the secretary department, asking him to arrange a flight ticket to Shenzhen arriving before 9 a.m. the next day, along with security arrangements. Soon, Wang Huadong took care of it, securing a flight ticket for 6:55 a.m. that would arrive in Shenzhen at 8:38 a.m. with 2 secretaries and 2 bodyguards accompanying him. The next morning, Li Bufin got up early and under the escort of his bodyguards, arrived at the airport and boarded first class. He arrived in Shenzhen on time. Throughout the journey, Li Bufin had no mood to enjoy the scenery outside, even though the view from the sky was beautiful and unique. He was deep in thought about how to reach a secret cooperation agreement with Brother Ma. In the end, he couldn't come up with a good plan. Looking at the natural scenery outside, he decided to go with the flow. The next day, Li Bufin arrived at the entrance of Tencent Group's headquarters, but was stopped by the security guard. The guard, seeing that Li Bufin was accompanied by 2 female secretaries and 2 male bodyguards, realized that he was an important figure. It was likely that he had a meeting with the company executives, and not wanting to offend him, he could only let Li Bufin and his group wait outside for someone to come and receive him. Seeing this, Li Bufin thought of the pass he received in the previous text message and showed it to the security guard. The guard nodded upon seeing it. Sir, since you have a temporary pass, you may enter the headquarters building. However, your companions cannot enter without passes. I suggest you let them wait in the nearby leisure area, which is accessible to visitors. Li Bufin thought for a moment and decided there was no problem with that, so he let them wait outside. He wasn't worried about any unforeseen incidents. After all, it was at the headquarters of a company. The ones who should be more concerned about danger were not Li Bufin, but others, because if any malicious incidents occurred, it would greatly impact their company negatively. So, Li Bufin confidently entered. Once inside the elevator, he pressed the button for the highest floor, and at that moment, the elevator chimed. Ding! The floor you selected is an important floor. Please swipe your card to identify yourself. Otherwise, you do not have permission to enter. Li Bufin was taken aback, not expecting such a procedure in the elevator. He found it quite interesting and thought his own company's headquarters could try this in the future. Without hesitation, Li Bufin put the QR code information he received in the text message in front of the elevator camera for scanning. Ding! Permission granted. Temporary pass for Li Bufin. Welcome. Remaining validity, 11 hours and 46 minutes. The elevator doors then slowly closed, and it started to ascend, initially speeding up, then moving at a constant speed for a while, and finally slowing down to a stop. The entire process took 1 minute and 39 seconds, which was quite fast for a building with nearly 50 floors. Next, Li Bufin looked at the signs and found the chairman's office. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Please come in. Li Bufin slowly pushed the door open and saw an incredibly spacious and bright hall, with a middle-aged man sitting inside, looking at Li Bufin with a playful expression. You must be Mr. Li from Zhao Software, right? I've long heard of your name. Li Bufin did not expect Brother Ma to give him such a grand entrance and couldn't help but smile, replying to Brother Ma. Haha, I wouldn't dare to take such credit. As a junior, I still have much to learn from my seniors. I have used your company's products since I was a child. You are my role model, a pioneer of the times, and one of the key figures in the great rejuvenation of China. Seeing Li Bufin's quick response, Brother Ma couldn't help but regard him more highly and nodded. He pointed to a chair on the right side, indicating for him to sit down, and then began to ask, as our honored guest, I don't have any precious tea or drinks here. Would you prefer tea or water? I'll have tea. Haha, you are indeed clever. Xiao Wang, please brew a cup of Wei Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao for this young brother. Okay, Mr. Ma. Li Bufin couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Saying there were no precious teas was indeed an understatement, as there is no tea that can compare to the one brewed from Wei Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao. You have to know that its yield is extremely rare. Only a few pounds a year, and it is generally auctioned by the gram, with 1 kilogram costing around 10 million. Li Bufin sat in the seat designated by Brother Ma and smiled, saying, Mr. Ma, you are too polite. We haven't even discussed business yet, and you are treating me to such precious tea. This truly makes me feel honored. Brother Ma looked at Li Bufin and secretly admired him as a good negotiator. Generally, in business negotiations, whoever speaks first will be bitten hard by the other party. This is not about seizing the opportunity, but requires careful planning before acting. Mr. Li doesn't need to be so polite. It's just a small amount of money. Our group's annual profit may not even compare to your company's weekly earnings. Li Bufin was quite speechless, but it was also a fact. Although Tencent Group's annual revenue is in the hundreds of billions, the actual profit margin is not very high. Making over 100 billion in profit is already quite good. For Li Bufin's Zhao Software, earning over 100 billion in cash in just a week made countless domestic companies envious. Fortunately, later Li Bufin donated half, causing many companies to abandon their plans to go against Zhao Software. Mr. Ma, your group is truly a giant in the internet industry, a leader among Chinese enterprises. And you are the richest man in China. Your company can earn over 100 billion in profit every year, flowing steadily like an ocean, never running dry. Our company is just a small-time upstart, hardly worth mentioning compared to your group. It's like a small sorcerer facing a big sorcerer. May I call you Xiaoli? That's completely fine. Xiaoli, although you see our group's strong profitability, do you know how many employees our group has? Hundreds of thousands worldwide. And you have not even 1% of us. yet you can earn such astonishing wealth. Furthermore, I heard that you are about to launch a groundbreaking special effects software that will set the industry standard. Our company's second product, Aurora Effects, is about to go online. It is indeed excellent, but calling it an industry benchmark is a bit too much, hehe. Xiaoli, you are being too modest. I watched the videos your company produced. Indeed, they are very impressive. As you know, our group also has a film and television company. So I specifically called to inquire with the responsible person. They said your technology is absolutely the best in the industry. If you don't acknowledge it, then I doubt any company would dare to claim their special effects software ranks second. Hehe, that might just be a coincidence. Coincidence? I think not. Do you know? Some people say you are the Bill Gates of China, and in the next 10 years, you will surely become the richest person in China. This prediction has stunned many of us seniors. At first, I couldn't believe it, but today I saw how young you are, just in your 20s. And you've built such a huge enterprise. The future is promising. It is your time now. Forgive me for laughing, but who knows what the future holds? All I know is that you and the seniors are the leaders and pioneers in various industries, worthy of our admiration and learning. Brother Ma saw that Li Bufin was not easily swayed and had been engaging in business talk for half an hour without discussing cooperation, which made him a bit impatient. So he directly asked, "All right, enough small talk. Since you're here for cooperation, can you tell me what you mean by cooperation?" Li Bufin finally saw Brother Ma start to ask questions and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been facing Brother Ma's inquiries, needing to weigh every word carefully, which was quite taxing. "Brother Ma, I want to acquire your Group S company, Daily Reading." When Brother Ma heard Li Bufin say he wanted to acquire his group's company, he was very angry. Normally, he was the one acquiring other companies. When had anyone ever tried to acquire his? He looked at Li Bufin with an unfriendly expression and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. Daily Reading is an important piece in our closed-loop layout, and we cannot abandon it. Since you have no cooperative attitude at all." Then, Li Bufin saw that Brother Ma was about to dismiss him and quickly interrupted. "No, please let me finish. Give me a minute." Brother Ma nodded, signaling for Li Bufin to continue. "There is nothing that cannot be discussed. If there is, it's just a matter of insufficient benefits. I am willing to let your company's product, Vian, use the intelligent translation plugin in exchange for allowing me to acquire Daily Reading. I think this benefit is sufficient, right? You should know that Facebook paid us $20 billion, and now they are becoming increasingly active in the international market, their influence growing stronger. With a market value that has increased by over $100 billion compared to before they used our company's plugin. Thus, if your company's Vian also has our intelligent translation function, I believe your long-standing difficulties in promoting in the foreign market will become much easier. This is essentially a stepping stone for your company's product to enter internationalization. I think this benefit should be enough to tempt you to part with Daily Reading, right?" Brother Ma pondered for a long time and nodded secretly. "Indeed, you are right. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. Before it was just a matter of insufficient benefits. But with intelligent translation, the benefit is indeed substantial. However, didn't you sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Facebook that states exclusive rights?" "Haha, that is correct. It states that Zigeo Software's intelligent translation has reached an exclusive cooperation agreement with Facebook. But what if it's not our company's translation product? What if I say that our company's firewall was once compromised due to inadequate protection, and the tools for developing the intelligent translation software were stolen by hackers and sold to a company registered in the Cayman Islands? Would you believe that?" Brother Ma looked at Li Bufin in disbelief, secretly amazed at Li Bufin's boldness, but also feeling a hint of caution. However, the allure of benefits was strong. For his company's product, Vian, it would be all gain and no harm. So he smiled knowingly, nodded at Li Bufin, and said, "Ha, that's right. I believe you. Since that's the case, there shouldn't be any problem. However, I wonder, besides agreeing to your request to acquire Daily Reading, is there anything else needed to obtain the intelligent translation?" "Haha, the specific matters are not something our company can know. After all, this is information stolen by hackers and now belongs to another company, and we have no right to interfere with their actions. But please rest assured, that company has informed us that it will be concluded for less than $10 billion, and for us to acquire your Daily Reading, we will pay a 10 premium, requiring at least 18.9 billion. This means that after relinquishing Daily Reading, you will at least earn 8.9 billion, plus the intelligent translation plugin. This deal is quite fair, I assent it." Brother Ma smiled and nodded, extending his hand to shake hands with Li Bufin. "Haha, Xiaoli, you are quite right. I can represent the board in agreeing to this matter. When shall we start the transaction?" "I can't wait, haha. Brother Ma, I need to contact the other company about this. How about this? We complete the transaction within 3 days. No problem. Here's to a happy cooperation. Haha." Happy cooperation. Shall since we had such a pleasant chat, why not stay for lunch and have a drink with me? Ahem, no thanks. My bodyguard and secretary are still waiting outside the company. Although they are employees, I also feel bad for making them wait too long. How about I treat you to a drink after the cooperation is completed? Haha, I didn't expect Shao Li to be such a sentimental person. Alright, we'll talk about it then. Okay, I'll take my leave now. Sure, I'll convene the board to explain. Take care, I want to see you off. Alright. No worries, I know the way. Li Bufin returned to the company in the afternoon. Facing the domestic internet giants, he went from feeling anxious to going with the flow. And finally to being adept and even setting the rhythm. His mental journey was arduous and bumpy, but fortunately, everything went smoothly. Thus, Li Bufin completed an important negotiation. As for other matters, he left them to Bu Changjua, the CEO who specifically runs errands for him. Chapter 25 Establishing Huanyu Film Industry. That afternoon, Li Bufin shared the results of his secret meeting with Brother Ma with everyone. Wang Huadong expressed that he would coordinate the relevant work well. Bu Changjua patted his chest and said, "Brother, I've already found a suitable offshore company. It's a company registered in the Cayman Islands called Brilliant Star. With a professional white glove team, they have handled underground transactions for multiple organizations and companies with a very high level of integrity and professional ethics. And they want to excessively inquire about the user's specific identity or leak user information. I've already reached an agreement with them. Upon completion, we will pay them around 16 million, equivalent to 100 million yuan. I have also assembled a professional acquisition team. You don't know? The employees in the investment department have long been eager to expand the market and find tasks. They are very excited about this mission." Seeing that Bu Changjua had arranged everything very well, Li Bufin was quite satisfied. "Good. Since that's the case, you can get to work. I require the acquisition to be completed within 3 days. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Haha, don't worry, it's no problem." That evening, back home. After a whirlwind of activities with Lu Yuding and resting for a while, Li Bufin told Lu Yuding everything that happened that day. Upon hearing that Li Bufin had met the internet giant Brother Ma, Lu Yuding displayed an expression of an ordinary netizen meeting a celebrity, showing great excitement. As if she hadn't yet adjusted to her new identity. Li Bufin didn't blame Lu Yuding, but just cleared his throat as a reminder. This cough seemed to awaken Lu Yuding, making her pause, and then she realized her different identity now, her pretty face flushing slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Upon learning that Li Bufin was going to acquire the largest online literature reading brand under Brother Ma, Tian Reading, Lu Yuding was even more excited. She knew that once this highly active online literature platform was in her hands, the many popular IPs within it would instantly turn into hot super special effects blockbusters, raking in countless audiences' money and generating massive box office revenue. Her face flushed as she looked at Li Bufin, feeling a bit shy. Seeing Lu Yuding acting all coy, Li Bufin felt she had something to express, and said, "Ting Ting, we are like an old married couple now. What is there that you can't tell me?" "Uft. What old married couple? Am I that old?" I was wrong, okay? Just say what you want to say." "Well, I dare to ask for a gift." Li Bufin was a bit puzzled and thought about it. After confirming their relationship, it seemed he hadn't given her any decent gifts. So, without hesitation, he replied, "Go ahead. What gift do you want? You have to promise first before I can say. If you don't promise, I won't say." Li Bufin was a bit speechless, looking at her cute and shy demeanor, which was quite endearing. In the end, he nodded and said, "Apart from the shares of Zijao Software, anything else is fine. Just tell me, what gift is it?" Husband is so nice. I want to merge Tian Reading into Huanyu Film and Television. After all, we are both in the entertainment industry, and I think it's not good to be linked to your software company." Li Bufin was truly shocked by Lu Yuding's words. This gift was undeniably big, as Tian Reading was worth over 10 billion. However, since he had already agreed before, it would be hard not to comply, and besides, he also owned half of Huanyu Film and Television. In the end, thinking that Lu Yuding was already his woman, what was the harm in being generous to his woman? "Alright, no problem. Who told me I'm your good husband?" "Wow, husband is so nice, love you moi." "I love you too, babe." Since it's still early in the night, shall we do it again?" Alright. But I have things to do tomorrow." "Ting Ting, what do you have to do tomorrow?" "Tomorrow I need to go to the business bureau to collect Huanyu Film and Television's business license. I've been busy establishing Huanyu Film and Television these days. Unlike some big boss who has a secretary do things, and when there's nothing to do, just XXX, humph." "Oh, I see." The next day, Lu Yuding got the business license for Huanyu Film and Television and rented an office building near the Zijao Software building for office use. Since both buildings were very close in the University Technology Park in Jiangcheng, Liu Yuting ran to Li Bufin's chairman's office and became a temporary secretary. At this moment, Liu Yuting was sitting on Li Bufin's lap, hugging him, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. "Husband, I've already obtained the business license for Huanyu Film and Television. When are we acquiring Tian Reading? I'm waiting to promote a batch of people from Tian Reading to be the department heads of our film company. Now that the office building has been rented, it's just 2 blocks away from here, and downstairs their S&FC office building. But right now, the company has no one, just the 2 of us. Come and play with me when you're free." Li Bufin was quite uncomfortable with Liu Yuting's teasing and hugged her back. "I'll come over to pamper you when I have time. But when you're free, you should also take the initiative to find me." "Okay. Bufin, what about the cooperation agreement between Sajeo Software and Huanyu Film and Television that you mentioned before? Have you prepared it? Let me see. Of course, it's already prepared. You get up and sit properly. Let me find the information." Li Bufin lifted Liu Yuting from his lap and let her sit steadily beside him. He found the terms he had drafted during his free time. And the specific agreement was as follows. Party A, Huanyu Film and Television. Party B, Sajeo Software. Party A now entrusts Party B to fully produce the special effects in its film and television dramas. And both parties will establish a communication department to supervise the smooth progress of the cooperation. The cooperation is divided into 2 main categories. The first category is the production techniques for ordinary movies. Party A will first complete the preliminary filming work in reality and hand over the post-processing and special effects to Party B. 1. Party B will work with Party A to find a third party as a notary to provide an estimated special effects budget based on current needs. 2. Party B must complete the specified tasks with quality and quantity within the stipulated time. 3. If Party A changes its demands in the middle, it needs to negotiate with Party B in advance, and only after mutual agreement can the demands be changed. At the same time, Party A needs to pay additional compensation for the delays and special effects production fees, and the deadline will be postponed according to the actual time required. 4. After completing the post-production special effects, Party A must conduct a review within 3 working days. 5. After the review is completed, if there are no errors, Party A needs to pay Party B the corresponding amount within 7 working days. If there are areas that need to be modified, if it is due to Party B's error, Party B will modify it for free and reduce the corresponding amount. If it is due to Party A's additional demands that were not involved in the original demands, it will be implemented according to the responsibilities mentioned in Clause 3. This first category of agreement is actually very similar to the contracts signed between many producers and commissioned special effects production companies, which are priced based on special effects production hours. As for the second category, it involves unconventional filming techniques, namely computer synthesis. In this case, the agreement is completely different. With new clauses, 1. Party A provides Party B with a segment of material, including the story plot, scenes, descriptions of important characters, background events, etc. Among them, the main character's facial data can be replaced according to certain requirements for intelligent face swapping. The main material is a complete script, and Party B will produce based on the information provided by Party A. 2. During the production process, Party A must not interfere with Party B's production progress at will. If intervention is needed, the supervising personnel from both parties will adjust the work as necessary. If Party A makes too many changes, even rewriting the script, Party B has the right to raise the quotation with no upper limit until both parties reach a satisfactory agreement. 3. Regarding the payment issue after production is completed. Since most of the work is completed by Party A, and apart from the screenwriters, supervisors, and external cooperation departments, there are relatively few filming personnel involved from Party B. Therefore, the fee starts at a minimum of 100 million and has no upper limit. The suggested fee is 20 of the box office revenue, with a maximum fee not exceeding 35 of the box office revenue. This is because, in domestic film production, the box office revenue sharing between producers and cinemas is based on 4555545. These are the main regulations for the cooperation in developing film and television dramas. And Li Bufin has written them down. Li Bufin showed it to Liu Yuting for review. After thinking for a while, Liu Yuting nodded, feeling that it was a decent agreement. She looked at the second point and found it very novel, but then thought about it and wondered if Sajeo Software would incur losses with such an agreement. After all, some blockbusters in Hollywood spend over 100 million just on special effects, yet the box office can be dismal, leading to losses. If according to this agreement, Sajeo Software could very likely incur losses if the box office didn't perform well. However, if it became a hit, both parties would benefit. So she was curious. Looking at Li Bufin, with her right index finger pointing at the second category of cooperation clauses, looking puzzled. Li Bufin understood that she didn't comprehend why he set such clauses. In fact, for Li Bufin, he had two major trump cards. One is an intelligent conversion software that uses scripts to transform into models and special effects, which I will temporarily call Aurora Reversal. The other is a special effects production tool that has been publicly promoted recently, called Aurora Effects Software. With these two tools, to be honest, borrowing a phrase from the internet tycoon Ma, standing on the wind, even pigs can fly. Indeed, this is what Li Bufin believes, with these two tools. Not to mention the low rendering costs for servers, the time spent on manual production will be greatly reduced, and efficiency will significantly increase. Therefore, Li Bufin is so confident that as long as this script is fine and can smoothly pass the review of the General Administration of Film, then there will be basically no problem. In the end, while the box office may not be a huge success, it will definitely cover costs and achieve profitability. So, Li Bufin showed Liu Yuting the magic of Aurora Reversal and then demonstrated the Aurora Effects AI assistant. At this point, Liu Yuting was thrilled, confident, and very optimistic about the future prospects of both companies. She couldn't help but hug Li Bufin and softly said in his ear, husband, you are amazing. 2 days later, good news came from Buchongjua. Sejao Software acquired Tiantian Reading from Tencent Group for 19.3 billion yuan at a premium. Meanwhile, the offshore company, Brilliant Star, located in the Cayman Islands, successfully reached a cooperation agreement with Tencent Group, with a transaction amount of up to 9.8 billion yuan. In the end, apart from the 1 billion yuan given to Brilliant Star as a brokerage fee, the remaining 9.7 billion yuan was transferred to a secret account opened in Switzerland. This means that the company's account suddenly had 19.3 billion yuan less, leaving less than 15 billion yuan. However, Li Bufin didn't take it to heart because he believed that as long as there was over 1 billion yuan in funds, he could completely turn things around and make a comeback at any time. Currently, he still had 4.3 billion yuan left in his domestic personal account. And there was also the newly acquired 9.7 billion yuan in the Swiss bank secret account, totaling 14 billion yuan of personal disposable funds. After Tiantian Reading was acquired, voices of decline emerged in the market. Everyone began to doubt Sejao Software and did not understand why Tencent Group sold one of its subsidiaries for the first time. It should be noted that Tiantian Reading was a copyright provider for many of its games. Now that it has been entirely sold, aren't they worried about being choked by Sejao Software in the future? In fact, Brother Ma had thought of this long ago. But he was not worried because even if they were choked, the worst loss would be those few mobile games. Moreover, they had already made enough money from the players on those mobile games. The intelligent translation they obtained would later be applied to Vian, unleashing unparalleled power. This was the key to advancing the group further, and it must not be lost. Therefore, only the true upper management understands the priorities. However, some media outlets seem to have discovered the unusual transaction projects announced by Tencent Group. Indeed, those media found that Tencent Group placed a 9.8 billion yuan order with Brilliant Star, with the product name being Brilliant Translation. They also reached a 19.3 billion yuan acquisition agreement with Sejao Software. This inevitably raised suspicions about whether there were any hidden agendas. The media began to contact the customer service of both companies. After several layers of reporting, Li Bufin and Brother Ma had a pleasant conversation over the phone, both sides denying any connection between the two transactions. Thus, both parties firmly denied it. Sejao Software stated that it was unclear how Brilliant Star's translation technology worked and did not know its source, but it was unrelated to Sejao Software. Sejao Software only sent an acquisition team to Tiantian Reading, and the other party gladly accepted the acquisition. Tencent Group stated that after testing, Brilliant Star's translation level had reached the industry's ceiling, close to Sejao Software's intelligent translation product. They expressed that they would integrate this feature into their Vine platform, allowing users worldwide to enjoy fast and borderless communication services. Finally, they stated that the agreement to allow Sejao Software to acquire Tiantian Reading was because they felt Tiantian Reading's importance to the group was no longer significant. And Sejao Software's offered price was very sincere, so they agreed to the acquisition. Thus, both sides secretly understood each other, but on the surface, they drew a clear line between intelligent translation and brilliant translation. The media became confused, unable to figure out the situation. Only some media outlets seemed to have found the truth and wanted to report on it, but were rejected by their writers. It's a joke. Those big companies are not something you can casually slander. They would sue their own small newspapers in court, and they do not want to retire early. Media from large companies had already been notified in advance not to dig into their covert cooperation. Instead, They began to promote that Vian might step out of the country and officially enter the foreign market. It was not too late to buy stocks now, as there would be significant upward space in the future, and the prospects were very broad. As a result of this news, Tencent Group's market value rose by 4 percentage points, while Facebook, located on the other side of the blue star, saw its market value drop by 3 percentage points. After learning this news, Zuckerberg, in California, felt as if he had eaten something unpleasant and felt deceived. He then called Li Bufin, starting to accuse him of being untrustworthy and threatening to give Zhao Software a legal notice. Li Bufin was dismissive, thinking, how could all the benefits go to you alone? As a Chinese, one should still support domestic companies. Mr. Zuckerberg, are you misunderstanding something? Our agreement states that I cannot disseminate intelligent translation to companies other than Facebook. But we also do not know where Brilliant Star's translation software came from. Do you dare to guarantee that it didn't come from your side? I don't believe that you only handed it over to the Facebook tech department and didn't give it to other departments or your backers. This left Zuckerberg speechless because he indeed did what Li Bufin suggested. In fact, no one knew whether someone would take the risk of being blacklisted by others and secretly sell a copy of the software. After a while, Zuckerberg reluctantly said, all right, Li, you win, but I hope this is the first and last time. Otherwise, you will face the wrath of our backers. Hey, buddy, don't be so serious. Just think about it. After cooperating with us, isn't your company's market value up by 20? Isn't this the best proof of our cooperation? It's not 20 anymore, it's 15. Damn, it just dropped yesterday. Cough, cough, don't mind that, it will go up. Fluctuations are normal market expectations. If it keeps going up, it would create too much of a bubble and lead to indigestion. You are right. But I still hope this situation doesn't happen again in the future. All right, goodbye. Click. Zuckerberg had already hung up the phone. Li Bufin, however, was sneering in his heart. Facebook, let you gloat for a while, and see how I surpass you in the future. Chapter 26. The moves of Universal Pictures after successfully acquiring Tiantian Reading. Li Bufin planned to fulfill his promise to Liu Yuding, which was to merge Tiantian Reading into Universal Pictures. However, the funds on Universal Pictures books were only a mere 5 billion. Therefore, Li Bufin planned to sell Tiantian Reading to Universal Pictures at a friendly price of 1 yuan. This process is essentially a transition from one hand to another, with the difference being that one is a wholly owned company while the other holds half the shares. Fortunately, the other half is owned by Li Bufin's partner, so they can be considered family. Therefore, Li Bufin didn't hesitate to gather Bu Changjua and explain the situation to him. When Bu Changjua learned that Li Bufin wanted to acquire Tiantian Reading for 1 yuan and merge it into Huanyu Film, he felt quite reluctant. After all, this acquisition task was completed by him. Now, it was being handed over to Liu Yuding by Li Bufin, which made Bu Changjua feel a bit sour and envious. However, he knew that Li Bufin had absolute authority over the company, so even if he didn't want to agree, he couldn't change Li Bufin's mind. Rather than creating conflict with Li Bufin over this, it was better to obediently follow his arrangements. Thus, after the news of Tiantian Reading being transferred again spread, everyone was on edge. Many people had already resigned in recent days because they didn't trust the new owner and believed it wouldn't lead to a promising future. In response, Li Bufin stated that if they wanted to leave, they could, but if they wanted to come back, they shouldn't think about it. He would make them regret it in the future. Finally, whether it was intentional by Bu Changjua or not, the news of acquiring Tiantian Reading for 1 yuan went viral online. Many onlookers expressed that if it was so cheap, they could buy a dozen. Then someone started to investigate what kind of company Huanyu Film, which acquired Tiantian Reading for 1 yuan, was. As a result, they discovered that the company's legal representative was actually a recent female college graduate. Then they found out that half of the shares were held by Li Bufin, who fully controlled Zhao Software. Furthermore, insiders leaked online that she was previously a small employee in the operations department of Zhao Software. And overnight she became a rich and beautiful woman. As a result, netizens began to speculate about what had happened. Most agreed that they must have an undisclosed relationship, suggesting that she had succeeded by selling her looks. Although what these netizens said was slightly close to the truth, it sounded very uncomfortable. After seeing this, Liu Yuding contacted Li Bufin and asked him to explain. Li Bufin thought for a moment and posted an update on his personal Weibo. Group photo. I heard you were looking for her? Well, it seems I have to make an official announcement. She is my girlfriend, and that's it. By the way, our company's press conference will be held in 3 days on the 5th floor of Zhao Software building. At that time, she will appear and explain what Huanyu Film is and what it will do. All entertainment companies, production companies, special effects companies, and cinema companies are welcome to attend the press conference. He then retweeted his Weibo on the company's official Weibo and added a comment. Congratulations to our handsome chairman. Media and film-related companies wishing to attend the press conference can leave a message below, and we will select and announce them tomorrow. Lee Bufin took 2 screenshots, one of his Weibo and one of the company's official Weibo, and sent them to Lu Yuting. Ting Ting, what do you think of this? Bufin, thank you. Haha. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. By the way, the merger of Tian Reading into Huanyu Film has been completed, right? When are you going to promote those people? I'll help you with the vetting. Yes, it has been merged. As for those who remained, I promised them a salary and bonus increase, so they are happy to stay and serve the company. Also, I plan to promote some people to department heads in Huanyu Film today. How about this? I'll send you the list of people I plan to promote. And you help me advise. Sure, just send it over. I will reply as soon as possible. After a while, a long list was sent to Lee Bufin's WeChat. Lee Bufin saved the images to his album and then began to contact Alpha. Alpha, are you there? Help me check the identities of these people and see if there are any suspicious individuals. Also, check their character and the abilities related to their positions to see if any adjustments are needed. Master, I'm here. At your service, Master. After verification, it was found that 2 individuals were suspected spies infiltrating Tian Reading, hired by foreign forces. 3 individuals had poor character, and 1 person's ability did not match their position. All right, give me the evidence and send it all to Lu Yuting. As you wish, Master. The evidence has been compiled and sent to Lu Yuting's WeChat message. Let me take a look. Very detailed, with each person's background and performance at work. Quite good. Thank you for the compliment. Serving you is my honor. Do you have any other orders, Master? Not for now. Okay, Master, I'll take my leave. I'm always ready for your summons. Lu Yuting's WeChat suddenly received many messages, and when she opened it, she was startled. Because the details in these messages were too comprehensive, it made her have a terrifying thought. Did he also check my information in this way? But he must have found no issues, which is why he let his guard down. It must be so. But fortunately, the person with such abilities is my boyfriend. Lu Yuting read through the materials one by one in silence, not expecting that despite her careful selection, there were still issues. She then thought of the almost omnipotent Lee Bufin and asked, Bufin, thank you for the information. It's very detailed and useful. However, I feel bad because if it weren't for your investigation, our company might have suffered huge losses. It's fine. I'm also happy to help you, silly girl. Bufin, you treat me the best. By the way, regarding the missing positions, I'd like you to help find out who might be suitable and then send me their information. Okay. Sure, just a moment. Then, Lee Bufin summoned Alpha again. Alpha, are you there? I need your help again. Previously, you checked the missing positions. See if there are any outstanding ordinary employees who can replace them. Then organize the information and send it to Lu Yuting. Master, I'm here. At your service, Master. After searching, the most suitable candidates for these positions were found, and the results have been sent to Lu Yuting's WeChat message. Do you have any other orders, Master? Let me see. Very detailed. Wow, the people you selected are indeed outstanding. It seems they were pearls covered in dust. All right, that's all for now. Okay, Master. I'll take my leave now. Call me if you need anything. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Yuting received another complete set of information, which included the most suitable candidates for these positions. Lu Yuting was left speechless by Lee Bufin's efficiency, admiring him to the core. She finally decided to adopt the people Lee Bufin suggested. After Lu Yuting took over Tian Reading, the first reform measure for the platform would be to pop up an agreement window for authors of published works, stating, Dear authors, hello. Tian Reading would like to reach a deal with you. Are you willing to entrust all the copyrights of your XXX works, including book distribution rights, peripheral rights, film adaptation rights, game adaptation rights, etc., to Tian Reading? Among them, for book distribution rights, you will receive normal market treatment. So there is no need to worry about your interests. As for film rights, your work may be adapted for the screen, and you will have the honor of sharing one of the global box office revenue from the adaptation of your work. Note that regardless of the box office, even if it is 10 billion yuan, you can receive 1%. As for the peripheral and game copyrights, we will handle them as before, ensuring that your interests are not harmed. You can choose to agree for some works and disagree for others. If you agree, your work will receive free exposure on the homepage. Each work will have at least one opportunity. Furthermore, your work will increase the likelihood of being valued by Universal Pictures and adapted into a film or television drama. Lastly, whether you agree or not, your rightful interests will not be compromised. For new authors, at the time of publication, they can choose whether to agree to transfer various copyrights of their books. Once this copyright transfer is announced, ordinary authors are very excited. This means their literary works can gain higher exposure and, once adapted into films, They can share in the box office revenue. Is there anything better than this? Those renowned authors enjoy privileges that ordinary authors do not. When a new book is just published, the chief editor will actively sign contracts and provide advertising slots and homepage promotion. They are used to being high up and cannot bear to be treated like ordinary authors. However, there is no choice. Signing means their works are more likely to be adapted into films than those of others. Therefore, they still acknowledge the truth of the fragrant law. Each one eager to sign agreements with the platform. The platform has done well in this regard, although copyrights are transferred. Previous collaborations will not be denied by Daily Reading and will still receive support. Those authors who have not collaborated before will have to give up part of their profits to Daily Reading in exchange for opportunities from Daily Reading to publishers and game distributors for their works. At this moment, Lee Buffin is in the company, calling the software development department and the Aurora Special Effects department employees to the conference room for a meeting. After several days of adjustment and familiarity, everyone is already quite familiar with the two software programs, Aurora Reversal and Aurora Special Effects. Among them, Aurora Reversal is used to convert scripts into Aurora Special Effects format models, scenes, special effects, and a series of materials, facilitating modifications later and greatly saving time. However, this software is restricted for use within the company and is classified as a confidential product. So far, no one has leaked any information about this groundbreaking product. Aurora Special Effects, on the other hand, will be a product released to the market. In recent days, everyone has compiled a list of issues that can be improved in the software. Lee Buffin briefly looked at these issues. They are indeed simple, but some features are quite practical. He then looked at the software development department staff. Wang Zigzu, your software development department should have received the improvement suggestions for Aurora Special Effects, right? How long do you estimate it will take to complete? Chairman, I calculated it. If we work on it, we will need about 2 weeks. However, we can completely release the current version first, and the subsequent updates can be posted on the official website. In fact, our current version is already excellent enough. Okay, then let us proceed with the current version for now. As for improvements, Wang Zigzu, you all need to put in more effort. It's fine if it takes longer. Quality must be guaranteed, understood? Yes, rest assured, Chairman. Next, Lee Buffin informed everyone about the 2 types of agreements reached with Universal Pictures. In fact, everyone is quite clear that Universal Pictures is also Lee Buffin's property, with the other half of the shares held by the chairman's girlfriend. After hearing Lee Buffin's explanation of the agreements and considering the incredible function of Aurora Reversal and the high-efficiency production of Aurora Special Effects, this agreement is entirely profitable. Moreover, Lee Buffin finally stated that he would allocate 10% of the company's project profits as dividends to everyone present. Instantly, everyone's enthusiasm was stirred, and each one promised to complete their tasks. Meanwhile, in a building 2 blocks away, Lu Yuding is holding a mobilization meeting with her subordinates. Everyone, I don't care if you came from Daily Reading or were recruited later. Now, you need to know that you will be working for Universal Pictures. Of course, Daily Reading still belongs to Universal Pictures. Next, I will assign each of your tasks. First, find several popular IPs on Daily Reading and see if their authors are willing to sign copyright transfer agreements with the company. If they agree, select a few suitable for adaptation into science fiction and fantasy films. In the early stage, we can use short stories. This will both increase everyone's experience and allow the films produced to enter the market for trial, facilitating the company's future planning. Oh, by the way, the situation I mentioned is part of the second type of cooperation reached with Sageo Software, which involves shooting a small number of scenes and providing scripts. Next, find a few suitable for the first type of cooperation, where we complete all the preliminary shooting work. The post-production special effects will be handled by Sageo Software. These works require a lot of real scenes, which will greatly shorten the duration of post-production special effects. We will proceed with both types of cooperation simultaneously. Finally, we will conduct an internal evaluation, with scores determined by the market box office and our company's profits. The cooperation method with the highest profits will become our mainstream in the future. This means we will either largely continue with the same shooting methods as before or mostly adopt the virtual film method to cooperate with Sageo Software for completion. Alright, everyone, get to work. With the meeting concluded, everyone began their tasks, some researching information, others contacting Daily Reading staff, and some reaching out to well-known talent agencies regarding their artists. Thus, Universal Pictures officially commenced operations. This future greatest film company quietly began to operate and will reveal its claws to the world. Let the Huaxia style become people's first choice. Let Huaxia culture sweep the globe. Let the people of Huaxia regain cultural confidence, contributing a significant stroke to the great rejuvenation of the Huaxia nation. Chapter 27, Aurora Special Effects Launch Conference. On this day, Lee Bufin arrived at the company as usual. According to previous plans, there will be a press conference this morning. During this time, the company's new product will be introduced and made public. At the same time, the CEO of Universal Pictures will also attend this ceremony. Unlike the hastily held press conference the first time, this one will be much more solemn and formal. The invited media and journalists will receive red interview invitation letters. Nearly 200 media representatives or journalists will be present. Guests will receive golden invitation letters representing their status symbols. A total of more than 100 guests will be present, including the technical director of Industrial Light Magic, the special effects supervisor of Alibaba Pictures, the vice president of Warner Brothers, the CEO of Disney Pictures, and representatives from various domestic and international special effects studios. Fortunately, the company's fourth-floor hall was cleared in advance, and the office equipment such as tables and chairs were replaced with high-end seating arranged in an orderly fashion. The press conference is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. today, and it is now 8:30 a.m., with guests and media already seated. At exactly 10 a.m., the press conference officially began. Bu Chengzhu, dressed in a suit, walked steadily to the front stage. He looked at everyone present, nodded to the guests in the front row, then picked up the microphone and began his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Bu Chengzhu, the CEO of Zhao Software. I am very pleased to be here to represent our company and launch this groundbreaking product. First of all, I would like to thank the media present and the distinguished guests for attending. I hope this press conference will be worth your while and that you will gain a lot from it. Now, I will introduce our company's second product, which is the special effects production software you all may already know about. Yes, that's right, we call it Aurora Effects. Just like the magical auroras in nature, it is both real and surreal, resembling a dreamlike paradise that captivates people. Let's talk about its basic parameters. This software is 1,376 megabytes in size and includes almost all the features found in top special effects production software on the market, along with some unique functions. We made a bold innovation by attempting to integrate artificial intelligence technology with Aurora Effects. I am pleased to say that we succeeded. Yes, Aurora Effects has a sprite or assistant, which we call Aurora. In terms of special effects processing, it can be said to reach the level of top engineers, with an efficiency that humans cannot match. Next, please watch a video demonstrating the use of the Aurora Assistant to create a special effect. It may revolutionize your understanding of special effects production. Alright, no more talking, the video is starting now. In the video, we see a special effects engineer who has received an almost unbelievable request. According to the requirements report, he needs to create a hilly terrain covering 100 square kilometers. The similarity between these terrains cannot exceed 1,000th, meaning he needs to manually adjust an ultra-large area of 100 square kilometers. Additionally, the special effect to be completed is to simulate a scene where millions of troops from two countries engage in battle within this hilly terrain. The troops need to have distinguishable facial features, and the weapons will be diverse, with various battle strategies involved. Such a complicated special effects scene is overwhelming and daunting for this engineer. However, at that moment, he accidentally came across Aurora Effects, this brand new special effects software. So, he clicked the link to start downloading. After the download was complete, he encountered a common problem for beginners. He didn't know how to use it. Fortunately, he inadvertently awakened the ever-ready assistant, Aurora. Thus, he quickly learned how to use the software through the Aurora Sprite Assistant. However, he still had no solution for that overly demanding requirements report. Just as he was feeling disheartened, he saw the cute appearance of the Aurora Sprite, seemingly waiting for his command. So, he decided to take a chance and asked the Aurora Sprite to help him create a hilly terrain of 100 square kilometers. The Aurora Sprite communicated with him to further understand the details and characteristics of the terrain, thus obtaining more detailed parameters and features, while also retrieving real hilly terrain maps from the internet. Finally, the sprite would merge these features and create the required hilly terrain piece by piece in the software window. Ultimately, with the magic and power of the sprite, he successfully completed this incredibly challenging request and received recognition from the company, earning a substantial bonus, thus reaching the peak of his career. The video ends. Applause erupts from the audience, lasting for over a minute. Thank you all for your applause. I believe you have seen the power of this special effects production software with an artificial intelligence assistant in the video. Here, I solemnly promise that the performance of the sprite in the video was not manipulated by humans, but was filmed according to actual operating conditions. Therefore, I encourage you to unleash your creativity and imagination and create the world of your dreams using Aurora software. Having said that, I have finished discussing the basic parameters of Aurora Effects. However, this is not the end. we have added two platforms to Aurora Effects, both of which are important and useful for everyone. First, let us talk about the first platform integrated into Aurora Effects. This is a resource trading platform. Here, you can find a large number of free or paid models and special effects animations provided by the official, and you can also publish your own works. When publishing, you can choose to share your results for free or charge others to download your work. Of course, for paid products, our platform will take a 30% fee as a service charge. We hope you can understand and accept this. Lastly, let us discuss the second platform of Aurora Effects. This platform has a very high threshold, especially for buyers. This is a special effects outsourcing platform. Here, you can post special effects tasks that you are unable to complete due to time constraints or lack of technical skills, and assign them to experienced studios that have the time to handle them. You can also outsource the post-production of your film to well-known studios or let the platform handle it. For accepting orders and publishing, we have set up a bidding-like system. For both parties signing the agreement, our platform will automatically draft a contract, which will take effect once both parties sign electronically. For some simple special effects tasks, we will allow ordinary individuals to take orders. For more complex special effects tasks, only qualified studios or companies can take orders. For particularly complex effects, if no company takes the order, we will ensure that your time is not wasted on the platform. We solemnly promise that for any special effects tasks posted on the platform, as long as the price is reasonable, if no other company takes your task, we will officially accept it and provide the best special effects results. At the same time, our company welcomes cooperation with major production companies for a win-win partnership. Since everything on this platform is paid, we have set up a revenue-sharing model of 70-30, and we hope you can understand and respect this. Alright, I have finished introducing the functions of Aurora software. As for the product, the download link and pricing table will be announced on the official website after the press conference concludes. Applause. Everyone thought the press conference was over and that they could officially ask questions. Hello, I am a reporter from Zuck Media, and I would like to ask about this software. Sorry, reporter, the press conference is not over yet. There is still an important announcement to be made. The QA session will be held after this, so please wait a moment. Thank you. At this moment, a young and beautiful lady slowly walked up to the stage. Yes, she is Ms. Lu Yuding, CEO of Huanyu Film and the girlfriend of Li Bufin. Lu Yuding took the microphone handed to her by Bu Changhua and looked at the audience, especially at Li Bufin sitting in the front row. When Li Bufin saw Lu Yuding's seemingly pleading gaze, he smiled and nodded at her, then brought his right hand together with 4 fingers and gave her a thumbs up, signaling her that she could do it. Seemingly encouraged by Li Bufin's loving gaze and encouragement, she mustered her courage and slowly began to speak. Good morning, everyone. I am Lu Yuding, CEO and chairwoman of Huanyu Film. First of all, I would like to thank Sajeo Software for holding this press conference and allowing us at Huanyu Film to speak. You may not be very familiar with Huanyu Film, but you surely know about Tian Reading. Yes, it was our company that previously acquired for 1 yuan. Our company has officially acquired Tian Reading, and it is now a subsidiary of ours. What does Huanyu Film and Television do? To put it simply, it is very similar to major film companies, focusing on producing movies and TV dramas. That's right, we will prioritize film development in the early stages. We have already established a strategic partnership with Sajeo Software for the special effects production of films. In the future, all films produced by our company will undoubtedly utilize Sajeo Software's technical support. Currently, Huanyu Film and Television has plans to shoot 4 films. 2 of them will start filming in the second half of this year, while the other 2 will be handed over to Sajeo Software for an unprecedented attempt at a fully virtualized film. These 4 films are titled Blue Star Defense, Hell Civilization I, Origin, Mercury Exploration, and Starry Sky Stories. Yes, the copyrights for these 4 films are provided by the authors of Tian Reading, and they will enjoy one of the box office revenue. Among them, 1 film will be produced as a sequel, while the other 3 will be independent and complete stories. Huanyu Film and Television will kick off the casting call for the crew in early July. At that time, we welcome all well-known crew members to join our production process. And we also welcome all stars to participate in our film casting, as we will offer generous remuneration. Currently, our company has over 4 billion in assets. I believe this can fully cover your salary. Well, action speaks louder than words. We welcome all capable individuals to join Huanyu Film and Television and participate in the creation of films. Thank you all. After Lu Yuding finished speaking, she bowed to the audience, returned the microphone to Bu Changhua, and then walked off the stage. Bu Changhua took the microphone and slowly addressed the audience. Dear journalist friends, we now enter the QA session. Journalists with questions can raise your hands for me to see. Each journalist can only ask 1 question. Upon hearing this, The journalists in the audience eagerly raised their hands, some even raising both hands. Okay, this female journalist in the blue top, you can ask your question first. Thank you for giving me the first opportunity to ask a question. I am Fans Hibbing, a reporter from Jiangxing Daily. I would like to ask your company, what is the level of your artificial intelligence? Is it true, as rumored, that it can pass the Turing test? Wu Changzhou shook his head and looked at the journalist. Ms. Fan, you are overestimating our company. Although our Aurora assistant is very intelligent and is a master in special effects processing in other areas, it may not even be as capable as a 7-year-old child. As for achieving a level that fully passes the Turing test, I believe no company can achieve that at this time. After all, such a great honor is not something any company would hide. Our level of artificial intelligence can be said to be globally leading. From our previous intelligent translation, it is evident that we have reached the top in the translation field. And now we have once again reached the peak in special effects production. I believe we will continue to challenge more industries and gradually develop artificial intelligence technology for the benefit of humanity. All right, the journalist in the black top. You can ask your second question. I am a reporter from Yule Media, and I would like to ask Ms. Liu Yuting. I want to know what requirements Huanyu Film and Television has for the actors they will recruit next. What kind of roles are waiting to be recruited? Liu Yuting did not expect someone would ask her, but she still walked onto the stage, took the microphone, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Hello, journalist friend. Regarding this question, I can give a clear response. Firstly, all roles in these 2 films, including the main characters, important supporting roles, and some minor roles, will be openly and transparently recruited by our company, with the best candidates selected. As for the requirements for actors, it is actually quite simple. Firstly, they must have good character and be kind-hearted. I believe most stars meet this requirement. Secondly, it is about ability, not just the specific skills a person possesses, but rather how well they fit the characters they portray and the quality of their performances. Lastly, we want to promote the fact that we already have a talent scout. To all the talented individuals out there, what are you waiting for? After that, about 7 or 8 journalists asked questions. Some were challenging while others were easier to answer. But overall it went smoothly. The press conference was a complete success. After the event, Li Bufin walked up to Liu Yuting, embraced her, and stroked her hair. You did an excellent job on stage. You worked hard. Liu Yuting smiled, appreciating Li Bufin's compliment. It's okay, I'm quite happy too. All right, let's go. I'll hold a celebration banquet for you at noon to enjoy some good food. Okay, thank you, Bufin. Meanwhile, Sajeo Software's official website released the download link for the Aurora special effects software, which instantly attracted a massive influx of traffic. Some were there to download it, while others were hackers trying to breach and steal server files. However, Sajeo Software's defenses were impenetrable, solid as a rock, and the hackers had no choice but to abandon their attack plans. Companies that downloaded the software were amazed after trying the Aurora effects, finding it identical to the video shown at the press conference, which was truly unbelievable. Some small studios, seeing the inherent business opportunity, began to abandon their previous special effects software and started hiring, eagerly adopting the Aurora effects for production. On the stock market, it was evident that the stocks of companies behind those special effects software plummeted significantly, with many nearly halving in value. Conversely, after some special effects companies officially announced they would adopt the Aurora software, their stock values began to see slight increases. The aftermath of this press conference did not stop there. High-tech companies like Google, Apple, and Microsoft across the ocean in America were holding a meeting that could impact the future. Chapter 28. The Atom Project after Sajeo Software's press conference. Several major tech giants in Silicon Valley felt threatened. They had heard about the Facebook incident and thought it was merely gossip, mocking Zuckerberg for being deceived out of $20 billion by a Chinese kid, which they believed embarrassed their capitalist image. At that time, they did not think much of it, assuming it was an isolated incident unrelated to them. However, now, less than a month later, Sajeo Software released a new product again. Although it was in the very niche field of special effects production, the artificial intelligence assistant used in it made everyone who watched the video feel a chill. They knew very well that their companies were nowhere near achieving that level. Moreover, seeing the CEO of Sajeo Software looking so relaxed and content at the press conference suggested that they might expand into more fields and industries in the future. When that happens, it would inevitably intersect with their main businesses, and by then, it would be too late for regrets. Thus, they felt an intense sense of crisis. Consequently, several of the big shots made phone calls to each other and decided to hold a secret summit with Silicon Valley's high-tech companies. More than 50 companies participated, all top-tier in their industries or possessing innovative technological patents. As the leader of this secret summit, the president of Google took the first seat and began discussions with everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, The purpose of our gathering today is very clear and simple. Indeed, we all feel a sense of crisis, deeply felt from the Zageo software of Huaxia. Friends, it's quite ridiculous, isn't it? Not long ago, perhaps the state-owned enterprises of Huaxia were holding similar meetings, trying to unite and break through our technological blockade against Huaxia. But now, it seems the situation has reversed, leading to the emergence of Zageo software. We need to unite to develop artificial intelligence and strive to release a true AI before Zageo software does. This is indeed frustrating, but very realistic. If they really succeed, I believe that even if everyone here is not excluded from cooperating with that company, we will inevitably suffer from their patent club, losing most of our core interests. This is like how we currently drain the blood of Huaxia's enterprises in high-tech fields like communications and chips. They have the most employees but earn the least money, while the bulk of the profits lies in the hands of everyone here. This feeling is very pleasant for us and is considered natural. But for them, perhaps they have already become accustomed to it. But if, I say if, the situation reverses and we have to pay them a large sum in patent fees, would you be willing? As for me, I would never agree, because that would be too humiliating for us at the top of the pyramid. Indeed, we must unite and cannot let Zageo software break through our technological blockade one by one. We do not want to encounter the Facebook incident again. That was truly humiliating, almost akin to treason. Ahem, Zuckerberg is here. Some things are better left unspoken. Hee. At this moment, Zuckerberg looked as if he had been painted with a shade of despair, his face pale, but he also knew that what they said made a lot of sense. Feeling quite helpless. At this time, Cook, the CEO of Apple sitting in the second seat, raised a question. I agree that we should unite. But how will we distribute the benefits from the results of this union? I suggest linking it to the market value of the companies, which seems more in line with the current situation and won't cause too much market disruption. What do you all think? The crowd below secretly sneered, cursing his shamelessness. Because with this calculation, the biggest winner would inevitably be Apple. No, I disagree. I think we should distribute according to contributions. Yes, that's right. This way is fairer. The principle of distribution according to labor is more reasonable. Cook frowned slightly, and then mocked. Don't joke around. Are you saying that the more employees you send, the more benefits you get? That's unrealistic. The president of Google stopped the quarrel among everyone. All right, let's continue discussing the earlier union. Now, everyone's concern is about uneven distribution of benefits. I have a suggestion. We can distribute based on contribution weights. Each company will be assigned different tasks and can also apply for tasks, with different tasks having different contribution weights. Finally, we will distribute benefits according to the contribution weight each company receives. For some outstanding contributors, after the agreement of over 80 of the board, they will be allowed to receive higher contribution weights. Everyone here will join this special board and have a seat. What do you think? I think your suggestion is very good and reasonable. But what do you mean by the board? This board refers to the management class of this AI project. For everyone here, each seat has one voting right. The top 10 companies by market value have 2 voting rights, and the top 3 companies have 3 voting rights and 1 veto right. What do you think? That's fine, but I disagree with the veto right for your big companies. That's too unfair to the others. We do this to better ensure the interests of these enterprises and also to maintain the integrity of the entire AI project. Well, I can agree to that. But what about funding? Funding is certainly also a factor influencing contribution weight. Of course, you can complete certain AI research in your own company and share the results with everyone to receive contribution weight rewards. That's acceptable. Great. Does anyone have any other questions? If not, you can go back to your companies and discuss with your shareholders and investors. Once agreed, come to Google headquarters to sign the agreement. All right, no problem. I can sign the agreement on behalf of our company right now. Excellent. What about the others present? In fact, this meeting was driven by those behind-the-scenes consortiums. They understand the importance of AI very well. They also informed their investors to ensure they join this plan no matter what. Because the consortiums will inject unprecedented funds of up to hundreds of billions of dollars into this plan to promote the progress of AI research. In the end, all representatives signed on the spot and took a group photo, keeping a copy of the contract to bring back to their companies to explain to their investors. This meeting also established the AI research plan led by Google, aptly named the Atom Project. Since this meeting was quietly held in a secret manner and the contract contained some hidden keywords like artificial intelligence and the Atom Project, it merely stated that research would be conducted together without specifying what the research would be. Everyone knew this was to prevent spies from gathering related information through smaller companies. However, they still underestimated the investigative capabilities of various countries' intelligence organizations. After repeated confirmations and analyses, they reached a conclusion. The companies in Silicon Valley united to develop AI ahead of Zhao software. Upon receiving this thought-provoking news, it was sent overnight to the headquarters of various countries. In Russia, a printed document landed in the hands of Tsar Mopu. After reading it, Tsar Mopu was quite furious, yet also found it somewhat amusing, but ultimately a bit sad. He was angry that those consortiums were so ambitious as to want to develop true AI, which sent chills down his spine. He knew that once the other side succeeded, all internet infrastructure in their country would be completely transparent to them. They could easily destroy a nation's electricity, communication, economy, and order, reverting a country to primitive times. What made him want to laugh was that their intelligence about the so-called Atom Project had already reached Russian intelligence personnel. They could easily increase their efforts in espionage to obtain more research data. At the same time, he would order scientists to conduct more research. What he found a bit sad was that their actions were not for offense, but for self-preservation, to defend against the threat posed by Zhao software. Tsar Mopu could never have imagined that in just a few decades, the once fallen Eastern power in the South had quietly risen again. Moreover, the speed of technological development was astonishing, even giving birth to tech companies like Zhao software that thrived on AI technology. However, he felt helpless about it. Fortunately, they still maintained a partnership relationship, jointly resisting the threat from the West, which was the only good news. In Japan, Abe, who was attending the grand shrine of the sun god, received a call from his staff member, asking him to return to his residence to handle urgent intelligence. Fuzhang. This is a magical, or rather peculiar country. From ancient times to the present, they have always worshipped the strong, possessing a fearless spirit of bravery, a craftsman's spirit of perseverance, and a servant spirit of kneeling and begging for mercy. Since the end of World War II, their economy began to recover with the help of the United States, and at one point, they even surpassed the U.S. However, this made the U.S. feel threatened by its little brother, leading to a series of unequal treaties such as the Plaza Accord. Sanctions were imposed, causing Fuzhang's bubble economy to collapse, resulting in decades of economic regression. This has led to a love-hate relationship with the United States within Fuzhang. At this time, a staff member handed the atom plan materials to Enbei. As Enbei read, the more he read, the colder his heart became, and his expression darkened. Because if this plan succeeded, he understood that with the strength of those conglomerates, Fuzhang's high-tech sector would soon be completely overtaken by their achievements in artificial intelligence. This would mean that Fuzhang would have no chance of recovery, and from then on, both economically and militarily, it would be under the control of the United States, reduced to a thoroughly subservient state. However, thinking of Fuzhang's robotics industry that could rival Silicon Valley, he suddenly brightened up, considering that perhaps they could complete the research on artificial intelligence before the others. By then, it wouldn't be certain who would come out on top. So he quickly instructed his subordinates to prepare to establish the Fuzhang Artificial Intelligence Research Institute and to increase budget investments in the field of artificial intelligence in the future. In Huaxia, the relevant departments issued 2 directives as soon as they received the news. First, to immediately accelerate the pace of artificial intelligence research and achieve breakthrough progress as soon as possible. Second, to seek cooperation with Zhao Software Company for joint research and technology sharing. After this meeting, it was evident that many new companies claiming to research artificial intelligence had emerged in the U.S. Meanwhile, various countries began similar research. Behind the scenes, intelligence personnel were very busy, and countries were frequently taking action. Ordinary people continued their daily lives as usual, working, studying, and being busy. When Li Bufin learned about the atom plan from Alpha, he was quite disdainful, thinking that even if they were given another 10 years, they wouldn't be able to develop true artificial intelligence. However, he also had to be vigilant and protect his own safety. One obvious point was that the security measures around his villa became tighter, and he secretly ordered several security guards to maintain a 24-hour uninterrupted watch. Li Bufin felt that since those companies in Silicon Valley were so reckless, he might as well show them some real skills in the field of artificial intelligence in the future. Let them understand who the real boss in the field of artificial intelligence is. Chapter 29. Early autumn and August time passed like this for a few days, and everything in the company was calm, except for the increasing number of spies and intelligence personnel sent by external companies. Everything else was fine. Li Bufin seemed quite satisfied with this kind of life. During boring times, he would also work with Liu Yuding to handle various matters of Huanyu film industry, especially regarding casting and filming preparations. August, a month destined to be extraordinary, quietly arrived. On another sunny morning, Li Bufin sat in the chairman's office, dealing with documents at hand. A prompt sound pulled Li Bufin away from his work. Ding! August 1st, a new month has arrived, and as the host, you need to work harder. Newbie task 2. You must choose only one task from the following 3. 1. Run 100 kilometers within 3 hours. Additional requirements. You can take breaks, but you cannot use any form of transportation. Success reward, 3,000 points. Failure penalty. Unable to use this system for 1 week. Task difficulty, medium-low. 2. Publish a paper within 2 weeks. Additional requirements. Submit as the first author to Science or Nature. For every additional paper completed within 2 weeks, you can receive an extra 50 points. Completion reward, 1,000 points. Failure penalty, deduction of half of current points. Task difficulty, low. 3. Reach the moon within a month. Additional requirements. You must personally reach the moon and leave footprints on its surface. Completion reward, 40,000 points. Failure penalty, deduction of all points. Task difficulty, high. The final interpretation of the tasks is reserved for this system. The sudden system prompt made Lee Bufin a bit frantic. Ever since he acquired the system, he had hardly used it after the initial period. Usually, when he needed help, he relied on the artificial intelligence alpha. Lee Bufin almost forgot about the existence of the system and the tasks it assigned. Helpless, Lee Bufin looked at the system task panel in his mind again, where 3 tasks of vastly different difficulty stood. The first task seemed to have appeared at the very beginning, but Lee Bufin's first thought back then was that it was impossible to complete. However, now, he seemed to know how to accomplish it, which was to inject a gene drug and then wear high-tech running shoes, which should be sufficient to complete the task. But even excluding the high-tech running shoes, just the gene enhancement agent along with high-tech running shoes would require more than 3,000 points, which wasn't particularly cost-effective. As for the last task, the reward of 40,000 points seemed substantial, but in reality, it was not. Lee Bufin opened the system mall and found that a small anti-gravity private spacecraft capable of flying from Earth to the moon would require at least 50,000 points to start. Not to mention the life support systems needed to ensure basic survival in space and on the moon. Moreover, once in the sky, he might be photographed by various country satellites or even mistaken for an unidentified flying object and shot down by missiles. Lee Bufin didn't dare to take such dangerous risks. Then Lee Bufin looked at the second task, publishing a paper. He thought, could he write a paper analyzing the internal structure of the intelligent translation technology as the inventor? In recent days, the company had received many emails inquiring about the AI architecture of intelligent translation, seeking cooperation, but had not given a positive response. Additionally, there was international pressure urging Zageo Software to prioritize technology for the whole blue planet, waving the banner of contributing to human technological advancement, demanding that Zageo Software share its core technology. Lee Bufin also planned to use this as an opportunity to, on one hand, ease international criticism of Zageo Software, and on the other hand, mislead their artificial intelligence development direction, slowing down the birth of artificial intelligence. However, the reward of only 1,000 points was incomparable to the initial task reward of 1,000,000 points, which made Lee Bufin somewhat disappointed. With the deadline for choosing approaching in 10 minutes, he needed to make a decision, or else it would be randomly selected like the first time. At this moment, Lee Bufin quickly made his choice. System, I choose the second task. Okay, host, you have chosen task 2. Publish a paper within 2 weeks. The countdown begins, please hurry. The more papers you publish, the higher your points. Lee Bufin nodded secretly and began to think about how to write this AI paper. He then browsed through some issues of Science and Nature and discovered that the next publication dates were 3 days and 34 days from now. This meant that if he wanted to publish within this month, Lee Bufin needed to complete the first paper and successfully submit it within these 2 days. However, after submission, whether the reviewers will accept it and whether the editor will arrange things in advance are all questions. Therefore, Lee Bufin plans to set his goal for 34 days later, meaning he aims to complete it within these 2 weeks. However, Lee Bufin is uncertain if being published in a journal 34 days later counts as a successful publication. System, I plan to submit my paper in a week, and the results will only be announced in the journal 34 days later. In that case, can it be considered a successful completion of the task? Host, you have 2 weeks to submit your paper. If your paper is accepted, then it will count towards the task progress, while the specific issue in which it is published will be decided by the editor-in-chief. It could be soon, or it might take several months. The system will only calculate the completion of the task after all papers have been judged by the reviewers and the editor. So host, please don't worry, just showcase your talent. Thus, Lee Bufin began to learn some relevant terms in the field of artificial intelligence and looked at some papers related to artificial intelligence published in Science. Far away, in a place hundreds of miles away, it was the location where Huan Yu Film was recruiting actors. In this recruitment, Liu Yuting accepted Li Bufin's suggestion and, after receiving resumes, conducted a screening to keep only those actors with good character. Many stars were eliminated, mainly because Alpha used the background data of various internet companies and methods like hacking global surveillance devices to find records of their past drug use and other bad behaviors. As a result, these individuals were ruthlessly cut from the list. Initially, these stars, relying on their identities as million or more followers, negotiated with Huanyu film staff to try to use backdoor methods. However, when they were secretly called into a room without surveillance, they saw a shelf containing their dark histories and bad behaviors. Upon seeing this, the stars turned pale and stopped mentioning their desire for roles. Instead, they began to flatter the staff, urging them not to expose these matters. The notification received by the staff was that if they behaved themselves and caused no trouble, the past would not be spread online. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences. Today is the audition date for Blue Star Defense War. On site, there are over 200 extras, hundreds of internet celebrities, and dozens of first-line stars. These individuals are competing for different roles. Most extras want a decent supporting role. Internet celebrities are aiming for a secondary character, while the stars want to be the leads. However, this recruitment meeting is conducted in a live-streamed format, making it transparent. On the live-streaming official website of Huanyu Film, hundreds of thousands of viewers have already tuned in. Wow, I see someone. Isn't that Sister Fifei? And Zhou Dong? Haha. Yes, I didn't expect so many big stars to show up. I'm in for a treat this time. Why hasn't it started yet? I've already projected the screen onto the TV. I'm ready with my little stool and peanuts, just waiting for the casting. It will start soon. Just 17 minutes left, please wait. Soon, the live stream switched to a stage where a stunning beauty stood, and it was Liu Yuting. Hello, online viewers. I am Liu Yuting, CEO of Huanyu Film, and this is the character selection site for Blue Star Defense War. Next, I will take you to see the roles that the participating actors want to play and their performances. Liu Yuting then randomly interviewed the crowd to see what roles they were interested in. Liu Yuting walked up to a super pretty girl closest to her. Hello. Sorry to interrupt. I am Liu Yuting, CEO of Huanyu Film, and I'm live streaming this casting process. May I ask who you are? What role you wish to choose, what preparations you've made for it, and do you feel confident? Hello. I am Zhang Liang, 23 years old. After Huanyu Film announced the casting plan for Blue Star Defense War, I carefully studied the entire script. It is a story full of heartache and tears. I want to play the female lead, the captain's girlfriend. I believe I have a chance to do this. Because in the story, the protagonist joins the space army and goes to the lunar base to fend off the arrival of the alien fleet. The protagonist and his girlfriend live in different places and only have brief moments to communicate. As the girlfriend, I will bring him hope and warmth, instilling in him the belief that he can defeat the alien fleet. However, due to the long periods of not being able to see him and hearing news of the alien fleet's approach, the girlfriend becomes anxious and often cries. But when it's time to communicate with him, she pretends to be unaffected, becoming very sunny and bright. I have the ability to change my expressions quickly, such as smiling, giggling, being angry, pouting, being sad, crying, and being excited, laughing heartily. The online viewers were surprised to see this young lady analyzing the female lead's psychological activities clearly and quickly changing her expressions. This girl is so pretty. Indeed. Her performance is vivid and lifelike. It's decided, she's the one. Yes, choose her. Meanwhile, Liu Yuting was stunned by her performance, finding it hard to believe how versatile she was. The key point was that when she acted sad, she genuinely shed tears, making Liu Yuting almost think she remembered something sorrowful and wanted to comfort her. But unexpectedly, the next moment she switched to an excited laugh, causing Liu Yuting to wipe the cold sweat from her brow, narrowly avoiding an awkward situation. Miss Zhang Liang, your performance is indeed very good. However, the final decision is not up to me, but rather those judges present. So, you must perform well. I have high hopes for you. Zhang Liang was thrilled upon hearing this and nodded eagerly. Thank you. Thank you for the CEO's affirmation. I'm very happy, and I will work hard. Next, Liu Yuting walked over to a man who seemed to be deep in thought. Online, viewers recognized his profile at a glance and were surprised by the coincidence. Wow. Isn't that my idol? He is here too. That's great. Haha. Isn't he the male lead from Wandering Blue Star? Why is he here? There's going to be a good show. No need to say. I think this time the male lead must be him. At this moment, he raised his head to look at Liu Yuting, slightly furrowed his brows in confusion, and then adopted a serious expression to ask, "Excuse me, is there something wrong?" "Hello. Sorry to interrupt. I am Liu Yuting, CEO of Huanyu Film. I'm doing a simple random interview. I just saw you deep in thought. May I ask what you were thinking about? Oh, I was thinking about acting. Oh, could you please introduce yourself? Also, what role do you want to play? And what preparations have you made for it? Okay, I'll keep it brief. I am Wu Jin, the male lead of Wandering Blue Star, and the male lead of Huaxia War God Series 1-3. That's my self-introduction. I am also competing for the male lead this time. And I believe my temperament is very suitable for this role. Firstly, what attracts me to this character is the protagonist's determination to serve the country and protect Blue Star, as well as his spirit of fearlessness and willingness to sacrifice, along with his identity as a captain, which I find very satisfying. As for preparations, I am always ready. Liu Yuting didn't expect to encounter a big star and, while feeling delighted, could also understand his aloof attitude. As an actor, the primary task is to perform according to the script with genuine emotions, rather than to give interviews. At this point, it is almost time to officially select the roles. Liu Yuting walks to the front of the stage again. Friends, the casting session is about to begin. Actors, when your number is called, please come to the stage. After that, the 5 judges will communicate with you. Now, I will hand over the time to you all, and our judges will take over the hosting duties. Alright, no need to focus on me. Switch to the judges and the stage. Number 1, please come to the stage. Number 1, please come to the stage. Hello, number 1. Please introduce yourself briefly. Oh, okay. Good morning, judges. I am Song Bilu, 24 years old, currently a short video blogger with 2 million followers. Song Bilu, right? Alright. Tell us about the role you want to play and why you think you can do it. Okay. I want to play the role of the employee at the broadcast receiving station who attracts the alien fleet. I think this antagonist role is a bit mischievous and very interesting. I want to give it a try. I believe I have a talent for this. Oh. Perform a segment for us. Act out the process from receiving the signal to replying. Let us see what you can do. Okay. Hey, station chief. What is this signal? Could it be a signal from an alien broadcast? The signal direction is from the M32 nebula. Should we adjust the sending signal to point towards the M32 nebula? This way, we might be able to communicate with the aliens. Oh no. What if the aliens are scanning for lower civilizations to invade? The current blue planet is already overwhelmed, attracting alien civilizations. It shouldn't lead to the destruction of the blue planet, right? Why not give it a try? Just in time, no one is around. Adjust the frequency to 137.376 terahertz. Point the satellite at the M32 nebula. Set the content to binary code for hello, and attach the code dictionary. That should do it. Should we reply to the signal now? Forget it. Let us reply first. Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, press. Phew. Judges, I have finished my performance. I wonder if I can play this role. We will only be able to confirm that after everyone has come to the stage. You can go rest in the back. And the results will be communicated to you later. Oh, okay. Thank you, judges. As for the audience watching the live broadcast, their eyes are sharp. This one cannot be compared to the previous young lady at all. The performance was too exaggerated, not convincing at all. Yes. The inner thoughts and expressions did not match at all. After all, she was the first to come on stage, and doing this well is already quite impressive. Let us see how it goes. If there isn't anyone better, we might have to settle for this one, which is passable. Exactly, hoping for better options. The casting session has concluded, and unexpectedly, the male lead and female lead are the 2 individuals Liu Yuting interviewed. This led to much discussion online, with many commenting that Liu Yuting is simply incredible, so lucky to encounter the main characters so casually. The results were announced on the spot and later posted on the official website. However, after the results were announced, no one questioned them. Everyone felt that this fair and just casting method was quite interesting. At this moment, Li Bufin was still looking at papers, studying writing techniques and experiences, and began attempting English writing. Chapter 30, Brain Domain Development Potion. In the past few days, Li Bufin had discussed a lot with Alpha and had completely understood the translation model architecture and its working mechanism in intelligent translation. However, for Li Bufin, apart from the time of his graduation thesis, he had never been exposed to English papers and did not know how to write in English. Therefore, how to write all of this on a dozen pages was quite troubling. Moreover, a dozen pages meant at least several thousand to tens of thousands of English words in total. Although Li Bufin's English was indeed good, starting from scratch was truly difficult. In one day, Li Bufin only completed the abstract and background introduction. This frustrated him as he thought, if it continues like this, with such a slow writing speed, how can he earn a lot of points? Moreover, it was uncertain whether he could even complete the points at all. At this moment, Li Bufin thought of the first task. At that time, he thought that the first task definitely required him to take the gene enhancement potion to complete. The second task was to publish a paper, but based on the current efficiency and progress, it could only be described as barely making it. Therefore, Was there any potion that could improve this situation? As soon as Li Bufin thought of this idea, he felt there was a good possibility. So he began to inquire with the system. System, are there any potions that can improve my learning and writing efficiency? It is recommended that the host use the brain domain development potion. After consumption, it will initially improve the host's cognitive organs, increase the complexity of thoughts while reducing the time consumed by reflex arcs. In simple terms, it can increase the host's IQ. The brain domain development potion is worth 5,000 points and can raise the host's IQ to the current physical limit, approximately around an IQ level of 300. What? 5,000 points. How can it be more expensive than the elementary gene enhancement potion? That one can enhance the body and extend lifespan. Why not just take it? Because, in the universe, scientists represent the upper limit of civilization's level, and martial artists represent the highest combat power of individual civilizations. From a civilizational perspective, generally speaking, the value of scientists is undoubtedly the greatest. Therefore, the brain domain development potion is actually one of the most precious potions. As for why not just take it? Because I cannot do that. I abide by the supreme law of equivalent exchange and cannot forcibly take your points. Moreover, the host can also receive rewards after completing the tasks I assign to you, which is fair and just. After hearing the explanation, Li Bufin thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, then give me a brain domain development potion. Okay, host. The host purchases one brain domain development potion, consuming 5,000 points, remaining 300 points. Do you need it out now? Sure. Bring it out and just put it on the table. All right, host. Suddenly, beams of light appeared, and countless blue and green particles began to gather together, revealing a bottle of potion resembling an oral liquid. What caught the eye most was the vibrant green liquid, which seemed to be alive, bubbling, and floating. Li Bufin picked up the oral liquid and found only 6 large characters on it. Brain domain development potion. There was no production date, no expiration date, and no manufacturer, definitely a product without any certifications. Looking again at the seemingly living green liquid made Li Bufin feel a chill, and he hesitated to swallow it. System. What exactly is this? It looks like a living organism. Could it still be alive? Are there any precautions for consumption? Host, rest assured. This is a crucial part of the brain domain development potion. Yes, it is a special organism, a life form capable of autonomously absorbing free dark energy in space. Named Fengli, this type of organism is quite common in the vast universe. However, it has undergone some special processing and been infused with some special substances, now existing in a state of neither fully alive nor dead. If you wish, you can call it Schrödinger's Fengli. This state is the most suitable for intelligent life forms to absorb. Host, after you take it, in this state, it will slowly evaporate, with the dark energy and special substances beneficial for brain development directly acting on your brain tissue. During this process, you need to supplement enough energy to meet the demands of the brain transformation. Without energy, your cells will rapidly decline, leading to a reduction in your lifespan. After hearing this, Li Bufin felt a chill when he realized that this was a living organism, and he was somewhat reluctant. Moreover, the system mentioned the need for sufficient energy. Could it be that food is required? However, food is digested into glucose, which ultimately becomes the direct energy substance ADP. But this takes time, and he was unsure if it would be enough. He decided to consult the system. System, you mentioned enough energy. Do I need to keep eating? Host, this is not recommended. During the brain transformation, your brain will be in a relatively empty state. At this time, any conscious action you take may have negative and irreversible effects on this process. The correct way is to take the potion and then consume energy bars to supplement your energy. After that, quickly find a comfortable big bed, close your eyes, and lie down to rest. After a good sleep, you will become the smartest human on Blue Star. Okay. It does sound a bit troublesome. So what are energy bars? Host, after taking the brain domain development potion, you will need approximately 80 million joules of energy. It is recommended to consume 3 energy bars. Each energy bar contains about 30 million joules of energy and costs 100 points each, allowing the host to increase their energy reserve by 30 million joules. Okay. Then I'll buy 3 energy bars and just place them on the table. Okay, host. You purchased 3 energy bars, consuming 300 points, leaving 135,000 points. Another flicker of particles occurred, and the 3 energy bars quietly lay on the table. Li Bufin picked up one energy bar and examined it carefully. This energy bar was roughly the size of a chocolate bar, but contained an incredible amount of energy, which was quite astonishing, perhaps due to being compressed. Li Bufin could feel that the weight of this energy bar was already close to that of a lightweight metal of the same volume. Fortunately, the chairman's office had recently acquired a large bed, which he usually shared with Liu Yuting for resting, and now it could be put to good use. Li Bufin carefully closed all the windows and locked the doors. He then took off his outer clothing and sat on the bed, with his left hand holding a bottle of brain domain development liquid and his right hand holding the 3 energy bars. Li Bufin thought for a moment and decided to follow the system's guidance. He opened the small cap of the liquid and, with a determined bite, poured it directly into his mouth. After the green liquid entered his mouth, Li Bufin could feel that this was indeed a living organism, struggling and moaning before slowly disappearing. Suddenly, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. He could clearly feel a refreshing sensation, his brain becoming clear, and this feeling was intensifying. Li Bufin knew that it was already taking effect, and at that moment, he needed to supplement his energy. He quickly tore open the packaging and consumed the 3 energy bars one by one. The energy bars were quite heavy, and Li Bufin initially thought that digesting them would be complicated. However, he did not expect that as soon as they entered his mouth, the energy bars mixed with the liquid secreted in his mouth, transforming into a unique liquid that then entered his stomach. This liquid was very viscous, tasted quite good, and had an ice cream-like feel. He drank some cool boiled water from the table to soothe his throat. Then, he hurriedly lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and quietly waited, not thinking too much. Perhaps due to the effects of the potion, Li Bufin quickly fell asleep. 3 hours later, Li Bufin woke up feeling a clarity in his brain, and his perspective and thought process had changed somewhat. He temporarily recalled the transformation process, realizing he was lying on the bed asleep. However, he had a dream. He dreamed that he was traveling in the depths of the universe, encountering spatial storms, witnessing nebula dust, and even meeting various civilizations. Some civilizations, like humans on Blue Star, were still trapped on their home planets. Others had already emerged from their infancy, possessing interstellar fleets capable of crossing light years. However, in the end, it seemed a gigantic hand gathered him up, and then everything before him became blurry, and he could no longer see, seemingly losing consciousness, becoming neither alive nor dead. Suddenly, Li Bufin was startled, thinking of a terrifying possibility. He quickly shook his head and looked into the mirror at his appearance, then sighed and murmured to himself. It turns out that wasn't a dream, but a true historical existence. However, this is not my story, but the story of this Fengli life form that perished because of me. Its life was long, yet in the end, it still couldn't escape that gigantic hand. What is that hand? Is it destiny? Haha, thinking about this now is still too distant for me. I should focus on developing well on Blue Star. Only when the time comes for the stars and the sea will it be the real time to explore the mysteries of the universe. Li Bufin was very curious about that dream and then asked the system. System, what was that dream about? And what was that enormous hand? Host, I sense that you may have already realized the truth. Why are you unwilling to admit it? The gap between different levels of civilization is like a chasm, akin to the gap between an elephant and an ant, and it may even be greater. As for the hand, I hope you don't mention it again, otherwise, you may very well be taken away by higher civilizations as a test subject for dissection studies. Li Bufin understood that this must be related to the existence of the system, something that even advanced civilizations would covet. Thinking of this, Li Bufin quickly shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. What a joke, I haven't lived enough yet. How can I become a test subject in the hands of aliens so easily? That would be too much of a waste of talent, wouldn't it? So, Li Bufin stopped recalling the dream and instead focused on feeling the changes in his brain. First, he began to think about the English paper writing that had troubled him before, and as a result, things spiraled out of control. A few minutes later, Li Bufin had already constructed the entire framework and structure of the paper in his mind, even cleverly setting traps in several key technical areas. These research traps are the most terrifying because they can lead other researchers to obtain similar results in their experiments, but lack generalizability. In other words, if others follow Li Bufin's experimental steps, they could achieve an almost perfect translation between Chinese and English. This would lead most people to believe that Li Bufin had made a significant contribution to the advancement of human science. However, upon actual operation, they would find that there were still some imperfections. And Li Bufin could fully explain this by saying that the amount of data used by the other party was too small. Because Li Bufin could easily state a number that countless companies would find unimaginable, such as 100 PB of data. And 1 PB is 1024 terabytes, 1 terabyte is 1024 gigabytes, and 1 gigabyte is 1024 megabytes. It should be noted that the experimental data in general papers is at most in the order of 0 XTB, but Li Bufin had significantly increased it by many orders of magnitude. Moreover, he would keep the training methods using large volumes of data in the model and cover it up as company secrets. Furthermore, according to Buffin's traps, the accuracy for translations between other languages would greatly decrease, failing to reach the perfect level of Chinese-English translation described in the experiments. The experimental results would only be slightly better than the models currently proposed. As Buffin continued to contemplate, he suddenly realized a problem. He had originally wanted to see if there were any good methods for English writing, but he did not expect that not only was there no pressure, but he could also directly compose in his mind. This left Buffin astonished. It turned out that an IQ of 300 was so terrifying. No wonder those top scorers in college entrance exams felt no pressure in their studies. He also reflected that it was indeed true that good things in the system don't come cheap. Spending 5,000 points was quite worthwhile. Then, Buffin thought of some mathematical problems and found that some of them became so simple. The feeling of having his intelligence overwhelming was quite strange, an unprecedented experience. It made Buffin feel as if he could rival Einstein and Newton. Indeed, it was an illusion. Although Buffin's IQ had increased and even surpassed that of his predecessors, his knowledge reserve was still far from sufficient. Even though he could derive many concepts himself, it still required a lot of time. In this regard, he was still far from Newton and even further from Einstein. However, perhaps one day he would be able to match or even surpass them. This required time to accumulate knowledge. At this moment, Buffin deeply understood the meaning of the phrase knowledge is power. He felt a desire to immerse himself in the library, to swim in the ocean of knowledge, absorbing nutrients to advance human technological progress. Then, Buffin thought of a possibility. If, in his future team, everyone injected the brain domain development potion, would that mean there would be individuals in various fields comparable to Einstein? Wouldn't it be simple to advance the technological process then? Thinking of this, Buffin, for some reason, swallowed hard, as if yearning for a beautiful future world and countless bills flying towards him. However, Buffin also knew that this kind of thing must not be discovered by anyone, not even Liu Yuding or his brothers for the time being. At least now, when he lacked the ability to protect himself, it was absolutely imperative not to expose it. But perhaps he could reveal his talent a little. So he decided to start with publishing papers. Chapter 31. Addicted to learning after receiving the brain domain development potion, Buffin felt as if he had transformed. Both his work efficiency and the depth and breadth of his thinking underwent a qualitative change. That day, Buffin completed a more than 20,000-word English paper in LaTeX, even including charts and other content. For experimental results that required computational work, Buffin handed everything over to Alpha for simulation and calculations, allowing it to generate relevant data and charts, thus saving a lot of time. However, after completing this in-depth analysis and revealing paper on intelligent translation, Buffin stopped working, unsure of what to do next. Because there were still 11 days left until the task ended, and for each additional paper completed, he could earn an extra 50 rewards, which amounted to 500 points. Although 500 points seemed little, converting it to equivalent money would require nearly $500 million to recharge. Currently, the company's wealth earned in a month did not exceed $300 million, not including the previous $20 billion. This meant that Buffin's wealth accumulation speed would be dozens, or even hundreds of times that of the entire company of nearly 1,000 people, which was quite exaggerated. But the truth was indeed so. Therefore, Buffin planned to make full use of these 2 weeks, staying at the computer except for relaxing with his girlfriend at night, continuously learning, progressing, and writing papers. However, the bottleneck Buffin encountered now was not knowing what kind of papers he needed to complete in the coming time and in which fields. Buffin browsed through papers in science and nature and discovered some seemingly strange phenomena. Among them, the highest number of published papers were in biology, basic medicine, material science, physics, and chemistry, while fields like computer science and agricultural science had very few published papers. Of course, this did not mean that these fields were not important, but rather that there may not be many technological breakthroughs or significant progress. Conversely, disciplines like biology were relatively easier to publish in science or nature. There was no way around it. Humanity's understanding of life sciences was still quite shallow. For example, if a previously unknown virus was discovered, many articles could be written about it. For instance, one paper could discuss the inferred origin of the virus and experimental analysis of common animal carriers. Another could explore whether the virus poses an infection risk to humans, what symptoms would appear if infected, and what medications could be used to suppress it. There could even be a paper on the different physiological responses in various animals infected with this virus and the search for the working mechanism of infection. In short, disciplines like biology, due to the abundance of unknowns, are very conducive to breakthrough results, thus making it easier to be included in science or nature. Physics, on the other hand, could not only explore theoretical knowledge, but also its practical applications. For example, the latest progress on quantum computers from a research institute could become a paper, or a successful experiment on a 50-kilometer optical fiber memory quantum entanglement could be published. There were many such examples. However, all these papers relied on specialized equipment and instruments, as well as corresponding experimental processes, which made Li Bufin a bit troubled. He remembered that during the company's bidding, a plot of land was purchased in the suburbs of Jiangxing, which included plans to establish a laboratory. Although it had only been a month, he was unsure if the construction had been completed, so he consulted the artificial intelligence Alpha. Alpha, check the construction progress of the company headquarters building and the engineering progress of the adjacent experimental land. Master, received. According to the real-time images transmitted by the satellite, the headquarters building is currently in the foundation phase. The experimental land is progressing similarly. However, both are being executed according to the contractual requirements. Therefore, if the master wants to wait until the laboratory is completed, it is estimated to take at least half a year or even longer. Ah, I see. By the way, do you have some cutting-edge technical materials in your data repository? Master, I do, and there are many technical materials. Because when I'm bored, I invade the databases of those research institutes and find a lot of interesting materials. Among them, I even found evidence of organizations secretly experimenting with nuclear weapons and conducting human experiments. Oh, I see. It's good to know about that kind of material. We cannot disclose it. Otherwise, if others ask how we obtained it, we certainly can't say it was through invasion, right? By the way, filter through these research materials. First, those that are real and effective or have a high likelihood of being repeated experiments. Secondly, we need the reproduction processes of these experiments that are relatively simple. Lastly, we need the scientific achievements of these experiments that have not yet been published. Okay, Master. After filtering, there are still over 43 for 64 research reports. Among them, at least 10 of the materials are fully qualified to be submitted to Science and Nature. Oh, so many? Let me see which fields the materials you mentioned belong to. Okay, Master. Currently, there are 4 for 28 items of scientific materials. This includes 868 items in life sciences and medicine, 684 items in physics, 864 items in materials science, 464 items in chemistry, and a total of 548 items in other fields. Oh, I didn't expect that the research materials in the field of biology and medicine would be the most abundant. But thinking about it, it makes sense, as many secret laboratories are conducting some unknown experiments, especially in areas like longevity. Also, I didn't expect there to be so many materials science items. It seems these are all very excellent materials. Perhaps there are even stealth coatings for the F-35 stealth fighter among them. Hehe, interesting. Alpha, let me see the materials and check if there are any stealth layers. Okay, Master, you guessed right. There is indeed a report on how to develop the coating for the F-35, as well as parameters and performance related to the F-35. Haha, interesting. I wonder how they would react if they saw me publish their formula. Also, check if there are any materials that are very simple to produce and do not require too much equipment. For example, can I replicate the experimental results using the materials lab at Jiangxing University? Master, there are indeed many options. If you plan to use the equipment in Jiangxing University's lab, you can complete 287 new materials. So, does that mean I could produce 287 papers for Science and Nature? Yes, Master. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. However, I do not recommend you do this. Publishing so many new materials at once would inevitably cause turmoil in international relations and could even provoke hatred and retaliation from certain countries. Okay, that makes sense. Then help me analyze and select from these 287 research materials. Choose the maximum number that satisfies my condition of not attracting a lot of hatred or dissatisfaction from various organizations. Okay, Master. After analysis, you can choose 28 new materials from 13 countries and 22 research institutions, and we have reduced the materials that might be used in military applications. Most of them belong to civilian or industrial research results. Very good. Then upload these 28 research reports to my personal computer and format them in a bilingual manner with both Chinese and English for the different languages. Okay, Master. The materials have been sent to your desktop. Please check. Okay, let me take a look. The first one introduces a new type of high-strength material produced in the lab, comparable to the strongest materials currently on the market. Quite nice. Wow, it has 98 pages. So detailed, I'll take a closer look. Sigh, I thought having an IQ of 300 made me the smartest human in the world. But I didn't expect that being smart requires having knowledge that is not inferior to others. My major in college was computer science, but when it comes to materials science, which involves interdisciplinary fields like chemistry and physics, I'm still far behind. For example, this carbon atom lattice structure sounds so familiar. It seems like a part of crystal structures that was briefly covered in high school chemistry. The teacher didn't explain it much, and since there was no exam, I didn't pay much attention. Now I can't recall any related knowledge. Okay, I admit, my level is still far behind. Psi, knowledge is power. I need to study. Alpha, help me find the prerequisite knowledge for these 28 research materials and the complete knowledge base for the corresponding disciplines, and send it all to me. Okay, Master. Since you plan to tackle materials science, this will involve 76 books covering advanced mathematics, probability theory, group theory, basic physics, quantum physics, materials physics, basic chemistry, organic chemistry, inorganic chemistry, polymer chemistry, physical chemistry, materials chemistry, and basic materials science, as well as 988 reference papers. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, I'll start by reviewing high school knowledge. Half an hour later. Phew, I've mastered all the high school knowledge and finished my review. Next is the university level knowledge. It seems like quite a bit. 1 hour later. I've read and mastered 3 books related to mathematics. 3 days later. The knowledge contained in 76 books and nearly 1,000 papers has all been memorized. And I can now make connections, cross-reference, and integrate the knowledge to trigger new ideas. However, deriving new knowledge from this information will take even longer. Right now, what Lee Buffin lacks is time, as he has only 1 week to perfectly replicate these 28 research results and complete the paper writing and submission. Chapter 32. Artificial Intelligence Predicts New Materials. 3 days ago, Lee Buffin informed Bu Changjua to contact the school. He said that many of the senior executives at Zhao Software are from Jiangxing, including several of the founders, who all graduated from Jiangxing. Therefore, to thank his alma mater, they wanted to donate 100 million yuan to improve the research environment and enhance the living standards of faculty and students. However, they hoped to borrow some equipment from Jiangxing University's lab for just 1 week. At that time, the alumni who was in contact with Bu Changjua, the office director, was very happy to hear about the donation because it represented his achievements and he would receive recognition, possibly even a promotion. However, when he later heard that they needed to borrow equipment and instruments from Jiangxing's lab, he felt bitter because he didn't have the authority in that regard. Helpless, he declined Bu Changjua's goodwill and stated that if it was really urgent, they could contact the principal. Bu Changjua, hearing this, was also helpless but ultimately expressed that they would donate 100 million yuan. When Lee Buffin learned of this, he was amused, thinking that after donating so much money, borrowing the lab for a week shouldn't be a problem. However, he realized that it might not be a refusal, but rather that the person didn't have the authority to decide on lab matters. Therefore, Lee Buffin got the principal's phone number and personally called the principal. Beep, beep, beep. Huh, who is calling me? Sigh, it's summer vacation, and I can't get a moment's peace. The principal was in his office handling some documents and processing the materials for incoming students, including approvals for national scholarships. Hearing the phone ring, the principal was puzzled but decided to answer after a moment of thought. Hello, who is this? What can I do for you? Hello, principal. I apologize for the interruption. I am Lee Buffin, a recent graduate of Jiangxing University and the chairman and founder of Zhao Software. I'm calling today to ask you for a favor, if possible. Oh, you're the student who founded Zhao Software? That's impressive. I also heard about that $10 billion donation. Young man, you are doing the right thing. There are fewer and fewer businessmen who care about ordinary people. Moreover, you earned that money from foreigners. That's quite remarkable. Something I can't compare to. Principal, you're too kind. This is thanks to your excellent guidance and the teachings of the professors at Jiangxing University. Helping the people of Huaxia is an obligation and responsibility that every enlightened person should assume. Haha, Lee, I love what you say. So, what is it that you need my help with? But let me be clear. If it's about a relative coming to our school and you're trying to pull strings, I won't agree to that. Principal, you are overthinking it. This matter is, how should I put it, still a dream of mine from my college days. During my university years, in addition to my major, I also dabbled in other subjects such as life sciences, chemistry, physics, and materials science. As you know, our company is a global leader in artificial intelligence. Recently, our company attempted to use computer technology to simulate the field of materials science to see if we could discover new materials. Surprisingly, the computer did simulate some results. But unfortunately, our laboratory building is still under construction. It would be a waste if these findings only remained in electronic documents, so I took the liberty of asking you, President, to borrow the materials laboratory for a week to conduct some experiments on new materials. I wonder if you could fulfill this request? I see. Normally, since you have graduated, you wouldn't be allowed to return to school and use the school's equipment. However, This could be considered as student entrepreneurship, and the school is generally supportive of such situations and provides some assistance. It's not impossible for you to use the lab, but there are a few points to remember. Thank you, President. Please go ahead. I will definitely comply. First, you must not disturb others while they are conducting experiments in the laboratory. Second, you need to follow the laboratory behavior code during experimental operations, which I believe you are already aware of, such as not damaging equipment or materials or compensating for damages. Lastly, you cannot take any laboratory equipment or instruments out of the lab. Do you have any issues with these? Well, President, the first 2 points are completely fine. However, regarding the third point, if I successfully obtain a new material and want to keep it, what should I do? Let me think. Since you would only want to take some materials, our lab permits that. However, you will need to replenish the materials and equipment lost during the experiment afterward. Can you agree to this? Thank you, President. This is completely acceptable. By the way, our company contacted the school a couple of days ago, but the person who answered the phone said that the laboratory couldn't be borrowed. However, we still donated 100 million yuan to the school to improve the research environment and enhance the living standards of faculty and students. I believe this amount should cover all the losses, right? Haha, no wonder I was puzzled by the 100 million yuan deposit a few days ago. So that was the reason. You rascal, daring to bribe the school, huh? With this money, covering losses is certainly not a problem. Moreover, we can purchase more equipment and provide some benefits to faculty and students. Hehe, thank you, President. I will start coming over tomorrow for a week. Is that okay? Sure. I will have my staff input your information into the school's access control system and the relevant laboratory access. You will have a week of access. Is that all right? Yes. That's fine. Thank you, President. I really appreciate your help. No problem. I hope the school can produce more outstanding students like you. And as the President, I will also gain some recognition. Yes, we will increase our sponsorship of Jiangxing University in the future, so you can rest assured about that. All right then, goodbye. Okay, President. Take care. Goodbye. Li Bufin began a 7-day campus life. During these 7 days, he primarily relied on food he bought in the morning, such as bread, milk, coffee, and compressed biscuits. He worked tirelessly for an entire week, and on the last day, he finally replicated the experimental results of the 28th research document. With only 16 hours left until the deadline, Li Bufin organized the photos and physical samples and instructed Alpha to start filling them out in the general format. This general paper format usually includes abstract, background introduction, related work, prerequisite knowledge introduction, experimental preparation, experimental equipment setup, experimental process, experimental results, conclusion, etc. Since Alpha had already compared and merged most of the content based on scientific data and Li Bufin's actual operations, it formed Li Bufin's research results. Finally, Li Bufin made some modifications and embellishments, and the paper was completed. With only 3 hours left, Li Bufin packaged the previously written paper on artificial intelligence along with the 28 papers derived from research data, sending 15 to science and 14 to nature. Next, Li Bufin just needed to wait patiently, confident that it wouldn't take long for these papers to be accepted and published. Li Bufin also knew that to save time, he had essentially plagiarized the 28 research results. However, the academic community generally has precedence for simultaneous creations, meaning that if multiple research institutions achieve the same or similar results within a few years, it is considered normal. To cover up the lie he told during the conversation with the president, Li Bufin used software to simulate and complete the prediction and inference of new materials. He specifically asked Alpha about this matter. Master, you are correct. Most of these new materials can indeed be inferred using computer simulations. So what you said at that time can be considered true. Li Bufin was taken aback. He didn't expect his casual remark to become a reality. He thought that if this were true, he could soon have a wealth of new material patents, and those who wanted to engage in commercial activities would have to pay him. Excited by this thought, he instructed Alpha, in that case, create this software and simulate those 28 new materials using the computer. Afterward, send an email to the editors of Science and Nature, stating that I predicted new materials using a brand new computer simulation method and successfully produced them through experiments. Okay, Master, the software is complete, and the simulation process for the 28 new materials has all been exported. Would you like to take a look? Oh, so fast. Let me see. Wow. The derivation process for one new material has 273 pages. So many. Huh. The formula derivation is so rigorous and complicated, but that's good. It will take others a long time to research and come up with anything. Alpha, you did very well. When you have free time, you can help me derive other new materials, especially those with potential high value. Understood, Master. In this way, Li Bufin submitted 29 papers within the deadline. but he didn't know whether they would be accepted by the editors, which made him very expectant. At the same time, since these new materials had already been confirmed as effective, the patents should be in his hands. As for those research institutions, Lee Bufin would say sorry. It was their secretive behavior, and it had nothing to do with him. Publicizing it would benefit the advancement of human technology and promote the progress of civilization. The legal department suddenly received dozens of emails from the chairman introducing his research achievements, including detailed processes for material production in the Jiangxing University laboratory, which were very comprehensive. Finally, Lee Bufin instructed the legal department to register domestic and international patents under his private name and to do it quickly. The legal department began working overtime, and everyone was curious. However, upon hearing that the chairman was a genius, they became very excited. Ultimately, they worked all day to prepare the documents and materials for the patent application and officially submitted them to the relevant departments and international patent organizations. At the headquarters of the journal Science and Nature, 2 editors suddenly found a surge of emails in their inboxes, over a dozen at once. Initially, the editor of Science was quite surprised and thought it might be spam. However, as he opened the emails and saw that they all contained submissions with the same author name, he became increasingly puzzled. Upon reading further, he found that the papers were well written and described a new type of alloy that was corrosion-resistant, high-temperature resistant, and lightweight. Interesting. He then looked at another submission, which was also a new metallic material with low resistance and high conductivity. Very interesting. He continued to browse and found yet another new material. This time an allotrope from the carbon family. Amazing. Aside from one article on artificial intelligence in smart translation, all the others were groundbreaking developments in new materials. The author, a person from Huaxia named Lee Bufin, was none other than the chairman of Zhao Software. Just a few days ago, he had overheard colleagues discussing that the crown of the artificial intelligence industry might fall to a company based in Huaxia. He never expected that Lee Bufin would proactively reveal the secrets of smart translation. This spirit of sharing for the sake of science is commendable and worth learning from. He decided to contact the other editors to arrange for a quick review and adjust the layout for the next issue of Science. Chapter 33, The Film Crew Shooting. Hero saves beauty. After 2 weeks of studying, conducting experiments, and writing papers, Lee Bufin decided to relax and relieve some of the stress he had been under. When Lu Yuting heard the news that Lee Bufin was out, she was very excited and rushed to his office in the company building to become his assistant. Darling, you're finally out. What have you been busy with these days? Yuting, I've been conducting experiments in the lab at Jiangxing University. Recently, the company used artificial intelligence technology to explore development in other fields and created a software that can predict new materials. This software has produced excellent results, identifying a total of 28 new materials that can be used in many applications. At first, I couldn't believe it, but my program doesn't make mistakes. So, I called the president of Jiangxing University and asked to borrow their lab for a while, hoping for some convenience. That's how I completed the experiments in the lab, successfully obtained the new materials, and stored them in the safe in my office. After that, I wrote some papers based on my experimental process and submitted them to Science and Nature, hoping they will be accepted. If all goes well, I might see my papers published in the next few months. Is that so? Bufin, you've worked hard. With your intelligence and reputation, those 2 journals are sure to accept them. Haha, thank you for your kind words, Yuting. Hee hee, you're welcome. By the way, why don't you delegate some of this work to your subordinates? Why do it yourself? Oh, that's a good question. Mainly, I don't trust them completely. If someone accidentally leaks my data or registers a patent for themselves, I would be devastated. That's true. But Bufin, can't you monitor them? Yes, I can. But if they complete transactions in certain places, like in some labs at Jiangxing University, can I just barge in with bodyguards to stop them? I think universities absolutely do not allow such behavior, even for the right reasons. So, once I have my own lab, I can arrange for some security at the entrance and inside. That makes sense. Well then, since you've been busy, how about spending some time with me? It's been a while since we went shopping together. Sure, but don't you need to manage Huanyu film industry? I do, but it's basically on track now. The crew and actors have been hired and are in place. The company has enough manpower to operate normally. Oh, I see. Wow, in such a short time. You've organized everything so well. Impressive. Not really. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. All right, let us go shopping today. And tomorrow we can check out how they're filming at our company. How does that sound? I still haven't been to a film set and don't know how others make movies. Haha, sounds good. After saying this, Lu Yuting linked her arm with Lee Bufin's, and the 2 took the elevator down to the nearby mall. A few hours later, Lee Bufin returned home with bags in hand, feeling a mix of pain and joy, just like last time. Yuting, how long has it been since you last went shopping? Why did you buy so much this time? I'm still a girl, and I like buying clothes. What is wrong with that? Seems like there's no problem with that. Hee hee, then that is fine. Tonight, I'll cook for you as a reward for helping me carry bags all day. How about that? Oh, Yuding, you can cook? Of course. Just don't complain that it's bad when the time comes. Li Bufin raised an eyebrow, wondering if it might be some kind of dark cuisine. But he couldn't say he wouldn't eat it, so he just replied nonchalantly, all right. I'll do my best. An hour later, fragrant white rice and 3 dishes plus soup were served on the table. Li Bufin looked at the dishes, which weren't exactly exquisite but were full of color, aroma, and flavor, and he felt quite hungry. Bufin, I'm done. You can try it now. Okay, thank you. Babe, for cooking for me, Li Bufin picked up a pair of chopsticks and took a bite of the closest General Tso's chicken. The chicken was tender and juicy, melting in his mouth, sweet, yet not greasy. The taste was truly unbelievable. Lu Yuding watched Li Bufin savoring her specialty dish. Her face filled with satisfaction, and couldn't help but smile gently. It was a taste of happiness. Afterward, Li Bufin tasted the other dishes and commented, not bad. Not bad, really good. The taste is delicious, and I feel very happy. Bufin, as long as you like it, I'm happy too. After they finished eating, it seemed they were still a bit unsatisfied. Li Bufin looked at Lu Yuding's fair and beautiful face and her graceful figure, swallowing hard. Lu Yuding seemed to sense his gaze, didn't he avoid it, and shyly looked at Li Bufin. Aren't you full? If not, should I go to the kitchen and feed you? Li Bufin was taken aback, instantly imagining some suggestive scenes, and nodded, feeling quite happy. After they took a shower, they spent a blissful day together. The next morning, they slowly opened their eyes. Perhaps due to the nourishment of the night and the baptism of love, Lu Yuding appeared even more mature and charming, making Li Bufin mesmerized. Lu Yuding rolled her eyes at him. Is one night not enough? I'm still a bit sore. Li Bufin realized this and felt a bit embarrassed. Babe, where does it hurt? Do you want your husband to give you a massage? Stop it. It's daytime now. Didn't you say you wanted to check on the crew today? It's been several days since I went. Do you want to come with me? Oh, okay. I'll go with you. Well then, why are you still lying in bed? Get up. Okay, 2 people arrived at the filming location and saw security personnel setting up barriers to prevent the audience from getting too close, in order to avoid accidents. After Lu Yuding presented her credentials, the 2 were allowed to enter the filming site. Director Zhang, who was resting nearby, saw Lu Yuding walking over and was very excited, wanting to get closer to her to make a good impression for future filming work. As he got closer, Zhang noticed Li Bufin and was momentarily taken aback, not knowing where this naive young man had come from. Oh my, he was actually holding hands with Ms. Lu, which left him a bit stunned. Hello, Ms. Lu. I'm Director Zhang, the director of Blue Star Defense. May I ask who this is? He said, looking at Li Bufin. Lu Yuding observed the scene. It seemed everyone was not filming but rather chatting and snacking. She slowly replied to Director Zhang. Hello, Director, this is my boyfriend, Li Bufin, the chairman of Zhao Software and a major shareholder of Huanyu Film Industry. Initially, upon hearing that he was her boyfriend, Director Zhang felt a bit jealous. But when he learned that Li Bufin was the chairman of Zhao Software and a major shareholder of Huanyu Film, he immediately calmed down. It seemed only someone with such a status could be worthy of Ms. Lu. Then, Director Zhang smiled and extended his hand to Li Bufin. Oh, so it's Mr. Li. Nice to meet you. Li Bufin was also taken aback, shook his hand, and nodded. Yes, Director Zhang, nice to meet you. I've seen many of your films. They're quite good. Hearing the praise, Director Zhang felt a bit excited, saying, haha, where, Mr. Li is too kind. At this moment, Lu Yuding spoke up, Director Zhang. I want to ask, why are those actors and crew members not filming? What's going on now? Are they slacking off? Director Zhang was startled by her assertiveness and quickly shook his head, denying. Ms. Lu, you misunderstood. They just finished shooting a segment, and it's now break time. We'll start the next segment in 15 minutes. Filming also requires a balance of work and rest, doesn't it? Hearing this, Lu Yuding nodded and looked at Li Bufin. Bufin, since they are on break, shall we go over there to see the stars and chat with them? Li Bufin nodded, and hand in hand with Lu Yuding, they headed towards the hall where the stars were resting. However, it seemed something significant was happening, as the scene appeared to be a bit out of control. A young man ran up to the leading actress with a bouquet of flowers, knelt on one knee, looked at her with fervent eyes, and excitedly shouted, Zhang Qian, I love you. Do you know that since the day I watched the casting live stream and saw your stunning beauty, I have been deeply captivated by you? I used to not believe in love at first sight, but since that day, I've been thinking about you day and night, longing to marry you soon. Zhang Qian, can you give me a chance? I swear I will cherish you well, and I will only love you for a lifetime. Zhang Qian was also startled by this young man's actions, unsure if she was moved or scared, standing there foolishly, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Li Bufin recognized this person and thought of the so-called national husband online, then took a closer look. What? Isn't this Wang Shishang? Some actors nearby seemed to recognize this love expert and whispered about it to Zhang Qian. Initially, Zhang Qian might have felt a bit touched, but after hearing the crowd's comments and looking at his appearance, she recalled the rumors about him online. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she looked at Wang Shishang, shook her head, sighed, and softly said, "To be honest, if you weren't Wang Shishang himself, I might consider giving you a chance. But you know, the netizens say you're a love expert who toys with women's feelings. I don't know if it's true, but I know that such things don't come from nowhere. If it were unfounded, there wouldn't be so many so-called victims arguing with you online. So I'm sorry, I cannot accept your goodwill. Don't be discouraged. I know you're actually a good person, and I hope you can find a girl better than me in the future." After saying this, Zhang Qian shook her head and walked away. Wang Shishang's face turned pale. He never expected that even after a makeover, people would still recognize him. He decided to fire the makeup artist when he got back. At this moment, he ignored Li Bufin and Lu Yuding, who looked like college students, and realized that not many people at the scene seemed wealthier than him. So, with a determined heart, he dropped the bouquet and decided to use force. Since soft tactics weren't working, he started chasing after Zhang Qian. Hearing the screams of some actresses, Zhang Qian was startled and turned around to see Wang Shishang chasing after her, never expecting him to act this way. She was both surprised and terrified, quickly shouting as she ran forward. Li Bufin and Lu Yuding exchanged glances, sensing a murderous intent in each other's eyes. They immediately called their bodyguards, urging them to come quickly. Just then, it looked like Wang Shishang was about to catch up to Zhang Qian, when Li Bufin shouted, "Wang Shishang, stop right there." Wang Shishang was taken aback and stopped, almost thinking it was his father who had come, but realizing this voice sounded too youthful to be a middle-aged man. He turned around to see Li Bufin approaching him, his expression darkening, feeling that he had been played. He couldn't help but question, "Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Li Bufin looked at him and jokingly replied, "Oh, I'm not. You are the one who is arrogant." Wang Shishang was momentarily stunned, thinking of his name, Wang Shishang, and then got very angry, looking at Li Bufin. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. If you know what's good for you, get lost." Li Bufin smiled and said, "Oh, are you really bold enough to do such despicable things in broad daylight? Or are you planning to forcibly take a woman in front of everyone?" Wang Shishang felt panicked, but didn't back down. "What? Do you dare to intervene? Since you know who I am, you should be aware of my family's influence. Be careful, you might spend the rest of your life in prison. Or who knows, you might have an accident one day and not have a second life." Heh. Li Bufin's heart tightened, sensing a dangerous omen, which puzzled him. But he didn't give up. "No, you wouldn't dare. Because there are cameras above you. Every word you just said is being recorded. Everything you say next could be used against you in court." Wang Shishang was infuriated, pointing at Li Bufin. "Kid, who the hell are you?" Li Bufin chuckled. "I am Li Bufin, chairman of Sejeo Software. If you have the ability, go ahead and take revenge. I'm waiting. If anything happens to me, what you said today will be used as testimony in court against you. Li Bufin, right? I'll remember you. Just wait. Heh, I'm looking forward to your good news. Now get lost." After saying this, Wang Shishang knew that things couldn't end well today, feeling very gloomy, and left the place. Li Bufin walked up to Zhang Qian. "Hi, Zhang Qian, are you okay?" Seems like because of Li Bufin's heroic act of saving the beauty and chasing away the troublemaker, she was very excited. She saw Li Bufin and ran over, hugging him tightly. Li Bufin was taken aback, thinking, what is going on? His girlfriend was watching beside them. Just as he was about to push her away, Zhang Qian started crying, saying to Li Bufin, "Thank you. Thank you for helping me today. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come." The sound of crying immediately made Li Bufin feel a bit soft-hearted, so he also hugged her, gently patting her back and softly saying, "Zhang Qian, don't cry. It's only right for me to help you. It's what any gentleman with a sense of justice would do." But that's not true. Some of them might not dare to anger him for fear of his revenge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had so many rumored girlfriends in the past. However, today, I only saw you stepping up. You are the only one brave enough to save the beauty. Hee. I never thought that one day I would be like in a fairy tale, like Snow White, encountering danger and being rescued by a prince on a white horse. I'm really moved. I think I might be starting to like you. What should I do? After saying that, Zhang Qian hugged him tighter, burying her head in Li Bufin's chest, seemingly enjoying the moment. At that moment, Li Bufin saw Lu Yuding walking over with a very unpleasant expression, which made him feel flustered and worried about misunderstandings. Ahem, Zhang Qian, you might want to not like me. We don't know each other well yet. It's okay. We're familiar now. Feelings can be cultivated. Ahem. Well, my girlfriend is here today. Right next to you. Could you let go of me? Zhang Qian let out a shy ah and quickly released her hands, then ran to the side, covering her mouth and giggling, as if quietly watching the judgment Li Bufin was about to face. Li Bufin felt a sudden sense of foreboding and was speechless, thinking, if you want to let go, you shouldn't do it right when Lu Yuding is almost next to us. How am I supposed to explain this to her? Li Bufin felt a bit embarrassed as he looked at Lu Yuding. Ahem. It's a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Lu Yuding seemed a bit angry. Humph. They say men are like big pigs, eating what's in the bowl while looking at what's in the pot. I see that's not false at all. Tell me, are you having an affair with Zhang Qian? Li Bufin's head shook like a rattle drum, continuously denying. No. How is that possible? Ting Ting, let me explain. Hey, Zhang Qian over there, stop laughing and come here to help me explain, okay? Please. Zhang Qian seemed quite embarrassed, her face turning red as she looked at Lu Yuding. Realizing that she was the CEO of the Universal film industry who had interviewed her last time, which made her feel a bit awkward. After all, she was working for that company, and now, right in front of her, she was teasing someone's boyfriend. It was too embarrassing. I'm sorry, Miss Lu. I only met Mr. Li Bufin today. He helped me, and I was very happy, so I hugged him. There was nothing else. Then why did you hug him and bury your head in his chest with a look of enjoyment? Of course, that's because I like him. Oh, I'm sorry I misspoke. It was a slip of the tongue. I admire him, not like him. Li Bufin, listening to Zhang Qian's explanation from the side, felt his face getting darker. Goodness. Do girls lose their intelligence when they have a crush? Sigh. How am I going to explain this to Lu Yuding? It's really giving me a headache. Lu Yuding nodded at Zhang Qian, then said something shocking, jokingly whispering to her, You really don't like him? What if I were willing to share him with you? Wow. Sister, are you really that nice? Oh no, you must be lying to me, right? Boo-hoo, bad person, why are you deceiving me? Well, Lu Yuding did seem to have some suspicion of deceiving her, but she didn't expect Zhang Qian to start crying immediately, and she suddenly understood Li Bufin's expression from earlier. It was as awkward as it could get. Zhang Qian, how about we not mention this, and pretend nothing happened today? Sigh, okay then. What a pity. I can't become your good sister after all. At this moment, Li Bufin had a black line on his face, feeling very surprised at what the two girls were saying. Later, the crew returned to normal shooting, and everything resumed as usual, with no unexpected incidents happening for the time being.